Chapter 326. The night was as calm as water, and a faint dawn appeared on the horizon. All of Chongling was quiet. Mo Shouqing, sitting on the rattan chair in a thin blanket, seemed to have fallen asleep. But when he heard footsteps behind him, he slowly opened his eyes. The stern general who had been ordered to leave appeared behind him with an ugly expression. He bowed and said in a cold voice, "Bai Shanshui escaped, and that nameless cultivator was captured by Shenxian." Mo Shouqing stilled slightly, shock in his dim yellow eyes. He said to himself, "He still left." The stern general took a deep breath, controlled his emotions, and nodded. He said gravely, "Bureau Chief Wang sent news that the Minute Mountain Sword trials have ended. The winner is Shui Wangshu's disciple, Ding Ning." Mo Shouqing stilled again. The stern general bowed and left without another word. Mo Shouqing bowed his head in silence for a moment. The breeze at dawn blew at his ginseng-like hair, and then an emotional expression appeared at the corners of his mouth. The identity of that powerful and nameless young cultivator was worth investigating, but he knew that the Empress had mobilized tonight for the Lonely Mountain Sword Horde and to keep Bai Shanshui. Now, it was this nameless cultivator who had stayed. While he had not seen the scene with his own eyes, he could imagine how such a situation had occurred. Coincidentally, that wine shop youth had won first place in the Minute Mountain Sword trials. The Empress, who had never been defeated before, had lost twice in a row tonight. Thinking back to the perfect coldness of that sword essence, thinking about how Bai Shanshui and the wine shop youth had won, the old city guard couldn't help but sigh again. He sighed at the Empress' defeat tonight, her coldness losing to burning emotions. On Minute Mountain, the sky was slightly bright. But as the sky gradually brightened, the tallest peak that looked like an indigo sword that was going to pierce a hole in the sky gradually faded and disappeared from the sight of everyone outside the mountain. In front of the cliff at the highest point of the mountain, Bailey Sushue stood silently like an even colder cliff. Looking at Bailey Sushue, who was looking coldly in the direction of Chongling, Jing Liuli's brows furrowed even tighter. He finally could not help but say, "What happened?" "Chongling shakes, Starfire falls." Bailey Sushue raised his head and said with slight scorn, "Only the Lonely Mountain Sword Horde can make Zheng Xiu act like this." Jing Liuli's expression turned cold. After a moment of silence, she narrowed her eyes and said, "The Emperor has reached Realm 8. If Zheng Xiu also obtains the Lonely Mountain Sword Horde, we will have the worry of the Basin Kendo ground." Bailey Sushue shook his head and sneered, "The present is different from the past, how can it be so easy?" In the past, Zheng Xiu and Yuanwu had to work together to defeat their greatest enemy, and now, their greatest enemy was himself. People like them love themselves the most in this world. How can their feelings for others be more intense than their feelings for themselves? At most, it's just a matter of weighing the benefits. Don't make me believe that the two of them are one and have an intimate relationship. The Qin dynasty has 2 ministers, 13 marquises, and the 2 bureau chiefs. There seem to be countless experts, but even at the Deer Mountain Conference and tonight, how many can fight? Donghu, Yuezhi, Western Qiong, while they are called vassal countries and appear to be harmonious, why do they waste 3 armies and 3 marquises to station there? Outside of Liaodong and behind Yin Mountain, when has it ever been peaceful? After a pause, Bailey Sushue glanced at Jing Liuli, who was deep in thought, and said, "Does Yuanwu dare to put less Realm 7s in the Chu and Qi regions?" Jing Liuli frowned in thought and nodded slightly. In the past, Yuanwu and Zheng Xiu feared that their lives would be in the hands of others, and spared no expense. Is the glory of the Deer Mountain Conference not Yuanwu's glory alone? If not for Yuanwu, a Realm 8, could the Qin dynasty have gained anything at the Deer Mountain Conference? Bailey Sushue said with thick disdain, "This great show looks lively and beautiful, but thinking about it, how can it compare to when Ba Mountain Swordfield was the strongest? How can it have the glory of that time? In the past, even if there were more people like Bai Shanshui, would they dare to enter Chongling?" Jing Liuli's frown slowly relaxed. At this time, Bailey Sushue added coldly, "She may not be able to comprehend the Lonely Mountain Sword Horde. Even if she does, so what?" Jing Liuli looked up in shock. Bailey Sushue's previous words were not hard to understand, but she felt that these words were hard to understand. Minute Mountain Sword Sect does not only have you, But also Ding Ning. Bailey Sushue glanced at her and said with apparent displeasure. Jing Liuli stilled and immediately understood her master's meaning. She did not feel any terror or unease, nodding and saying, yes. The conversation between the current sect master of Minute Mountain Sword Sect and the next sect master finished. Jing Liuli turned, but as she moved, her figure suddenly stopped. She turned to look at Bailey Sushue and said seriously, Master, do you really think that person leaving behind an heir is nonsense? This was clearly a question the two had discussed. Bailey Sushue's eyebrows rose, a layer of frost appearing on his face. He said, I saw that person die with my own eyes. What problem can there be? The 9-death silkworm is so profound. Even with personal teaching, one may not be able to comprehend and cultivate it. How can someone learn without a teacher and cultivate the 9-death silkworm to a certain level? Jing Liuli sensed Bailey Sushue's deep displeasure and immediately bowed slightly in apology. Bailey Sushue's expression recovered its calm. He said softly in disdain, there are no ghosts in the world, only ghosts in people's hearts. Zheng Xiu and Yuanwu have done so many things. It is normal to be afraid of certain things happening. Jing Liuli did not speak more. The hint of doubt in her heart was wiped away by her master's words. Her footsteps grew lighter as she left. The sun suddenly appeared. The golden light started to smear the mountains and dyed the edges of her body gold. Bailey Sushue did not turn around. He looked up at the golden light at the Changling city that appeared in the world and laughed disdainfully. You say you have never lost, but that is because the strongest people were on your side in the past, and the opponents you encountered later were not qualified and strong enough. Even the person who will not lose lost, who will not lose. The calm Wei River flashed with light under the morning sun. A white figure slowly floated up from the bottom of the water. With the gentle slap of the waves, it was washed to the roots of the old willows on the shore. As it floated up, it was gradually bound by the water grasses and the roots of the old willows, as though these water grasses and roots were going to absorb nutrients and merge into one. The heat of the sun caused this white figure to move slightly. Bai Shanshui woke up. She saw her situation. Out of the corner of her eye, she could even see the merchant ships and the armored ships of the Qin dynasty passing by. Her cultivation was high, but she still felt weak at this moment. Her vital energy and blood were terrifyingly empty. Her skin was as pale as a floating corpse. Yet she did not move at all. She just lay in the water and looked at the sky through the cracks in the tree roots. The sky was still the same sky. However, many things had changed. Li Yunrui should have come to kill her, but in the end, she saved her. Even more importantly, she knew Li Yunrui would not die. It would be good if she died. But Changling had the great floating water prison, the most terrifying thing for cultivators. Li Yunrui had landed in the hands of the master of the great floating water prison, Shen Xian. She was also the victor against Zheng Xiu on that night that had just passed away. She had successfully taken the Lonely Mountain Sword Horde and escaped Changling, and was certain she could survive. But unlike Bailey Sushue right now, she did not have a happy mood. Chapter 327. What was truly heartless was time. Sunlight shone over Changling, gilding each dilapidated courtyard with a layer of gold. Most of the people of Changling started to hear that the shock last night came from the great rebel who had once sung wildly in Changling. They slowly calmed down from their panic in the middle of the night. At this time, the news of the Minute Mountain Sword trials started to spread through Changling. Countless gasps of disbelief and praise sounded in different corners of Changling at different times. On this day, the name Ding Ning was heard in Changling much more often than by Shanshui. This ordinary youth who had been in Falling Parasol last year had miraculously become the winner of the Minute Mountain Sword trials. This was too legendary. His birth excited the people of Changling even more. The formerly quiet Falling Parasol was filled with people. Countless carriages and horses even blocked the main road outside. Many people had come to see how this shabby alley was different from the other alleys and how it had raised such a monster. Before this, in Changling, in the entire Qin dynasty, there were only two true monsters, Jing Liuli and An Baosha. But now, all of Changling, and soon all of the Qin dynasty, and the world knew that there was another Ding Ning. The streets and alleys were noisy and restless, but the wine shop with its doors tightly locked was still cold and quiet. The ground was covered in thick dust from last night's shock. Amidst the sounds of people approaching the door and the heated breaths, the dust in the hall floated and dimmed everything inside. In the bedroom in the inner courtyard, Zhongsun Qianxue sat silently on the edge of the bed, her long eyelashes fluttering. Even though the news of Ding Ning's victory had come, she did not know if Bai Shanshui was alive or dead. She did not know if Bai Shanshui's movements last night would cause fatal danger to her. If Ding Ning did not return here, she could not be at ease. In the cold and lonely imperial palace, the empress, who had not slept last night, still looked so perfect. She showed no tiredness, and no emotions different from usual. She wrote a letter herself and then casually handed it to a palace attendant standing next to her. She said calmly, "Have someone bring it to Zhong Yi. I heard that 2 powerful flying swords appeared in the outskirts of Chongling last night. One sword could stop dozens of mortal-grade flying swords. How do they compare to you?" He broke through to the 4th realm and defeated a cultivator of the 5th realm. "Do you think I can defeat him in the future?" A handsome young man in ordinary hemp clothes was speaking. He was standing on the edge of a precipice. In front of him, there was only a thin layer of clouds and mist. There was only a small, pale yellow sword without a handle floating in front of him. It trembled slightly with his breathing. The aura on the sword had a wonderful rhythm, as if it had a unique life of its own. There was no one else around, so he was talking to his flying sword. Judging from the way he spoke, it was not a whim, but a habit of talking to his flying sword. Even if a flying sword seemed to be alive, it was still a dead object that could not open its mouth. Talking to one's own flying sword would often make one feel very lonely. However, true geniuses were often lonely. The sunlight fell all over Chongling, but there were still many corners of Chongling that could not see the sun. Under the canopy that covered the sky, in the ghostly fish market, there was the sound of a zither. Multiple stalks of black bamboo swayed by the shady doorsill. In reality, the Empress' coldness is not just about using someone else to kill. The red-clothed lady, who had a gentle face and an extremely gentle tone, lowered her head slightly. She softly said to the stooped black-clothed old man, "The thing that she is the coldest and best at doing is to separate the people you care about from your side one by one." After this night, some people in Chongling were happy, some were sad, and some had just woken up. Xie Changsheng struggled to open his eyes. He felt the world outside was blinding, and then he felt the heat. Then he understood that this was the sunlight blinding him. He was certain he was alive. Then he could not help but laugh. He did not have much strength, but he used all his strength to laugh. As expected, Minute Mountain Sword Sect did not watch him die. He was still alive. This was his victory. You dare to laugh so loudly with such serious wounds. You do not fear your wounds rupturing. A disdainful voice reached his ears. Xie Changsheng had not even seen the surroundings, and naturally did not see the speaker. But he said unconcernedly, "I will not die if my wounds rupture." The person who spoke was stunned, as if he couldn't refute his words. Xie Changsheng blinked his eyes proudly and slowly saw that he was in a greenhouse. The ground and walls were blue, but not pure blue jade. So he could not help but smile in disdain. He said, "Blue jade as the path, blue jade as the hall. I thought that Minute Mountain Sword Sect was extremely rich. So it is just the decorations on the outside, and the inside is just blue stone of similar color. Rich is rich. You look at everything with the aura of a copper coin." Hearing the even more disdainful voice, Xie Changsheng managed to turn his head and stilled. He saw a young woman in blue robes standing in the doorway looking coldly at him. Then he immediately recalled that this young woman in blue robes was Jing Liuli, who had made him feel inferior. Strange, he couldn't help but mutter after a moment of daze. Jing Liuli glanced at him and said, "What is strange?" Xie Changsheng hesitated and said honestly, "I seem to have been very afraid of you before, but now I do not seem to be afraid." Jing Liuli frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" Xie Changsheng laughed. "It should be that I have already died once. What is there to be afraid of? Also, in my opinion, I made a bet with Minute Mountain Sword Sect that they would not let me die. Now that I have won against all of Minute Mountain Sword Sect. Of course, I will not fear you, a genius of Minute Mountain Sword Sect. Jing Liuli showed a disdainful smile and turned around. A foolish self-comforting thought. Xie Changsheng was not angry. Looking at her back, he suddenly thought of an important matter and shouted, "The Minute Mountain Sword trials have ended." Jing Liuli's steps paused slightly. "It has ended." Xie Changsheng's body stiffened slightly. "Who is first?" Jing Liuli said without looking back, "Ding Ning." Xie Changsheng was stunned. Ha 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 ha. In the next moment, he once again used all the strength he could muster to laugh out loud. Jing Liuli did not look back. Her brow furrowed deeply again. Facing such a foolish and reckless Guanzhong disciple, she did not even have a reason to be angry. Almost at the same time, there were people waking up in Changling. Liang Lian was waking up. In fact, he wasn't really unconscious. It was just that the limitless sword body that he cultivated had a unique sword nurturing technique. When others seemed to be unconscious, he could use this technique to suppress and heal the injuries in his body. At this moment, there was not enough time to heal his injuries. He should be unconscious for a longer period of time. Yet he knew he had to wake up early. Even if he had many hidden wounds that were hard to heal, he had to wake up early. Amidst the flapping of the war banners, he woke up in the tent of the Middle Army and opened his eyes. But unlike usual, there was not even a soldier holding a sword in the Middle Army tent, or even at the door. Almost at the same time, in a room not far from Xie Changsheng, Ding Ning also woke up. Chapter 328. You woke up at least 8 hours earlier than I expected. When Ding Ning woke up, an ordinary voice reached his ears. The person who spoke had an ordinary appearance, so ordinary that he would not attract attention on the streets. It was just that he had an illustrious, or even frightening, past. He was one of the strongest people in Minute Mountain Sword Sect, human chef Gang Ren. Ding Ning slowly turned his head and looked at Gang Ren standing by his bed. He did not have much of an expression and said seriously, "Many thanks." Gang Ren nodded in return and said, "You are welcome. You can call me Sect Uncle in the future." Ding Ning nodded and said, "Sect Uncle." Gang Ren smiled slightly and pointed to the left side of Ding Ning's bed. Normally, reading with serious wounds hurts the mind the most. But you are not an ordinary person, so you can read this first. There was a thin book on the left side of Ding Ning's bed. It was an ordinary silk page. While it was clearly a handwritten copy and not a rare ancient book, if any other cultivator in Changling saw the name on this thin book, they would be shocked. 7 Books of Cultivation. Ding Ning saw the name on the cover of this book, but he did not show the joy that Gang Ren had imagined. He thought for a moment and then looked at Gang Ren. "I want to return to Changling first." Gang Ren looked in surprise at Ding Ning. He thought that Ding Ning might know what kind of sutra this was. So he explained gently, "These 7 books of cultivation are the introductory body cultivation method of Minute Mountain Sword Sect. It is equivalent to the Minute Mountain Sword Sect's vital energy cultivation method. The most profound cultivation methods of Minute Mountain Sword Sect are based on the meridians of this sutra." Ding Ning shook his head and said, "I know what sutra this is. I also know that the 7 books of cultivation are one of the secret sutras of Minute Mountain Sword Sect. Even in Minute Mountain Sword Sect, only a portion of the disciples have the opportunity to study and come into contact with the secret sutras that truly represent the essence of Minute Mountain Sword Sect." Gang Ren was even more surprised. He did not ask why Ding Ning wanted to return to Changling first. He looked seriously into Ding Ning's eyes and said, "You should know that you do not have much time. All of Changling is shocked because you won, but your victory has caused them to temporarily overlook a fact." After a pause, Gang Ren said gently, "For other people, winning first in the Minute Mountain Sword trials means a bright future. But they overlook that your energies are too strong. You have to hurry." Ding Ning looked calmly at him and said, "I know." Gang Ren nodded and said patiently, "I know that with your comprehension, you may be able to quickly comprehend a sutra like this. But there are some things you may not know, Some of the cultivation methods of Minute Mountain Sword Sect are not like ordinary methods, or rather, they are too different. Ding Ning looked at him and did not respond. Gang Ren also looked at him and then slowly said, Minute Mountain Sword Sect has some methods that other sects cannot match, and we have accumulated some things that ordinary cultivation places do not have. But there are some things that a person's strength is limited, and not everything is omnipotent. With your current physical condition, there is only one way to solve this problem. Ding Ning naturally knew which method he was speaking of. This method was even more important to him than the legendary Lonely Mountain Sword Hoard. So even though he had guessed that Gang Ren was going to speak of this method, when he heard Gang Ren speak of it, his breathing grew disorderly and his body started to tremble uncontrollably. Gang Ren looked at Ding Ning's eyes and said in a more serious tone, this method is unique in that it creates another energy sea. The effect of that energy sea is like the organs in the body, and can even replace some of the effects of our organs. But it is not just difficult to comprehend, the cultivation method must also connect many meridian points. Connecting each meridian point requires time. Minute Mountain Sword Sect originally had very few people who comprehended and chose to cultivate this method. Gang Ren grimaced and then said, even more importantly, not every Minute Mountain Sword Sect cultivator with enough talent can choose to cultivate this method. There are 9 levels of the Sword Pagoda. One must make enough contributions to Minute Mountain Sword Sect for each level. Ding Ning took a deep breath and said, since this method is so important, it should be in the highest level of the Minute Mountain Sword Sect's Sword Pagoda. So, one must make great contributions to Minute Mountain Sword Sect in order to see it. Gang Ren nodded. Ding Ning muttered, can't we make an exception? This is the rule of Minute Mountain Sword Sect, Gang Ren said with a grimace. In Minute Mountain Sword Sect, what cannot be broken is called a rule. Everyone obeys the rules. Minute Mountain Sword Sect is much stronger than Changling, Ding Ning said after a moment of silence. Gang Ren thought that Ding Ning had such emotions because of White Goat Cave's experiences. He did not comment and said, since you know this, you should hurry. Ding Ning glanced at the records by his ear and then at Gang Ren. He said, if possible, Sect Uncle, please prepare a carriage for me. I will start reading from the carriage. Gang Ren stilled and then nodded. He said, your status is different from the past. Since you have decided to return to Changling, you need to prepare more than just a carriage. Liang Lian slowly sat up on the bed. His breathing had already stabilized not long after he woke up. However, as his expression became cold again, his breathing deliberately became disorderly. Then he coughed violently and spat out blood. Footsteps sounded. A vice-general in black armor pushed open the curtain and entered. Liang Lian looked at this vice-general who should have been waiting outside the tent. His gaze did not change much. He waved his hand and said, have the strategist come over. This vice-general bowed his head slightly, his eyes flashing as he acknowledged and retreated. Moments later, the tent opened again. The sound of the war banners flapping in the wind grew louder inside the tent. Chi Pumo, dressed in black robes, appeared in front of Liang Lian. Liang Lian stopped coughing and looked indifferently at Chi Pumo. He said, how are the other two? Chi Pumo bowed respectfully and said, the nameless cultivator has entered the great floating water prison. Bai Shanshui escaped. Liang Lian's breathing paused and he coughed violently again. With a puff, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Chi Punmo looked up and was about to speak when he suddenly felt a coldness from the deepest depths of the earth attack his heart. His expression changed dramatically, his feet paused and his body flew back. At the same time, a mottled small sword that looked like a snow-dyed wintersweet branch came out of his right sleeve along with a powerful wave of primal energies of the universe. The entire tent swelled up under this sudden burst of powerful energy, emitting a heart-palpitating explosion. Liang Lian's expression was still indifferent as he sat motionless. There was a clang in front of him. His life-bond sword flashed like a black dragon coming out of the sea. It immediately charged at the thin flying sword that flew out of Chi Punmo's sleeve. It shook the small sword away and stabbed into Chi Punmo's body. With a crash, dozens of cracks appeared in the tent. Waves of energy visible to the naked eye charged out. With a scream, Chi Pumo's body fell through the air with the two curtains and landed in front of the tent door. Pew! Liang Lian spat out another mouthful of blood. This mouthful of fresh blood was a sign that he had suffered an even more serious injury. Chi Pumo's lungs had been torn apart by this sword. His shattered bones and organs were exposed to the air, but he still did not die. His lightless eyes were filled with great disbelief and reluctance. Pieces of flesh flowed out of his mouth, but he still spoke. "Why? You and I understand each other too well." Liang Lian looked coldly at the bright red blood in front of him and looked down. "You and I are the only survivors of many battles. What we are best at is surviving. You are familiar with the places I am familiar with. If I kill you, I will be the only one familiar with our place outside the pass. She wants you to replace me. If I kill you now, I will lead the army there and I will be the only one left. If I die, you live. Or if you die, I live. You are a very smart person, but you are not vicious enough. You are too slow. Even more importantly, your cultivation is not as good as mine. So after so many years, even though you and I have survived, I am a general, and you are just a strategist." Hearing these cold voices, Chi Pumo painfully exhaled his last breath. Liang Lian did not look at his corpse, or at the shocked soldiers who had rushed over after hearing the commotion. He thought coldly of that perfect and cold woman and said to himself, "Those who climbed out of a pile of corpses, those who stepped on the bloody path in Changling, will have a harder life. If you want me to die, I will not die so easily." The military flag outside the tent flapped in the wind, muffling his voice at this moment. Chapter 329. South of Changling, Divinity Bureau. This building that looked like an ordinary Daoist temple gave off a dark and cold presence. Other than a few important people deep in the imperial palace, all the nobility of the Qin dynasty were deeply wary and fearful of this place. But at this time, many people in this building had deep wariness and fear in their eyes. It was all for a woman in white. Yi Xileng walked off the carriage, and walked alone along the grey stone path into the cold courtyard. Strands of sunlight fell from the mottled walls and sprinkled on her body. In the deepest part of the courtyard, a carriage was parked next to a dying tree. The carriage was a deep purple, the wood giving off a glossy light. There were patterns carved on it, and the carvings overlapped. It was also inlaid with gold and jade. It was extremely luxurious. Yi Xileng stopped and looked at this carriage. She laughed and said with slight disdain towards the study in the courtyard, "This should be Li Lingjuan's sandalwood carriage. I had not thought that you would take it. The bureau chief of the Divinity Bureau likes such vulgar things? I do not think about vulgar things. I just like the smell of the wood itself." A flat voice came through the unlatched door, sounding a little hollow. "You do not care about the appearance but the smell. This wood is hard to come by, so it makes sense." Yi Xileng slowly turned around and did not move. She just looked inside through the half-closed door. Looking at the fine dust floating in the light, she said coldly, "Other people do not know your flying sword cultivation, but do you think I do not know? I have a reason for not wanting Bai Shanshui to die." "What is your reason?" The person behind the door was silent for a moment. "Do you really not know?" Yi Xileng said, "I really do not know. Putting away the bow after the birds are done." The person behind the door was silent for a moment. "But I am not doing this for myself. No matter who you are doing this for, I hope that you will not do this in the future." Yi Xileng looked up and said calmly and coldly, "I am me, you are you. You should know that I do not want to owe you anything." The person behind the door did not speak. Yi Xileng did not say anything else and turned to leave. However, the moment she took a step forward, the hollow voice behind the door sounded again. "There's something I didn't record in the report. Bai Shanshui's route is a bit strange. She seems to have gone to some alleys." Yi Xileng abruptly turned around. A yellow-robed cultivator walked out of the carriage and stepped onto the soft grass outside the gates of Minute Mountain Sword Sect. The Minute Mountain Sword trials had ended, but the cultivation teachers and court officials who had come to watch had not all left. Looking at the yellow robes of this cultivator and sensing his presence, they knew where this cultivator came from. All kinds of emotions appeared in their eyes. This yellow-robed cultivator was extremely respectful and low-key. He exchanged a few words with a blue-robed disciple of Minute Mountain Sword Sect who was in charge of communication. Then he returned to the carriage and waited quietly. Thinking that the noble mistress of the palace was definitely not in a good mood, the teachers of the various cultivation places and the officials of the court did not dare to deliberately stay. Some of them who had originally planned to stay for a while left early. The surroundings of the forest quickly became increasingly quiet. The blue-robed cultivator of Minute Mountain Sword Sect left and returned. Zhongyi silently followed behind him, passing through the forest towards the yellow-robed cultivator's carriage. The yellow-robed cultivator had already reported his identity and intentions. However, Zhongyi did not understand why someone of his status would cause that noble woman to make such arrangements. So the closer he got to the carriage, the more anxious he felt and the more uneasy he felt. When he saw Zhongyi's figure, the yellow-robed cultivator walked out of the carriage. Then he bowed slightly to the Minute Mountain Sword Sect cultivator and Zhongyi, who led the way from a distance. Her Majesty told me to give this letter to you. Without any extra words, this yellow-robed cultivator said calmly as he looked at the Minute Mountain Sword Sect cultivator who had retreated to the side and Zhongyi who had walked in front of him. Then he took out a letter from his sleeve and handed it to Zhongyi. Zhongyi's face instantly turned pale. Before he even touched the letter, his hands began to tremble. However, he didn't make any sound. He lowered his head slightly and opened the letter. Looking at the beautiful but powerful handwriting, his hands trembled even more. I know. After reading it 3 times and confirming that he had not missed a word or comprehended the meaning of a word, he bowed slightly to the yellow-robed cultivator and said, I agree to this suggestion. The yellow-robed cultivator looked at Zhongyi's pale but determined face and his trembling hands. He reached out as though he wanted to take back the letter. But the moment his fingers touched the letter was shattered by a gentle power, turning into fine dust that spread out in Zhongyi's hand. This was a powerful cultivation state, but this yellow-robed cultivator, to the perfect woman in the imperial palace, was just an ordinary messenger. In Minute Mountain Sword Sect, there were some courtyards at the foot of the mountain on the green jade mountain path. Some new disciples, or those about to enter the sect like Zhongyi, lived here temporarily. Zhongyi returned to his temporary residence. Without greeting Dugu Bai and the others, he closed the door, entered his room, and spread out pen and paper. His face was still pale, but his hands had regained their stability. He quietly wrote a letter and left it on the table. Then he pushed open the door and left. A black cloud slowly flowed through the sky. A black eagle passed through the clouds and suddenly glided past a black mountain. The black mountain was not tall. There was no grass or tree growing on it, but there were countless gravestones of various sizes standing in a forest. There was an imperial entourage parked outside the mountain. There was a grave in a valley near the peak of the mountain. The gravestone in front of the grave was a small crown. The Qi Emperor stood in this valley with a sad expression. In the entire valley, on the entire mountain, only he was standing. When Zhongyi left the letter and left, he was also looking at a secret letter that had just reached his hand. He was not so calm. After carefully reading the last word of the secret letter, he directly cried out loud. He cried very hard and very miserably. Teacher Ruo, you left without any complaints, but after you left, I could not eat or sleep in peace. In my dreams, I often see the Qin army breaking into the city unstoppable. Teacher Ruo, the Minute Mountain Sword trials just ended. Do you know that Changling has produced another genius youth like Jing Liuli and An Baosha? Teacher Ruo, it is so bitter to think about it. When the Basin Kendo ground was at its peak, the Qin had produced so many incomprehensible geniuses. Even now, there are still more. Is Yuanwu really fated? Teacher Ruo, Jing Liuli and An Baosha are already unmatched by the youths of the dynasties. In another decade, I fear that no one will be able to match them. But 2 such monsters are not enough. Now, another has appeared. We are fine. You managed to leave behind a disciple like this, but he buried himself with you. What does this mean? Every time I think of this, I want to go with you. Teacher Ruo, if it weren't for the sake of the people of Qi Kingdom, I would have gone with you. The Emperor of Qi cried without the demeanor of a monarch. His tears flowed. The grave in front of him had been deathly silent and unchanged. Not even a blade of grass had grown. No cultivator could sense an unusual presence. But as his cries grew louder, the soil on the grave started to tremble slightly. It was just the black soil that was trembling, but it gave off a displeased presence that seemed to see through the Emperor of Qi. The Emperor of Qi widened his eyes. He stopped his sorrowful cries and occasionally sobbed. That aura of displeasure became even sharper, as if it didn't like being disturbed in peace. The soil on the top of the grave moved in the wind like burnt ashes. A dot of black light slowly came out. A black grass that gave off a dark and cold presence grew out. This black grass only had one leaf. When it grew out, it was facing the Emperor of Qi. But in a flash, the tip of the grass pointed in the direction of the Qin dynasty's Changling. Emperor Qi's sobbing also stopped. After a moment of hesitation, he bowed towards the grave. The moment he turned around, his face was still filled with tears, but there was a layer of joy in the depths of his eyes. Chapter 330. This is simply nonsense. Do you think our Minute Mountain Sword Sect is a city gate where you can enter as you please? You can leave as you please. You are also an idiot. Other people want to send in a letter, you let them send in a letter. Angry reprimands sounded in the mountain valley. Hearing the scolding of the middle-aged man, the young Minute Mountain Sword Sect cultivator in indigo robes felt extremely wronged. He thought, according to the rules, he should have brought in a letter from an outsider. Also, who was the person who delivered the letter? Could it be that he could refuse whenever he wanted to? Also, who would have thought that someone would choose to leave a letter after entering Minute Mountain Sword Sect? Sect Uncle Who, what happened? A cold and authoritative voice sounded from the mountain path. Jing Liuli's figure appeared on the mountain path. Zheng Xiu had someone send a letter to Zhong Yi. Zhong Yi left the sect after leaving the letter. The middle-aged man was still angry. If this was a disciple who barely passed the trials in the past, then so be it. But this year's trials were much more intense than in the past. The people chosen in the end were all talents with potential. In his view, Zhong Yi's performance was outstanding. For all sects, people like Zhong Yi were more important than people who purely knew how to use the sword. He could become the unchanging foundation of the sect. Zheng Xiu had someone send a letter to Zhong Yi, and Zhong Yi left Minute Mountain Sword Sect. Jing Liuli's eyes narrowed slightly. She glanced at the middle-aged cultivator and said, "What does the letter say?" The middle-aged cultivator of Minute Mountain Sword Sect put away his anger and handed the thin letter to Jing Liuli. He said at the same time, he only said that he was able to advance in the trials because of Xia Wan. He feels guilty and asks us to replace him with Xia Wan. Jing Liuli expressionlessly opened the letter and scanned it. She said coolly, "He is clearly a gentleman, and needs to find excuses." But he mentioned Xia Wan in passing. This seems hypocritical. While the middle-aged cultivator's seniority was much higher than hers, Jing Liuli had to make the decision on sect matters. So when he heard Jing Liuli say this, he immediately frowned and said, "Then what should we do?" I don't know what Zheng Xiu forced him to make such a choice. For people like him and Ding Ning, you can't force them to do anything. Jing Liuli glanced at the middle-aged cultivator and said calmly, "Zhong Yi should care more about the big picture than Ding Ning, so this is at most a transaction." The only reason Zhong Yi would make such a sacrifice is because Zheng Xiu made a promise to Ding Ning and White Goat Cave's future. After a pause, she looked at the middle-aged cultivator waiting for her answer and said, "There is no difference between cultivating outside and inside the sect. He thinks that he is not a student of Minute Mountain Sword Sect after leaving. That is just his own opinion. For me, this will allow Minute Mountain Sword Sect to have another good student. You have seen Xia Wan's performance. She is much better than the other so-called Changling geniuses." The middle-aged cultivator was slightly startled. He looked at her slightly green face and couldn't help but feel great respect for her. A monster like Jing Liuli was much better than many people in Changling. Many people will change, but people like Zhong Yi will not change. Jing Lioli glanced at the middle-aged cultivator and then turned to look outside the mountain. She said coolly, "Everything he does is for the big picture. He is sacrificing himself for his junior sect brothers to have a brighter future. So Master should be reassured to put a suitable sword manual in his hands." The middle-aged cultivator did not speak and nodded in agreement. The thin letter landed in Ding Ning's hands. Ding Ning seriously read every word on the letter. Then he slowly nodded at Gang Ren and put away the letter. Seeing his true calm and not feigned emotions, Gang Ren said softly, "It seems you really do not worry about your senior sect brother. People like my eldest sect brother, while sometimes wishy-washy, will always be more popular than people like me." Ding Ning looked at him and smiled slightly. "There will always be more people who like him than hate him. What do I have to worry about?" Gang Ren thought and said, "You do not care where Shui is buried?" Ding Ning said mockingly, "Since she can make my eldest sect brother leave Minute Mountain Sword Sect, no matter where Shui is buried, it will be very grand." Gang Ren looked at him for a moment and shook his head. He sighed softly. "In reality, your greatest weakness is that you are too mature. Sometimes, it is better to be naive for your age to survive in Changling." Ding Ning said, "Isn't it the same in the end?" Gang Ren did not discuss this with him. His gaze landed on the half-opened sword manual by Ding Ning's pillow. He said, "What do you think of it?" Ding Ning glanced at him. "If you are prepared for me to return to Changling now, it should be ready when I arrive." Gang Ren was stunned and said, "Comprehending is really not a problem for you." Ding Ning nodded and said, "This is not a problem. The problem is, you have helped me think, what kind of great service can allow me to quickly come into contact with the vital energy cultivation method you speak of?" Gang Ren looked at Ding Ning and said seriously, "As long as your body recovers quickly enough, there are ways." Ding Ning did not speak. Gang Ren continued, "There is a sect uncle who will accompany you back to Changling." The moment he spoke, the half-closed door was pushed open. A man with a dark complexion walked in. This was clearly a quiet man with a lowered brow. But the moment Ding Ning saw this man, a black rock appeared in front of him. Then more black rocks appeared in front of him, blocking all the space and making it hard for him to breathe. This came from perception. Ding Ning had never seen this man with a dark complexion, but he knew this man's identity. At this time, other than Bailey Sushue, the last of the legendary people of Minute Mountain Sword Sect finally appeared in front of him. Like Gang Ren, Yangtai Guanjian, and the others, this was a person who could shake the decisions of the noblest and most powerful in Changling. His surname was Shao, and his name was Sharin. Shao Sharin was his real name, and not a nickname or any other name. His adoptive father, Shao Xin, had once been the most powerful barber on the Zhao border. The so-called barbers were killers who did not care about right or wrong. As long as they had enough money, they could even kill women and children. Shao Xin had taken in a group of orphans and trained them to kill from childhood. Shao Sharin was the strongest among them. Because all the other orphans had died, and he was the only one left. Shao Xin and some of his powerful subordinates had died at Shao Sharin's hands. When he killed that group of people, Shao Sharin was only 19 years old. Unlike the other legendary people of Minute Mountain Sword Sect, Shao Sharin was unknown. Even many old people of Changling did not know that Minute Mountain Sword Sect had such a person. Sect Uncle Shao does not like to talk, but I think with your personality, you will get used to it and will not feel bored, Gang Ren said gently as he looked at Ding Ning's dazed state. Ding Ning laughed. He had a feeling that many people would be unlucky. "Then can we depart?" He picked up the open sword manual, patted the edge of the bed and said to Gang Ren and Shao Sharin. Gang Ren nodded. Shao Sharin did not speak. He went forward to carry Ding Ning and then walked out of the room. A carriage was waiting for Shao Sharin and Ding Ning at the end of Minute Mountain Sword Sect's Green Jade Mountain path. Due to his misgivings about Ding Ning's wounds, Shao Sharin walked very slowly. His back gave off a layer of gentle primal energies of the universe that wrapped around Ding Ning's body. But Ding Ning did not care about this. What he cared about was the flow of vital energy in Shao Sharin's body. When Shao Sharin put him into the carriage, closed the door, and rolled up the curtains slightly so that sunlight and air entered the carriage, and the carriage started to move, Ding Ning started to flip through the book. However, his thoughts were no longer on the 7 books of cultivation. The vigorous energies in his body started to flow on a completely new path. As the energies changed in his energy sea, jade palace, and celestial aperture, the vital energy started to flow in his body. Some of the dried-up meridians in his body started to become slightly moisturized, like they were receiving a rain shower. As expected, the methods of Minute Mountain Sword Sect were useful. Even the basic vital energy cultivation method of Minute Mountain Sword Sect, the 7 books of cultivation, and the mysteries of Xiao Sharin's energy flow were enough to bring great benefits to his body. In the eyes of the Changling nobility, he had successfully won the Minute Mountain Sword trials. But only he and Zhongshan Qianxue knew, the first thing he wanted to do in these years in Changling was enter Minute Mountain Sword Sect. Entering Minute Mountain Sword Sect was the first step to his revenge. Chapter 331. In Falling Parasol, every morning when he held the bowl of noodles, Ding Ning thought about how to enter Minute Mountain Sword Sect. He had entered White Goat Cave through Wang Taishu because after White Goat Cave merged into the Green Vine Sword Academy, the students of White Goat Cave qualified to attend the Minute Mountain Sword trials. But any careful plan would encounter unexpected changes. In White Goat Cave, he had encountered Li Daoji, who had given him the last flower remnant sword, a teacher like Shui Wangshu, a senior sect brother like Zhong Yi, and a junior sect brother like Shen Yi. There was also the information he had received from Lin Zhujiu before he killed Song Shenshu in Fish Market. Lin Zhujiu had been in the Great Floating Water Prison for so many years. For Lin Zhujiu, there was no hope. He was only living on a thread of obsession. Every time he heard the sound of water in Changling, no matter if it was the raindrops falling from the sky or the sound of washing clothes in the streets, he could not be at ease. Therefore, he took this step a little too quickly. Emotion was his greatest weakness. But after experiencing many things, he understood that emotion was more important than anything else in the world. This was the greatest difference between him, Yuanwu, and Zhang Xiu. Something could happen to him, but not to Zhongshan Qianxue. Even though he knew that Zhongshan Qianxue did not like to think about matters outside of cultivation, and that she was smarter than many people, if he took this first step, Falling Parasol, which no one paid attention to, would not be as calm as usual. She would fall into the eyes of more people. Sect Uncle Xiao, when we reach Changling, help me find an old bookstore. Sensing the new changes that the vital energy cultivation method of Minute Mountain Sword Sect had brought to his body, Ding Ning looked up slightly from the carriage and spoke softly to Xiao Sharin, who was driving the carriage. Xiao Sharin nodded slightly. He did not ask for the reason and said simply, "All right." Ding Ning immediately felt reassured. He put down the scroll in his hand and closed his eyes. According to the vital energy cultivation method of Minute Mountain Sword Sect, the energies in his body started to flow smoothly again. The 4th realm had arrived. Realm 4 Energy Fusion, Realm 5 Spirit Thought. Based on his previous cultivation speed, he would need many years to reach Realm 5 from Realm 4. But now, he had the Emperor of Chu's human sovereign Jade Annulus, and the 3 corpses non-self-consciousness sutra that White Goat Cave had coincidentally obtained. Even if he could not obtain the heaven-replenishing divine art, his cultivation speed would multiply with the Minute Mountain Sword Sect cultivation method he had obtained. Summer had just begun. By the time this year's winter solstice arrived, everything would go smoothly and he would be able to step into the 5 realms. The sun was about to set. Ding Ning's carriage was heading towards Changling. In the opposite direction, Zhong Yi followed some carriage wheel tracks and walked aimlessly. Looking at the wilderness on both sides of the road that was getting darker and darker under the setting sun, he felt lonely and sad. He did not notice a Minute Mountain Sword Sect cultivator dressed in green jade robes appear on a distant mountain ridge behind him. This Minute Mountain Sword Sect cultivator saw Zhong Yi's figure and his eyes lit up. He was about to quicken his steps when he frowned and suddenly stopped. "What are you thinking about?" A cold voice reached Zhong Yi's ears. Zhong Yi, who had his head lowered, suddenly woke up. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw a man in a black robe standing by the side of the weeds. This black-robed man had a cold expression. There were no signs of age on his face, but he had a presence that the present nobility could not compare to. Zhongyi did not recognize this black-robed man, but just from how the other seemed to appear out of thin air in front of him without him noticing, he knew that the other's cultivation far surpassed his. So he bowed with a shocked expression. "Elder, I know you are filled with many emotions." The black-robed man glanced at him, and then looked at the grass under the setting sun with his hands behind his back. He said self-deprecatingly, "Actually, even if it is not this scene of grass and sunset, even in the most prosperous place of Changling, I will often feel such emotions. Changling is so large, and there are more and more people. Why can't it hold even one of me?" Zhongyi stilled. He did not understand the intentions of this black-robed man and instinctively called out, "Elder, Yi Jingnan is one of my people." The black-clothed man waved his hand and said casually with a powerful aura, "I didn't want Zheng Xiu to have her way, so I made a bet with her. However, I didn't think that your junior brother would reject my good intentions. However, from the looks of it now, his choice was indeed correct. He does not need our help." Zhongyi's breathing stopped, and he felt cold inside. Before and during the Minute Mountain Sword trials, many people's performances and identities were secrets. But after the Minute Mountain Sword trials ended, many people's identities naturally floated to the surface as the details of the trials spread. Some guesses could never be proven, but many smart people would point towards a certain answer. "We are the old nobility that many people in Changling speak of." Looking at Zhongyi's stilled breathing, the black-robed man's lips curled and he directly revealed the answer. Zhongyi naturally knew what the old nobility meant. He said with a stiff expression, "Why have you come to find me? You do not need to misunderstand." The black-robed man looked coldly at Zhongyi with great confidence and said, "Where do you want to go now?" Zhongyi hesitated and did not answer. The black-robed man said with slight disdain, "Accept Zheng Xiu's arrangements and go to a border place like Yinglei where there are not many families to teach people cultivation." Zhongyi was stunned. The black-robed man glanced at him and said, "You do not need to go. Before you arrived, that little cultivation place that did not even have a Realm 4 cultivator had disappeared. That place will be swept by bandits." Zhongyi felt an endless chill in his heart, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. "You find it hard to understand, and feel that I could not have seen the letter Zheng Xiu gave you?" The man in black saw through his thoughts, but he still didn't give him a chance to speak. He said without hesitation, "There are many ways to achieve a goal. I can't see the letter Zheng Xiu gave you, but I can know what she wants you to do from some of the orders she gave to those border towns. Or rather, when some of her orders are being sent, my people will be among the officials carrying them out. Before you go, that cultivation place, and even that little city will disappear. You do not need to pay attention to her orders. In order to prevent you from worrying, I can create the illusion that you died on the way." Zhongyi took a deep breath and suppressed his shock. He looked at the black-robed man who seemed to make the night come early and said in a trembling voice, "What do you want me to do?" "I said before, you do not need to misunderstand." The black-robed man smiled faintly. "But I am very satisfied with the performance of you and your junior sect brother Ding Ning. I just want Zheng Xiu to be unhappy, so I do not mind doing more. Since Changling cannot tolerate you, there are places in the world that can tolerate people like you. I am just introducing a place to you." Zhongyi said in puzzlement, "What place?" The black-robed man said, "Yang, Shangju, Celestial Seal Sect." Zhongyi's body shook and he instinctively exclaimed, "How is it possible?" The black-robed man frowned slightly and looked calmly at him. "What do you feel is impossible?" "Celestial Seal Sect is the top sect of the Yang dynasty. I am a Qin person. Even with your recommendation, how can Celestial Seal Sect accept me?" Zhongyi looked at the black-robed man and said in shock, "Also, even if Celestial Seal Sect accepts me, as a Qin person, how can I go to a Yang sect to cultivate? Why will they not accept you? Will Celestial Seal Sect not want a disciple that Minute Mountain Sword Sect wants?" The black-robed man sneered. "Since I say so, I am certain that Celestial Seal Sect will accept you. The key is whether you go or not. As to you saying that as a Qin person, you will not go to an enemy sect to cultivate. So what if you do not go? Go to the borders of the Qin dynasty, and then find a small village. Live an ordinary and quiet life, marry and have children, and live the rest of your life. When you are old, you will recall your life in Changling, or when you hear about the tragic encounters of your junior sect brothers in Changling, you will be weak and powerless, unable to give any help. Zhong Yi's body uncontrollably trembled. His forehead and back started to sweat, but his hands and feet were extremely cold. The black-robed man did not look at him and turned to look at the setting sun. He said slowly, "Unlike Zheng Xiu, I will not ask you to do anything. Even after you go to Celestial Seal sect to cultivate, you do not have to feel any connection to me. Also, there is not just one Minute Mountain Sword sect in the world. Celestial Seal sect may not be inferior to Minute Mountain Sword sect. Zheng Xiu did not have you stay in Minute Mountain Sword sect, but I can give you an equal place to cultivate. As to the future, it is too far in the future. If you learn the methods of the enemy, you will become enemies of the Qin dynasty. That is a joke. Only true experts can decide where their path is." The black-robed man turned to look at Zhong Yi and then started to walk away on the grass. His voice reached Zhong Yi's ears clearly. "But first, you have to become a true expert." Chapter 332. Zhong Yi looked at the back of the black-robed man and could not calm his turbulent emotions. The old nobility of Changling were a special group of people to the entire Qin dynasty. On one hand, they could not tolerate the present Changling, but on the other hand, they had many industries and even trade with some enemy countries. The lifelines of some things were in their hands, and the mistress of Changling could not easily cut them off from Changling. This was a classic example of a difficult choice, but in the end, it was because they were strong enough. But now, how should he choose? As the sun set below the horizon, the air grew colder. Because his emotions were too turbulent, he did not even notice the wind created by the indigo-robed Minute Mountain Sword sect cultivator behind him. This Minute Mountain Sword sect cultivator was very displeased and frowned deeply. "Your performance right now is very different from during the trials. As a swordsman, you need to be vigilant at all times, especially outside Changling. The people who want to kill you do not need to worry about not being able to leave Changling. They have no misgivings." Hearing this voice, Zhong Yi was shocked and turned around. Looking at the other's special indigo robes, and sensing the other's unique presence, he immediately understood the other's identity. But his mind was even more chaotic. He could not help but wonder what was going on today. The method of counting, 5 to 7. This Minute Mountain Sword sect cultivator was used to seeing all kinds of top geniuses in Minute Mountain Sword sect. Seeing Zhong Yi's confusion, he was even more displeased. He said coldly, took out a cold metal box from his sleeve and handed it to Zhong Yi. Zhong Yi instinctively took the seemingly ordinary metal box. His heart beat violently and he could not help but ask, "What is this? What is the method of counting, 5 to 7? Think about it yourself. If you cannot even think of this." The Minute Mountain Sword sect cultivator raised an eyebrow. He originally wanted to say that if they could not even think of this, they did not deserve to be called students of Minute Mountain Sword sect. But at this point, he felt it was inappropriate. After a slight pause, he changed his words. "Just destroy the item in the box." Seeing the other's displeased expression, Zhong Yi thought of how Ding Ning usually called him wishy-washy. He woke up and looked away from this Minute Mountain Sword sect cultivator to the metal box in his hand. Then, he directly opened the iron box. There was only a thin piece of parchment in the iron box. It was simply folded, so he could see many ink lines at a glance. It was just a few scattered demonic threads, but he could feel the endless and terrifying sword intent. His eyes instantly teared up from the stinging pain. In the next moment, these sword intents pressed down on his body, causing his vital energy and blood to be unable to circulate smoothly. It even made him feel like he was instantly injured and was about to vomit blood. Zhong Yi's body shook violently. Then, he raised his head in shock. He looked in shock at the indigo-robed cultivator in front of him. He thought of the presence of Jing Liuli and even Yang Tai Guanjian. He felt they could not have such sharpness. Then he immediately realized. This is Sect Master Bailey himself, This Minute Mountain Sword Sect cultivator felt there was no need to answer. He turned and started to leave. In your view, you are just an insignificant person in Changling. Yet, the 3 top people of Changling came to see you in person, or wrote letters to you. Therefore, you can't be an insignificant person. The disciples of Minute Mountain Sword Sect are the same as the disciples of the true people of the Basin Kendo ground in the past. They cannot be insignificant people. Hearing the other's words in the wind before he disappeared, Zhongyi's body started to tremble uncontrollably. Using the last ray of the sunset, he struggled to unfold the parchment in the iron box. His eyes stung even more, and tears fell. He only saw the first few sentences clearly, and his breathing sometimes stopped and sometimes became rapid. This was a sword manual. The method of counting, 5 to 7, was just a reading method. Only by looking at the words 5 to 7 times could one see the true words of this sword manual and comprehend the true meaning. There was usually only one possibility for Bailey Sushue to write in person and use this method to conceal the true meaning. This sword manual was very important to Minute Mountain Sword Sect, and in Minute Mountain Sword Sect, only Bailey Sushue knew of it. This meant that he was the true disciple of the sect master. Thinking of this, Zhongyi finally understood the meaning of the last words of this Minute Mountain Sword Sect cultivator. How could the disciple of Bailey Sushue, the sect master of Minute Mountain Sword Sect, be an insignificant person? The last light in the sky fell. The wilderness around him fell into darkness. If you are going to do it thoroughly. Ding Ning's voice sounded in his mind again. Thinking of many things in the past, thinking of Shui Wangshu's death, thinking of some scenes of the sword trials, thinking of the letter written by the mistress of the imperial palace after the trials, thinking of the glory he had obtained in exchange, he felt that Ding Ning's words were correct. He took the parchment out of the box, put it away, and then put away the box. Then he looked up at the brightest star in the sky in the direction of the Yang Kingdom and started to walk. The thunderous sound of horse hooves sounded on the river, startling countless returning birds. A row of torches illuminated the entire riverbank. A general in black armor jumped down from his galloping horse and landed on the ground as if he was weightless. But the moment he landed, he pulled the galloping horse behind him to stop. "Right here." This black-armored general looked at the surrounding scenery and asked coldly to 2 children of 7 or 8 sitting in front of a soldier behind him. These 2 children were a boy and a girl. They seemed to be brother and sister. Judging from their clothing, they should be the children of the nearby fishermen. Hearing the questioning voice of this black-armored general, and then seeing the tiger and wolf inscriptions flickering under the light of the fire, the 2 children were terrified. They opened their mouths but didn't reply. Instead, they began to cry. The general in black armor took a deep breath, feeling even more irritated. However, when he squatted down and looked down, his expression changed drastically. Intense coldness and killing intent involuntarily flowed out from the depths of his eyes. On the intertwined roots of these willows, he saw 1 or 2 strands of white satin that had been soaked in water. Almost instinctively, he thought that this was where Bai Shanshui had been hiding. Countless ships and Qin dynasty cultivators were searching for Bai Shanshui around the Wei River. But who would have thought that Bai Shanshui had been like a floating corpse, floating between the roots of these old willows? This was a place that all passing ships could have seen, but in the end, only these 2 children had coincidentally seen it. Letting fate decide, was this the best way to escape? But the Holy One had flattened a mountain with a sword at the Deer Mountain Conference. If it was fate, it should belong to Changling. How could this traitor escape again? This black-armored general thought of the Qin people who had died to Bai Shanshui in these years. His anger burned even hotter. But looking at the floating white threads, he knew he had missed the chance to capture Bai Shanshui. He did not know what price he would have to pay to deal with this great traitor. Because he was unable to vent his anger, his powerful aura constantly surged forward, causing the river water in front of him to churn violently. Ripples constantly spread out. In the deepest part of the great floating water prison, Lin Zhujiu, who was floating in the water, calmly sensed the ripples from the water prison beside him. This was meaningless to other people, but it was the only change in his boring and unchanging life of imprisonment. "Young man, you are very amazing. Since this water prison was built, you are the second person that Shenxian is helpless against. He lowered his head to look at the swaying ripples and sighed in admiration. His voice traveled along the water, clearly and far away. But there was no response. Lin Zhujiu looked at the rippling water surface and knew that the young man was not unconscious. So he said, I know you do not trust me, but I know you are different from those people who were sent in to try to gain my trust. Because I have experienced some of the things Shenxian did to you. I know what kind of person can endure them. So you cannot trust me, but I can trust you. A long time later. A weak but clear voice came from the water prison. Who are you? Lin Zhujiu said. Basin Kendo ground, Lin Zhujiu. The water prison was silent for a moment and said, Impossible. Lin Zhujiu laughed and said, Everyone thinks I am dead, but I am still alive. The water prison sank into silence again. Lin Zhujiu smiled and said, You should be wondering why even if I am Lin Zhujiu, I would speak so directly to a person I don't know. The other did not deny it. Yes. Lin Zhujiu said calmly, because no one feels that we can leave after coming here. For example, Shenxian brought you here to let you know that even I can't get out for more than a decade. He wants you to despair. Despair is the best way for him to open the mouths of people like you and me. Lin Zhujiu looked up at the water prison and said coolly, but I think he will still fail. Also, I will give you hope. If you can hold on long enough, you have to believe that I can take you out. There was no new response from the water prison, only a faintly discernible muffled groan. The water surface started to ripple even more violently. Lin Zhujiu knew that a new round of torture had started. Many tortures that he felt were terrifying when he thought of them were falling on the young man. He gave the young man promise and hope, but was there really hope? Lin Zhujiu looked down at the rippling water surface and recovered his silence. Chapter 333. Since the start of the Minute Mountain Sword Trials, Ding Ning of White Goat Cave winning first place, Liang Lian leading the army to capture by Shanshui, and Chongling shaking, many astounding events had happened in this period of time for the Qin dynasty. Yet this period of time was not long. Before the Minute Mountain Sword Trial started, two cultivators dressed in ordinary Qin attire had set up two tents on a small hill and settled down. The two of them had clearly arrived together, but they didn't talk to each other normally. Even their tents were separated by a distance of several hundred feet. This small hill was in the middle of Minute Mountain Sword Sect and Changling. On this morning, these two cultivators who had come together but did not talk to each other saw a wisp of smoke in the distant mountains at the same time. Then the two started to prepare at the same time. Among them, the slightly skinny short-haired man carefully rolled up his sleeves and then began to regulate his breathing. Through continuous breathing, his face became more and more solemn and calm. His whole body gave people a feeling of exhaling the old and taking in the new. Gradually, a layer of jade-like fluorescence appeared. The other middle-aged cultivator used a wooden hoop to tie up his long hair. He wore plain robes and had a thin face. He looked like a teacher of an academy in Changling. His preparation was not like that of a teacher. He only used a piece of white silk to continuously wipe a small golden sword. The short-haired man was the first to sense something. He raised his head and looked coldly towards a path in the direction of Minute Mountain Sword Sect. Dozens of breaths after he looked up, the shadow of a carriage slowly appeared on that path at the end of his sight. As his gaze flashed, his sleeve fluttered slightly. Two weak silver lights flew out. They were not flying swords, but two strange silver insects the size of a person's index finger. These two flying insects stuck close to the ground, making their way through the underbrush and fallen leaves. The light on their bodies faded as they silently flew towards the path that the carriage was traveling on. The teacher-like middle-aged cultivator looked calmly at the sky. His gaze was clear as he looked at the rising sun. He did not fear the blinding light at all. His eyes were bright, and the light that fell into his eyes seemed to be absorbed in the depths of his pupils. His pupils started to fill with golden lines. The patterns on the wings of the two strange silver insects looked like naturally formed runes. Inside the runes, there was a thin layer of pale yellow crystal, which was the condensation of the yuan qi of heaven and earth that the short-haired man had been constantly injecting into them during his daily cultivation. At this moment, under the guidance of his mind, the two long silver worms' wings folded together, and then they drilled into the soil under several fallen leaves, waiting for the arrival of the carriage. As the carriage got closer and closer, the two cultivators' brows unconsciously furrowed. The presence of the cultivator in the carriage was extremely weak to them and could be ignored. But the presence of the Minute Mountain Sword sect cultivator dressed in indigo robes sitting at the front of the carriage was terrifying. Even from a great distance, their energy seas unconsciously trembled and became slightly numb. However, this was a situation of 2 against 1. In the few days they had spent here, even though they didn't talk much, these two cultivators had a clear understanding of the other's cultivation and some unique methods. So, these two cultivators still had great confidence. They were certain that this Minute Mountain Sword sect cultivator was not Yangtai Guanjian. As long as it was not Yangtai Guanjian, in their view, even if Geng Ren and the others came, they still had a great chance of killing him. The carriage was still far from where the two silver bugs were hiding. However, without any warning, the expressions of these two cultivators changed greatly. At the same time, they felt the coldest threat of death surround their bodies. The teacher-like middle-aged cultivator gave a shrill shout. The small golden sword in his hand immediately lit up with many golden lines of fire. At the same time, many golden lines of fire also lit up around his body. They were about to form a unique cage to cover himself and the cultivator next to him. But it was still too slow. When the golden lines of fire lit up, a grey sword light with terrifying murderousness had landed on the short-haired cultivator's neck. At this time, the short-haired cultivator had just shown his powerful cultivation. An ocean of primal energies of the universe came down from the sky and gathered into his body. At the same time, the astounding vital energy and primal energies of the universe accumulated in his meridians started to burst out. There was a soft sound. This short-haired cultivator who had clearly reached mountain-moving realm long ago didn't even have time to make any extra movements before his head was directly cut off by a sword. Under the powerful surge of energy, not only did his head fly high into the air, even all of the energy in his body immediately sprayed into the air, turning into countless specks of blood that scattered, dyeing the rain and mist above with a layer of red. There was no smell of blood in this hill. The headless corpse had lost all its blood and turned into a withered corpse. It fell forward like a piece of rotten wood. The scene was very horrifying and even disgusting. The golden lines of fire finally formed a cage, enveloping the middle-aged cultivator who looked like a teacher. But even under the illumination of the golden flames, the teacher's face was still extremely pale. "Cultivator of Nanyu?" A demonic voice sounded from the forest on the side. Then a man dressed only in his undergarments appeared in his sight. "You are a cultivator of Yelang?" These two words of uncertainty struck this teacher-like middle-aged cultivator's heart like a hammer, making the golden threads of fire around his body even start to tremble slightly. From the corner of his eyes, he could see that the carriage was still moving forward. However, the terrifying aura at the front of the carriage had already disappeared. The green figure that had been sitting there had also disappeared. All that was left was an empty green jade-colored robe that was draped over the front seat. "Who are you?" The teacher-like middle-aged cultivator struggled to speak. He understood how the other had silently approached him, but he still could not understand how Minute Mountain Sword Sect could have such a terrifying cultivator other than Bailey Sushua and Tantai Guanjian. How could this person use just a ball of primal energies of the universe to support that robe and hide from the senses of him and the Grandmaster from Nanyu? "Who sent you here?" Xiao Sharin looked at the middle-aged cultivator's pale face and did not answer his question. The middle-aged cultivator pressed his lips together and did not answer. Xiao Sharin's expression did not change. He was not skilled in interrogation to begin with, and did not have much interest. He was only skilled in one thing in his life: killing. He attacked with his sword. It was a direct stab without any finesse. The tip of the light grey crystal-like sword in his hand struck the golden curtain of fire at an unbelievable speed. The middle-aged cultivator screamed in shock. His vital energy gushed out of his body without reservation. The small golden sword was so bright it seemed to melt. The moment the grey sword pierced through the golden curtain of fire, it hit the grey longsword heavily. The golden flames swept up along the grey sword like liquid, and was about to cover Xiao Sharin's fingers. Xiao Sharin frowned slightly. He did not change his stance as he spat. A small indigo sword as thin as a bamboo leaf came out of his mouth, piercing through the shattered golden lines of fire towards the middle-aged cultivator's forehead. The middle-aged cultivator was shocked. He flicked the 5 fingers of his left hand, and several substantial sword cheese struck the small green sword, sending it flying. Xiao Sharin's left hand shook slightly. A small transparent sword light shot out of his index finger. The middle-aged cultivator twisted his body, wanting to avoid this fine sword light. However, with a pu sound, his eyes widened to the extreme. He looked down in disbelief, only to see a blast of bloodlight already gushing out of his abdomen. Xiao Sharin calmly retreated. The golden flames burned a layer of his skin, but could not go any further. The middle-aged cultivator with his energy penetrated knelt on the ground in dismay. Looking at the tip of Xiao Sharin's foot, he realized that the blade had come from under Xiao Sharin's foot. This middle-aged cultivator was filled with disbelief and absurdity. How could such a powerful cultivator use so many little tricks? How could he have so many little tricks? Xiao Sharin had no interest in the middle-aged cultivator's thoughts. For him, for a very long time, killing people meant only survival. His left hand swung out without hesitation. A sharp presence flew out of his palm and cut through the middle-aged cultivator's neck. This middle-aged cultivator's head also fell from his neck, rolling down the sloping mountain slope. Xiao Sharin turned around without worry. The carriage had reached the bottom of the hill. Sensing this shocking but not soul-stirring battle, Ding Ning, in the carriage, had a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. No matter who set up these 2 assassins, he would be extremely vexed and heartbroken right now. Chapter 334. When 2 powerful cultivators from outside the Qin dynasty were killed by Xiao Sharin, the most skilled killer of Minute Mountain Sword Sect, before they could even use their best moves, Palace Attendant Rong passed through the military camps and entered the main camp where Liang Lian was. She sat down across from Liang Lian. Liang Lian was drinking medicine. The medicine in the bowl was as thick as ink and looked extremely bitter. Ordinary people would want to drink it all and then use a spoon of white sugar to seal their mouths. But he was expressionless and sipped slowly like he was drinking tea. Palace Attendant Rong looked coolly at him and said, "Her Majesty is very disappointed in you." "I am also very disappointed." Liang Lian stopped and looked at the medicine in the bowl. After a moment of silence, he said, "In the past, I thought that I was greedy and dissatisfied. I wanted to be made a marquis. Even if I could not gain a foothold in Changling, I could at least find a fief. But yesterday, I thought clearly. These were all my wishful thinking. The Holy One and her wanted people to not remember the Basin Kendo ground and those people. They wanted those people's names to disappear with the Holy One in the years before he ascended the throne. How could they let someone like me be made a marquis? My existence is to remind many people of the past." After a pause, Liang Lian smiled disdainfully. His smile was dark and cold, like the cold light of an arrow flying through the air on the battlefield. "This is just your personal thought." Palace Attendant Rong looked at Liang Lian without changing her expression and said, "Her Majesty is very disappointed in you, but she still recognizes your abilities. If General Liang is loyal to his duty, in the future history books, General Liang's disgraceful deeds will be erased. Only your achievements will be remembered." The people of the Basin Kendo ground disappeared because they saw too far and could not see what was in front of them. Who would look so far and not in front of them? Liang Lian looked coldly at Palace Attendant Rong. "I just want to know what decree you brought from her." Palace Attendant Rong looked at him and said calmly, "Her Majesty will have you lead an army to Nanyu. If possible, she hopes that you can be made a marquis in Nanyu like the other marquises." Liang Lian's eyes narrowed slightly. He picked up the bowl and drank. The medicine entered his throat like a knife. His voice was cold. "Marquis in Nanyu? Her Majesty really thinks highly of me. Nanyue's cultivators are all strange. They cannot adapt to the climate. The cold in winter, hot in summer, poisonous snakes and insects. Which one of these things do not kill people? Our army's cavalry, shooting, and seal chariots are almost useless. The Empress wants you to go, not because she wants to listen to your suggestions, but because she wants you to obey. Her Majesty is a Marquis Her Majesty, Palace Attendant Palace Attendant. Palace Attendant Rong's voice was calm, but she mercilessly interrupted Liang Lian. As to her having you go to Nanyu, she has her own plans. When have you ever seen her send a talent of use to the Qin to their death? After saying this, she stood up. Without looking at Liang Lian's expression, she bowed deeply to Liang Lian and then turned to leave. Liang Lian turned his head and looked out the window of the tent. He looked at some of the eaves of Changling and was silent for a long time. For many years in the past, all he wanted to do was to climb up the social ladder. He did not want to be a dog that had a leash around its neck. However, after many years, when he thought about it now, he realized that when he followed those people, when his status was low, he did not seem like a dog. The carriage in the middle of summer was hot and stuffy. After the battles against the Han, Zhao, and Wei dynasties, and the bloody storms of the years before Yuanwu's ascension, not just in Changling and the Qin dynasty, but even in the world, there were very few Realm 7s who could fight against dozens of Realm 7s on the Basin Kendo ground. There were not many powerful experts, and the one driving for him was an expert of this level. So Ding Ning lifted the curtains and allowed the wind to flow in through the two windows. The windows were open, and the air flowed. The people on the road could see the people sitting in the carriage. Just as they entered the streets of Changling, a middle-aged man in silk robes came up to greet them. He bowed from a distance and said respectfully, "Mr. Taishu has asked me to deliver a message." The carriage paused slightly. Xiao Sharin did not sense any danger, so he did not show any murderous intent. "My people," Ding Ning said softly to his back. Xiao Sharin was silent. He nodded slightly and drove the carriage to the side of the middle-aged man who was delivering the message for Wang Taishu. The middle-aged man handed the letter in his hand through the window. Then he took 2 steps back and waited respectfully. Ding Ning opened the letter. When his gaze landed on the paper, his body suddenly froze. After a moment, he looked up and said to the middle-aged man outside the window, "I will go directly to Ink Garden and have Wang Taishu send my aunt to Ink Garden." The middle-aged man bowed respectfully and then left. Looking at the middle-aged man's respectful attitude, and then thinking of what the gangster called Wang Taishu and Ding Ning had done in the past half-year, Xiao Sharin could not help but shake his head slightly. This youth from the wine shop was not an ordinary person, but his opponents in the trials thought of him as an ordinary person. Thinking so, he did not say anything. The carriage leisurely moved through the streets of Changling towards Ink Garden. He had seen too many conflicts and killed too many people. Xiao Sharin was just following Bailey Sushue's orders to protect Ding Ning and kill all those who wanted to kill Ding Ning. He had no interest in participating in the schemes of any faction in Changling. When the carriage stopped in front of Ink Garden, he said, "I will wait here, do not mind me." These were the words Ding Ning liked to hear the most. He struggled out of the carriage and bowed in thanks to this cultivator who had killed his entire life and did not seem to know what to do other than kill. The high walls of Ink Garden had been opened long ago and many shops had been built along the streets. Seeing Ding Ning walk out of the carriage, many of the neighbors who were busy with their work in the shops shouted excitedly and surrounded him. Ding Ning had won first place in the Minute Mountain Sword Trials to fulfill his promise to Shui Wangshu and win glory for White Goat Cave. Yet the Qin dynasty was founded on martial arts and the sword. For these neighbors who had moved from Falling Parasol, this was naturally a great honor. Their way of expressing their love and respect for Ding Ning was simple and direct. The noodle shop owner who was most familiar with Ding Ning shouted the loudest. "Ding Ning, you old fogey, next time you come to my shop to eat noodles, I will not charge you." Hearing these people's shouts, Ding Ning knew where these people's happiness came from. So he shouted back. "Of course, without the care of my neighbors, without that bowl of noodles every day, I would not have been first." These words were like a firecracker lighting up the festive scene. A wave of cheers and applause sounded. Ding Ning smiled and cupped his hands to express his thanks. He then patiently chatted with these neighbors for a while before entering the inner garden with the help of these neighbors. The numerous servant girls that Wang Taishu had arranged for were waiting inside. They sent Ding Ning to Forefather Ju's small courtyard in Ink Garden. In the small courtyard, a middle-aged man who looked weak was waiting for his arrival. In the past, you were weak. Now, it is my turn. When Ding Ning saw this person, he could not help but shake his head and sigh softly. This middle-aged man was naturally Wang Taishu. He looked at Ding Ning's pale face and smiled. What should I do next? Then he put away his smile and asked Ding Ning directly in a soft voice. He was now the most powerful person in Changling, but this power came from Ding Ning's transactions and favors with the military nobility. Before Ding Ning won the Minute Mountain Sword trials, his relationship with the military nobility could continue. But now, everything could change. He did not worry about his own life, but the safety of the many people who lived with him in Changling. It will not be worse than before, only better. Ding Ning lay down on a bamboo chair in front of him. Then he looked at this worried Changling hero and said seriously, Zheng Xiu personally wrote a letter to my senior sect brother for him to leave my side. She is the person who knows how to weigh and trade. So she will throw out many conditions that are compensation to me. In the past, you and I were rootless duckweeds. But now, it is different. Our backing is Minute Mountain Sword Sect. Ding Ning paused and then looked at Wang Taishu. He said, since she cannot stop me from winning the Minute Mountain Sword Sect, what she needs to do next is to bribe. Using a useful person is always more useful to her than destroying a person. Wang Taishu frowned slightly. He thought carefully about these words and said, then we only need to wait. Wait for her arrangements, and Minute Mountain Sword Sect's arrangements. Strictly speaking, you and I belong to Minute Mountain Sword Sect, Ding Ning said calmly, but you must first help me find where my senior sect brother went. Wang Taishu nodded. Your letter says that while Bai Shanshui escaped, one of her companions may have entered the Great Floating Water Prison? Ding Ning asked. Wang Taishu could not understand why Ding Ning would deliberately mention this matter. But he still nodded and said, yes. The people of the Astrology Bureau have occasionally gone to Falling Parasol these days. Why? Ding Ning asked. Wang Taishu did not answer. He could hear that Ding Ning was talking to himself. Also, this was not his problem, but Ding Ning's. Chapter 335. Wang Taishu left the courtyard. Ding Ning lay on the soft couch in the bedroom. The feeling of aging inside his body and the exhaustion from using energy to heal his wounds should have made him drowsy. But in this silent room, he did not feel sleepy at all, and grew increasingly restless. This was his problem. He knew that this emotion came from the fact that his revenge had truly started, like an arrow that could not be retracted. This emotion also came from the fact that he was waiting for Zhongsun Qianxue. After cultivating quietly in the alleys of Changling and waiting for his revenge for so many years, Zhongsun Qianxue was used to only cultivating, used to him thinking about other things. He was also used to Zhongsun Qianxue waiting for him in the wine shop in Falling Parasol. Her coldness seemed to be the source of his calmness in these years. With a habit, there would be a weakness. He was restless and could not remain calm. It was easier for him to think of more things. He thought of those people who had died a long time ago, and Shui Wangshu who had just died. In this cold room, Ding Ning felt more and more lonely. Yet the sorrow and anger in his chest burned like wildfire. The sound of cold and familiar footsteps rang out and entered his ears. Who is that person from Minute Mountain Sword Sect outside? Seeing Zhongsun Qianxue push open the door and come in, Ding Ning's gaze stopped on her picturesque face and did not answer immediately. Zhongsun Qianxue was slightly displeased and frowned slightly. Ding Ning took a deep breath and said, Xiao Sharin. I remember mentioning to you that he is a disciple the old sect master of Minute Mountain Sword Sect picked up and brought back to the mountain. He is best at killing. If it was a true battle to the death, of all the people of Minute Mountain Sword Sect, other than Bailey Sushue, I fear even Yangtai Guanjian would die at his hands. Zhongsun Qianxue frowned and thought back for a moment. She said in a cold voice, "Why do I not remember you mentioning Xiao Sharin to me?" Ding Ning felt a chill run down his spine. He realized that there was indeed a big problem with his condition today. He had unintentionally said a very serious wrong thing. But today, Zhongsun Qianxue was slightly irritated. She did not think too much and did not dwell on this problem. Her expression grew colder and she said, "Bai Shanshui came to Falling Parasol to find me that night." Ding Ning's body grew colder. He struggled to lift his head and looked at Zhongsun Qianxue. He said, "Wang Taishu told me that the people of the Astrology Bureau have frequently appeared around Falling Parasol these days. I did not understand the reason before, but now that I think about it, it must be because Bai Shanshui passed by Falling Parasol that night. Other than me, there does not seem to be anyone worthy of Bai Shanshui's attention, so the Astrology Bureau will investigate what connection Bai Shanshui has to us." Zhongsun Qianxue's face grew cold. Yi Xileng will definitely connect this to Fan Zhuo's death. So, she will quickly discover my true identity. Ding Ning was silent for a moment. "You must leave Changling," Zhongsun Qianxue said after a moment of silence. "I will not leave Changling." Ding Ning's face immediately turned red. But because he was too agitated, he opened his mouth but could not speak. He coughed violently. "Leave Changling and then continue to flee?" Zhongsun Qianxue's expression recovered. She said coldly, "I want to gamble." Ding Ning's breathing finally stabilized. He said angrily, "How will you gamble? Everyone wants to see Yi Xileng's true attitude." Zhongsun Qianxue said coldly, "Everyone wants to know if Yi Xileng is one of the Yuanwu Empress people or the one who taught her the sword. And then, if she is one of the Yuanwu Empress people, will you wait to be killed by the army like Bai Shanshui? Not everyone has the same luck as Bai Shanshui. Not everyone has such an expert swordsman to die for her." Ding Ning was so angry that he almost roared. "This is my matter. If you feel there is no hope, you can leave Changling yourself." Zhongsun Qianxue looked coldly at Ding Ning and said with slight disdain, "Haven't you always wanted to know who Yi Xileng's heart belongs to?" Ding Ning could not speak. He knew she could not change what she decided. "This is yours." Zhongsun Qianxue took out a copper-green secret box from her sleeve and handed it to Ding Ning. Ding Ning looked silently at the box containing the human sovereign jade annulus. "You are in such a hurry to return to Changling, but do not want to speak after seeing me?" Zhongsun Qianxue looked at Ding Ning, who was rarely so dispirited. She said coldly, "If you do not want to leave Changling, and want to stay and gamble with me, then at least tell me what to do next." Ding Ning took a deep breath and said slowly, "Since the Astrology Bureau has detected something, if you are not willing to leave Changling, then you can only wait here for the result. Also, help me heal." Zhongsun Qianxue glanced at Ding Ning and did not speak. She motioned for Ding Ning to move to the side. Then she closed the silk curtain and laid down next to Ding Ning. Like many cold female cultivators, she had a serious obsession with cleanliness. Today, Ding Ning's body was not clean. All kinds of ointment seeped through the gauze and stained the bed. But this time, she did not say anything. When she lay down, her tightly pressed lips trembled slightly. Just like usual, she lay on her side with her clothes on. Ding Ning could not see her face. At this time, he was only thinking about his own injuries and cultivation. He had Zhongsun Qianxue wait, but he had to go out and make some preparations. Countless tiny noises resounded within his body. The withered yellow light spot in the pure white jade disc in his hand kept jumping. Waves of hot energy ran furiously through his meridians. The heat caused his meridians to feel as though they were about to burn. Yet each time his meridians felt as though they were about to burn, the cold presence coming out of Zhongsun Qianxue's body would suppress them, and then the two would merge together perfectly. These energies flowed through his body according to the cultivation paths of Minute Mountain Sword Sect. The damaged parts of his body were like dry land receiving rain, and were repaired at a speed ordinary cultivators could not imagine. The first step of his revenge had been from entering Minute Mountain Sword Sect because the vital energy cultivation method of Minute Mountain Sword Sect and the 9 death silkworm he cultivated complemented each other. Adding on the human sovereign jade annulus and Zhongsun Qianxue's dual cultivation, His healing and cultivation speed reached an unprecedented and unimaginable speed. Even he did not know that under the influence of his presence, the last flower remnant soared by his side lit up as though it sensed an old friend. Small and beautiful white flowers bloomed on the blade. Thunder roared in the sky and fell with a muffled rumble. The clear summer sky was instantly driven away by thick rain clouds, and a rainstorm began to pour down before many people had time to prepare for it. Water fell like a curtain under the eaves. Yi Xileng sat barefooted on a low bamboo chair, hugging her knees like an innocent young girl. She looked at the dark sky, at the lightning and thunder inside, and in the direction of Ink Garden. Zhongsun Qianshue's coldness only lingered a few feet around her. Even Xiao Sharon in a carriage outside the gates of Ink Garden could not sense it. Yet she seemed to sense the coldness coming from deep within Ink Garden. Her face was strangely flushed, but her body trembled like she was cold. No one knew what she was truly thinking. In these years, even Chief Inspector Chen, who was closest to her, and the old servant who always followed her, could not understand what she was truly thinking. She was living a glorious and difficult life in Changling. During the torrential rain last year, she had been ordered to come back from overseas. The people of the Jiao Sword Furnace who had never entered Changling had really entered Changling. She felt that the unchanging Changling with its white walls and black tiles had started to undergo an indescribable change. Now, it proved that her premonition was correct. The change had started in the torrential rain last year. What kind of change would occur in this year's torrential rain? The heavy gates of the courtyard in front of her were slowly pushed open from the outside. Yi Xileng suddenly looked up. A bright light appeared in the curtain of rain ahead. The falling raindrops suddenly paused, as though they were going to fly horizontally towards the person who had pushed open the door. Yet at this time, as she frowned, these raindrops seemed to break free of their restraints and fell back to the ground. Someone pushed open the door and entered, closing it behind them. This was a tall woman dressed in blue cloth robes. Her blue robes appeared overly large and stuck to her body wet. But what made her appear the most disheveled was her tangled hair. Her skin was white and glossy, but there was no color to be seen. She looked like an ordinary traveler who had been in the rain for a long time, and did not have any powerful presence. Yet Yi Xileng knew who she was. He knew that the reason she had only attracted his attention when she pushed open the door was not just because he had been distracted, but because the other could merge into one with the rain. Yi Xileng stood up, his expression cold. He sneered. This rain suddenly came down and stopped just like that. Bai Shanshui, do you not want to live, or do you have too much water in your head to come find me here? Chapter 336. The tall woman in the rain was naturally Bai Shanshui. Seeing the cold murderousness in Yi Xileng's eyes, she just passed through the courtyard and walked towards Yi Xileng under the eaves. She said, "What dare or not dare? I cannot even take one blow from you right now. What does it matter if the rain stops?" Yi Xileng looked expressionlessly at Bai Shanshui. Before he spoke, Bai Shanshui said tiredly, "Give me a bowl of noodles, and best if you give me some medicine to replenish energy." Yi Xileng frowned slightly and said, "You think I will help you?" Bai Shanshui had passed through the curtain of rain and walked in front of her. She did not stop and walked under the eaves next to her. She said quietly, "You will help me." Yi Xileng sneered. "I, the bureau chief of the Qin dynasty, will help a great rebel like you?" Bai Shanshui's face was extremely pale. But when she heard her words, she laughed, and a faint blush appeared. "You are not just his disciple, but like Zhongsun Qianshue, you are in love with him." Yi Xileng's eyes suddenly narrowed. He said coldly, "Bai Shanshui, you really think I will not kill you? If I wanted to kill you, I would have done so long ago." Bai Shanshui's unusual blush spread. She looked mockingly at Yi Xileng and said, "It seems that in your mind, he is more important than Yuanwu." Yi Xileng took a deep breath as though he was about to explode. Then he suddenly calmed down. After a moment of silence, he said coldly, "How can Yuanwu compare to him? How can he be more important than him? It seems that I guessed correctly, or rather, I won the bet." Bai Shanshui walked straight towards the room behind Yi Xileng. Her tired face once again flowed with pride and arrogance. Seeing Bai Shanshui walk into the room and start to undress and change into clean clothes, Yi Xileng did not speak and then walked to the kitchen to boil water. Yi Xileng's clothes were a bit tight for Bai Shanshui's figure. Bai Shanshui struggled a few times and found it very uncomfortable. She took off all her clothes and put on a black official robe of the astrology bureau. Fortunately, I am a woman. Yi Xileng finished cooking the noodles and placed them on the table in the room. He looked at Bai Shanshui's long white legs as she walked and said coldly, "Pity that I did not think of myself as a woman before." Bai Shanshui smiled and started to eat the noodles. After just one bite, he praised sincerely, "Bureau Chief Yi is good at using the sword and cooking noodles." Yi Xileng glanced at her and did not speak. Bai Shanshui finished the noodles in a few mouthfuls without any ladylike demeanor. She drank the soup and casually wiped the corners of her mouth with her sleeve. Looking at the torrential rain outside, she said emotionally, "I am probably the first person to eat the noodles that Bureau Chief Yi personally made." Yi Xileng sat down on the chair next to her. He also looked at the torrential rain outside and said, "The second." Bai Shanshui stilled slightly. She immediately understood who Yi Xileng was speaking of and fell into a daze. Where there is life, there is hope. Previously, you sang and fought in the streets of Changling and appeared arrogant. But in all these years, you have only been arrogant once. Other people do not know, but I know you can endure it. Yi Xileng did not look at her and said slowly, "With your personality, since you escaped, even if you want to enter the city again, you will not gamble so viciously and put your life in my hands." "Why?" Before Bai Shanshui could answer, Yi Xileng slowly turned his head and looked at her. He said, "Because of the man in Shen Xian's hands." Bai Shanshui nodded and did not deny it. She said, "Love is the hardest to name. At least, I owe him." Yi Xileng was silent for a moment and said, "Not from Cloudwater Palace?" Bai Shanshui shook her head. Yi Xileng nodded. "That is even rarer." Bai Shanshui smiled and looked at her. She said, "Tell me about you and him." Yi Xileng bowed her head slightly. After a moment of silence, she said, "When I first met him, I had not started to cultivate. I was just an ignorant child." "Tchem." Bai Shanshui tidied her hair and started to listen to her story quietly. "The first time I met him, he was competing with Dongfang Su by the Wei River. With one blow, he defeated the most famous young swordsman of Changling, Dongfang Su. I felt he was very impressive and dashing. I started to want to cultivate and get close to him. My father was an ordinary merchant, and my mother was a concubine. Hearing that I wanted to learn the sword, my father beat me half to death. So I left home and went directly to find him. I went to his camp. Seeing me as thin as a stick, the soldiers guarding the camp all laughed at me. But when he saw me, he did not laugh at me, and really taught me the sword." Listening to Yi Xileng's quiet narration, Bai Shanshui started to think of many things in the past. She thought of that person's presence back then. She could not help but think that if she was in Changling, she would also admire that person beyond redemption. But hearing this, Yi Xileng had not been born for a long time. She could not help but take a sip of tea and ask, "Then?" Then there was no then. Yi Xileng glanced at her and said coolly, "Yuan Wu and Zheng Xiu worked together to start a mutiny in Changling. Other than a few experts, all of the Basin Kendo ground were trapped in Changling. In the end, he died in Changling. While he taught me the sword back then, I was only Realm 6. What was the use?" Bai Shanshui thought of the bloody storm in Changling that year, and the bloodbath in the next 3 years. She was silent for a long time and said, "He trusted Yuan Wu and Zhang Xiu too much. Yuan Wu could conquer the world, but not people's hearts. So how could he compare to him? As to what happened between him and me, it was so ordinary. There was no private relationship like you imagine. Back then, there were many women who admired him. He was so devoted, how could he fall in love with someone else?" Yi Xileng gathered his hair and looked at the distant black tiles. He said, "You just misjudged the person, you cannot blame others." Bai Shanshui was silent for a long time and said, "True stories are usually ordinary but cruel." Yi Xileng turned to look at her and said, "What do you want to do next?" Bai Shanshui said, Only your place will not be searched by the Astrology Bureau and Divinity Bureau. I want to stay here. I know you went to Falling Parasol that night, so you can be more honest. Yi Xileng glanced at her with a calm expression, but the light in his eyes was unusually sharp. Bai Shanshui stilled and frowned. That is eldest Miss Gong's son. She took a deep breath, looked up at Yi Xileng and said, the one with Ding Ning is not Zhongsun Qianxue, but the eldest miss of the Gongsun family. Yi Xileng's body suddenly froze. The blood drained from his face and his hands unconsciously trembled. You should not have done this. Consort Zhao said slowly and with a hint of coldness. In front of her was Li Lingjun, whose face was unusually pale and whose hands were trembling like Yi Xileng's. She and Li Lingjun were standing in the grandest room of the Chu Palace. The ground around them was covered in the pieces of cultivator corpses, and the hanging curtains were covered in blood and flesh. Dozens of internal attendants were silently cleaning. She looked at the curved orange longsword stabbed into the ground next to Li Lingjun and said, I do not understand what grievances you have with that youth from the wine shop in Changling. I only know that he is far from you. I only know that if you had not insisted on using so much power to assassinate him, these people would not have been so angry at you. Maybe this assassination would not have happened, and General Jin would not have died here. Li Lingjuan's lips trembled and slowly opened. Do not use the excuse of intuition and fate on me. This is only related to emotions and mood. Consort Zhao did not wait for him to speak and said, I only hope that you understand that there are many people who do not approve of you and me. The decision you make must be for the Chu, and not for your personal feelings. Otherwise, not just you, but even I may be killed. I know, Li Lingjun said after a moment of bowing his head. In reality, he could not understand why he had to kill Ding Ning. This was like an obsession that could not be explained by common sense. It was like a poisonous snake in his heart. While it was always in the corner, it always made him feel uneasy and inexplicably threatened. Consort Zhao did not say anything else. The bloody scene was quickly cleaned up, and it was as clean as before. Incense was burned, and even the smell quickly became incomparably fragrant. Consort Zhao walked towards Li Lingjun. Her clothing slowly slid down, revealing her perfect body. Her hand landed on Li Lingjuan's cold chest, and quickly caused his chest to burn. Her movements were seductive, but her eyes were clear. Both she and Li Lingjun did not have such desires physically, but this seemed to be a sacred ritual that could connect her and Li Lingjun together, and always be on the same side. Chapter 337. If I lose the bet, and Yi Xileng is from Yuanwu, can we escape Changling like Bai Shanshui? No. Because your true identity is known, and I won the Minute Mountain Sword trials, Zheng Xiu will make the connection. We added together are more important to her than the entire Lonely Mountain Sword horde. You and Xiao Sharon encountered an assassination attempt by 2 Nanyu cultivators on your way here? Not 2 Nanyu cultivators, but 1 Nanyu cultivator and 1 Yelong cultivator. For Wang Taishu to find out about this, it can only mean that the officials who went to investigate were not discerning enough, Yi Futian said. It was Zheng Xiu? She would not be so lowly. She is just borrowing a sword to kill people. Borrowing a sword to kill people is what she is best at. But this time, she is not borrowing someone else's sword to kill me, but Minute Mountain Sword Sect's sword to kill those 2 cultivators. Who wants to kill you? A Grandmaster who can mobilize Nanyu and Yelong. Other than that Chu person who came to Falling Parasol, I fear there is no one else. Li Lingjun? In Ink Garden, Ding Ning and Zhongsun Qianxue would have some conversations every day. Their conversations were the same as in Falling Parasol, usually short, but they were all matters of life and death. However, the 2 of them became calmer and calmer. After a storm, Changling was unusually peaceful. The sky was clear, and coolness seeped into the rooms. It was a rare cool summer day. In the morning, Ding Ning ate pickled vegetables and intestines noodles. He took out a small copper shovel from the side room where the servants of Ink Garden had placed their miscellaneous items. He carried it into the garden and started to slowly turn the soil and move some of the flowers and plants. You know how to set up formations according to the situation? Zhongsun Qianxue hung several pieces of washed clothing on the line. When a beautiful woman like her did such an ordinary thing, it always gave people a strange feeling, as though such a scene should not happen. Ding Ning paused and looked at her. He said, "Cultivators are improving and changing. They cannot look down on other methods. I fear that it was not just the sword that killed him back then, but many other methods that he looked down on," Zhongsun Qianxue said coldly, looking down. Ding Ning was silent for a moment and nodded. No wonder he always dreamed of obtaining the cultivation method of Minute Mountain Sword Sect. Other people may not be able to walk after 3 months of such injuries, but you recovered to such a degree in just a few days. Zhongsun Qianxue glanced at Ding Ning and said, "Looking at you, I know what the result would be when his cultivation method and Minute Mountain Sword Sect's method met. If he had not been so proud back then and did not want to use petty methods to obtain the method, and Bailey Sushue was so petty that even Minute Mountain Sword Sect did not open its gates to him, if he had obtained the method of Minute Mountain Sword Sect back then, the result might have been different." Ding Ning looked down at the copper shovel in his hand and said, "There are not so many IFS." Zhongsun Qianxue turned and walked towards the small courtyard they lived in. Did Bailey Sushue really not want to have any interaction with him back then because he was criticized by him and said that some sword moves were not good? Ding Ning paused and said, "I do not know." Zhongsun Qianxue did not speak again. The conversation ended as they were used to. Ding Ning lowered his head and continued to dig. He made some trenches and moved some stones and wood. The countless little silkworms in his body spat out vital energy that formed a unique cycle. The energies in his body flowed according to the vital energy circulation method of Minute Mountain Sword Sect. If any cultivator could sense the details in his body right now, even if they disregarded the 9-death silkworm method, they would be absolutely shocked. Because this was 2 methods of cultivation at the same time. In just a few days, he had perfectly fused the 2 cultivation methods together, almost creating a new cultivation method. The strength of his vital energy was increasing at an incomprehensible rate to all cultivators. This was likely a cultivation speed that even the Yu Emperor had not reached back then. Ding Ning was certain that if he could continue to cultivate peacefully in Changling, he would become the youngest Realm 7 cultivator in all of history. Yet as Zhongsun Qianxue entered Yi Xileng's sight, even the fastest cultivation speed could not compare to Yi Xileng's attitude. No army quickly appeared around Ink Garden, but this did not mean that her intentions were clear. Maybe it meant a larger and stronger net. The hot summer wind blew away the dampness and coolness in the alleys. As time passed, Changling, after the Deer Mountain Conference and the Minute Mountain Sword Trials, seemed to grow calmer. Many days after Ding Ning started to dig and move stones and wood in the courtyard, a carved carriage slowly drove to the front gates of Ink Garden. Behind this carriage was an ordinary carriage. An exquisite palace boot stepped out of the carriage ahead. Palace attendant Rong, with a calm expression, landed on the slightly hot stone ground in front of Ink Garden. Amidst the chirping of the cicadas, she slowly bowed to the Minute Mountain Sword Sect carriage that had stopped outside Ink Garden for a long time. She said, "I have come on orders to see Ding Ning." There was no movement from the carriage. But this palace attendant Rong knew this did not mean that the cultivator who was more skilled at killing than Yangtai Guanjian was not there. It only meant that he had not refused. Palace attendant Rong bowed again without changing her expression and then started to enter the garden. 2 attendants walked out of the carriage behind her, each holding multiple brocade boxes as they nervously followed. Wang Taishu had arranged for people to enter Ink Garden. Before palace attendant Rong truly entered the garden, Ding Ning, who had received a report from the gatekeeper, had washed his hands and was waiting for palace attendant Rong at the gates of the garden. Looking at palace attendant Rong who was coming closer, Ding Ning's expression was calm and he did not make a sound. Palace attendant Rong looked at Ding Ning who was standing on the steps from afar. She walked close to him and then bowed. She said, "Her Majesty has sent down an imperial decree. Because the students of White Goat Cave have performed too well, the Green Vine Sword Academy will change its name to White Goat Cave. Your sect Uncle Li Daoji will be in charge of all matters. Shui has taught so many talents for the Qin dynasty. He will be buried in the tomb as a state scholar. Her Highness remembered your injuries and specially ordered me to send you some healing and nourishing items. Ding Ning looked at her and did not react. Seeing her not speak, he asked calmly, "Finished?" Palace attendant Rong frowned slightly and said with slight hesitation, "You are a smart person, so there is no need to say more." Ding Ning nodded. His gaze passed her and landed on the brocade boxes in the hands of the two attendants behind her. "Those are for me." Palace attendant Rong looked at him and said, "Yes." Ding Ning did not even look at her. He walked past her and took the brocade boxes from the two attendants. Then he continued to walk towards the gates of Ink Garden. Palace attendant Rong frowned deeply. The two pretty attendants paled as they looked at Ding Ning. They did not know what Ding Ning wanted to do. Ding Ning calmly walked out of the gates of Ink Garden. Not far from the gates, there was a stream. It was very clear, but because many of the neighbors from Falling Parasol lived around Ink Garden, the water was slightly dirty. Looking at the dirty water with floating vegetable leaves and bubbles, Ding Ning opened all the brocade boxes. Without even looking at the contents, he flipped them over and poured everything into the dirty water. Two uncontrollable gasps sounded behind him. The two attendants paled. They had never thought that Ding Ning would do such a thing. Palace attendant Rong had followed Ding Ning out the door and was just a dozen feet away from Ding Ning. She frowned slightly and said in a cold voice, "This is equivalent to the taxes of a capital city for many years." Ding Ning calmly turned around and looked at her. He said, "So what?" Palace attendant Rong said slowly, "Even if it is compensation, do you feel it is not enough?" Ding Ning looked at her gentle face and apologetic gaze and smiled. "He's already dead. Can you still make it up to me? If there is compensation." He did not look at Palace attendant Rong and walked back to the gates of Ink Garden. "Unless you can have the old man come back to life and see me win. I did what I promised him, but he will not see it. What is the meaning in compensation? Sect Uncle Li Daoji will not return, even if he is in charge of the funeral. After he hears of what I have done today, he will respect my attitude." Ding Ning's footsteps stopped in front of the threshold. He turned slightly and looked at Palace attendant Rong. He said seriously, "Also, you should remember what I said to you before Minute Mountain Sword Sect." After saying this, Ding Ning passed through the gates and walked into the inner compound without looking at her again. Palace attendant Rong did not look back at Ding Ning. She was still not very angry, and only felt that Ding Ning was very stupid. But she could not help but recall what Ding Ning had said to her before the Minute Mountain Sword trials. "After the Minute Mountain Sword trials, I will challenge you. I will kill you." She thought of Ding Ning's words, and then a coldness she had not felt for many years started to flow through her body. Chapter 338. Celestial Phenomenon Body, Candle Dragon Pill, Fire Turtle Gallbladder. Even I have not smelled these things for many years. Do you not feel it is a waste to throw them all away? Seeing Ding Ning walk back into the garden and pick up the small copper shovel, Zhongsun Qianxue sneered and said, "Those things can at least increase your cultivation greatly." Ding Ning glanced at her and said, "I do not lack that bit of time." Zhongsun Qianxue was silent for a moment and said, "At least, she does not know our identities right now. Otherwise, she would not have sent people to deliver these things to you. You do not fear angering her by doing this." Ding Ning said, "In reality, she does not like to obey." Zhongsun Qianxue was inexplicably angry, her expression cold. Is she a masochist? Ding Ning wanted to answer her, but his gaze happened to land on a piece of soil that the copper shovel had just turned over. There were two bright red earthworms on the soil. He stilled and said, "I forgot something." Zhongsun Qianxue frowned, but her attention was successfully attracted. "What is it?" Ding Ning put down the copper shovel and walked out. He said, "I forgot something was on the carriage." The carriage looked ordinary and had been parked outside Ink Garden for a long time. There was even a thin layer of dust on the carriage. Yet, other than the ordinary people in the streets who were isolated from the world of cultivators, many cultivators in Changling knew that the carriage represented Minute Mountain Sword Sect. "Your mind has been in chaos recently." When Ding Ning walked out of Ink Garden and approached the carriage, A voice reached his ears from the shade of a tree on the side of the carriage. Sect Uncle Shao. Ding Ning bowed to Shao Sharin, who was not in the carriage but sitting on a bamboo mat next to the tree. At the Minute Mountain Sword Trials, almost all the cultivators of Minute Mountain Sword Sect saw your performance. Shao Sharin raised his head slightly to look at Ding Ning and said, "Your mind is meticulous and calm. Even we feel we are not as good as you. But you only remembered to come back to the carriage to get something now. You are very different. The first of the Minute Mountain Sword Trials is just an empty name. If you are troubled by an empty name, then your name will become an empty name in the future." Shao Sharin usually spoke very little, and people might even suspect that he was mute. Hearing his words, Ding Ning understood what he meant. But Ding Ning also knew that the matter that confused him was completely different from what Shao Sharin thought. So he bowed deeply to Shao Sharin again and said, "Thank you for your reminder, Martial Uncle Shao." Then, he lifted the curtain of the carriage and walked in. In the corner of the carriage, there was a small open wooden box. The black ice worm that Qing Yaoyin had given him was curled up in the wooden box. This black ice worm had curled up into a ball out of extreme fear of Ding Ning's presence. Previously, it had felt a sense of security because Ding Ning was still in the carriage and it had sensed a familiar presence. When Ding Ning left the carriage, he left it here and did not take it with him. It was terrified to the extreme. It had never encountered the hot presence of Changling before. It wondered how there could be such a terrifying place in the world. At this moment, when Ding Ning lifted the curtain again and sensed Ding Ning's presence, the black ice worm's body suddenly stiffened. Its curled-up body that was as stiff as iron suddenly began to move. It began to tremble uncontrollably. If it had tear ducts, it would definitely be bawling loudly. Its tears would definitely fall like rain. Seeing the black ice worm tremble, Ding Ning felt slightly embarrassed. He picked up the wooden box and said sincerely, "Apologies." Hearing Ding Ning's voice, the black ice worm was even more excited and almost jumped into Ding Ning's arms. Zhongsun Qianxue was still waiting for Ding Ning in the inner garden. Seeing Ding Ning walk in front of her, she looked at the ugly appearance of the black ice worm in the box and frowned deeply again. "What is this?" "Something that Qing Yaoyin raised. He gave it to me." Ding Ning looked up at Zhongsun Qianxue and said this. The black ice worm in the wooden box stopped trembling. The air around it was still hot, but it could clearly sense the astounding presence of black ice inside Zhongsun Qianxue's body. Just this feeling made it feel as though it had entered a world filled with black ice and it felt comfortable. Ever since it had woken up from its daze and gained a thread of intelligence, it had sensed the presence of black ice in the world. When the first thread of primal energies of the universe had entered its body, a world filled with black ice appeared in its mind. It suddenly felt that this should be the world at the end of its cultivation. Yet, such a world appeared clearly in front of it. As it was shocked to the point of forgetting its terror, it could not help but think, was she one of them, their king? It naturally could not speak, but Zhongsun Qianxue was not an ordinary cultivator. She could sense what it felt from some of the changes in its presence. Interesting. She looked at the ugly long worm that raised its head slightly, as if it was looking up at the legendary world. Her frown slowly loosened as she said this. Her personality had always been cold, and she was usually too lazy to interact with people. She rarely praised others. While she said it was interesting, it was a rare praise. As to beauty and ugliness, she did not have any concept. To her, some people were very beautiful, but they were very ugly. Some people were very ugly, but they were not ugly in her eyes. The black ice worm also keenly sensed her feelings. It was so excited that its body trembled again. Its slightly raised head lowered, expressing its respect and submission. Zhongsun Qianxue looked at it and did not say anything. A thin thread of extremely condensed black ice energy came out of her fingertip and fell into the mouth of the black ice worm. The black ice worm devoutly and greedily opened its mouth and inhaled all of the black ice energy. It was like a calm pond had fallen into a waterfall larger than the pond. The entire pond started to boil. Its entire body began to tremble violently, and its crimson skin began to emit a cracking sound. His pores, which were usually invisible, opened up, but there was no airflow rushing out. A white frost spot instantly formed on its forehead, like a birthmark. Sensing the change in the black ice worm, and the energy in its body merging and strengthening, Ding Ning looked emotionally at Zhongsun Qianxue and said, "Just as I imagined. What will it become in the end?" Zhongsun Qianxue looked at the deep red worm and asked. This was an incomprehensible cultivation process for her. Even her Realm 7 body could not completely withstand the energy of the sword in her body, but this long worm's body could perfectly absorb it. "I do not know." Ding Ning shook his head and said, "But I am certain it is much more powerful than the Jiyu worms of the Nanyu cultivators." Zhongsun Qianxue took the box containing the black ice worm from Ding Ning's hands and walked towards the deepest yard. She said without looking back, "But that will also take time." Ding Ning did not say anything. He walked in front of the copper shovel stuck into the ground and continued to dig. His mind had calmed greatly. He knew Zheng Xiu better than anyone else. If Zheng Xiu started to suspect Zhongsun Qianxue and his true identity, then Palace Attendant Rome would not have come with those precious rewards. "Are you really not from Yuanwu? What happened to you that night? Why did you not appear?" He bowed his head, and thought of the female bureau chief who liked to wear white dresses, and smiled in self-mockery. He and Zhongsun Qianxue seemed to be waiting for judgment in Ink Garden. But in Changling, who was not waiting for judgment? Not long after Palace Attendant Rong left, Ding Ning went out to the carriage and brought back the black ice worm he had forgotten for a long time. Not long after, Xiao Sharin, sitting on the mat under the tree, raised his head slightly. A youth appeared on the other side of the street. Xiao Sharin only glanced at the youth and then lowered his head again, ignoring him. The youth was dressed in black robes, his complexion and skin sallow. He looked like he had been seriously ill, but also like there was no illness that could cause a person's skin to be like this. He arrived at Ink Garden but did not enter. He started to silently do his work, sprinkling water and sweeping the ground to wash away some of the filth outside Ink Garden. Such puzzling actions quickly attracted the attention of the people inside and outside the garden. When this youth swept half of the street outside Ink Garden, Ding Ning passed through the noodle shop, came out of the door, and saw the youth. "Yi Zhengnan?" Ding Ning stilled. The black-robed youth put down the things in his hands and bowed seriously to him. Ding Ning returned the bow. He looked with a frown at this death warrior who had wanted to give him medicine at the Minute Mountain Sword trials but had been refused. He said, "You are?" Yi Zhengnan looked at him and said, "I have paid back what I owe others. Now I owe you." Ding Ning shook his head. "You do not owe me." Yi Zhengnan said, "I owe you a life." Ding Ning looked helplessly at him and said, "I do not need you to pay it back." Yi Zhengnan did not say anything else and continued to sweep. Ding Ning grimaced. "I do not like to be too clean." Yi Zhengnan put down the things in his hands and then started to carry water for each shop on the street. "I have no place to eat. If you feel embarrassed, just treat me to 3 meals a day." Before Ding Ning could speak, he said respectfully and seriously to Ding Ning. Chapter 339. Ding Ning looked at this stubborn youth and thought of many old friends. He was silent for a moment and said, "People like you can eat anywhere. Why come to me? No one will refuse a death warrior as a retainer, but you keep on refusing." Yi Zhengnan looked down at the ground under Ding Ning's feet and said, "It was the same during the Minute Mountain Sword trials. You respected my life, so I respect your life. Anyone who wants to kill you will have to step over my dead body." Ding Ning opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Yi Zhengnan continued, "You do not have to refuse me. No matter how you refuse, I will not leave because this is my own choice. Also, I admire you." After a pause, Yi Zhengnan looked up at Ding Ning and said, "I admire you, Zhongyi and the others. Compared to you, my life seems blank and meaningless. I want to become someone like you." Ding Ning shook his head and said, "Actually, there is no meaning." Yi Zhengnan said, "But at least I am happy." Ding Ning looked at his waxen face and eyes that were brighter than before. He could not say anything. He knew he could not change Yi Zhengnan's decision, just like he could not change the decision of the previous master of the last flower sword. Because the rarest thing in life was happiness. Looking at the silent Ding Ning, Yi Jiangnan bowed slightly and picked up the broom to start sweeping again. Actually, I envy you. In Yi Xileng's courtyard, Yi Xileng looked at the medicine jar in front of him and said coolly, "At least you are happy in your actions." Sitting on a soft couch not far from her, Bai Shanshui smiled slightly and also looked at the warm medicine jar. She did not immediately respond and said, "I had not expected Bureau Chief Yi to be a pharmacist." Yi Xileng said in a self-deprecating manner, "A prolonged illness becomes a doctor." Bai Shanshui glanced at her with complicated emotions. "Actually, I should envy you. The cultivators in the world only see great rebels like me, laughing in the mountains and forests, taking revenge as they please. But they do not think that you just have many things to worry about, so you cannot be like me. I have just cultivated my sword, and have nothing to worry about. The mountains and rivers were destroyed, and the sects were annihilated. Not to mention those close friends and family, even those old friends who had some interactions and could be considered to be congenial had all been wiped out. Every time the sun sets, it is really like the shadow of a shadow hanging by a thread. It is inevitable that the state of mind is desolate." The medicinal soup was already slightly boiling, but it would still take a lot of time for several bowls of water to boil into a single bowl. Yi Xileng listened to Bai Shanshui's words and thought back to the events of the past decade or so. He suddenly felt like he had been dreaming. It was as if those people dressed in fine clothes and riding horses, holding swords and laughing arrogantly were still in front of him. Why had so many things happened? Why had it been so long? Bai Shanshui originally did not want to speak. But at this time, she suddenly sensed something. She frowned slightly and said, "Strange." With a light breeze, she stood up from the couch and walked towards the door. Yi Xileng glanced at the medicine pot and then followed her. He said gravely, "What?" Bai Shanshui did not immediately answer him. Her gaze landed on the side of the wall. There was an open ditch on the side of the wall. The rainwater falling from the eaves would gather in this ditch. Then this ditch would pass through the wall and gather in the larger ditches on the two sides of the streets of Changling. Washing rice, washing clothes, washing carriages, and drinking horses all used the water in these ditches. Because of the heavy rain a few days ago, the water in these ditches was very full, almost level with the ground and the roads, and appeared filthier than usual. There is medicinal energy. Bai Shanshui said these three words. Yi Xileng did not misunderstand. When Bai Shanshui spoke, a gentle presence came out of Bai Shanshui's body. Faint mist started to rise from the ditch flowing through Yi Xileng's courtyard. The mist was like a scarf made from the softest threads that slowly floated in front of Bai Shanshui. Tiny droplets of water kept falling down and landing on Bai Shanshui's palm. They swirled around like dew on a blade of grass and then disappeared without a trace. Yi Xileng started to smell the medicinal energy in the glowing water droplets. Her brow furrowed deeply. The smell of the medicinal energy was very chaotic. It gathered many spirit medicines that even she could not obtain. These medicines can only come from the palace. She turned her head and said to Bai Shanshui. Bai Shanshui nodded. Many spirit medicines that were precious to the cultivators of the world had fallen into the dirty water of Changling's streets. Such a thing was hard to understand, and likely could only occur in Changling. But just like how Changling had a woman like Yi Xileng, these spirit medicines that had inexplicably melted in the dirty water were a heaven-sent opportunity for her. The mist floated lightly, and became transparent under the sunlight. The glowing water droplets continued to appear in Bai Shanshui's palm. Yi Xileng looked at this scene and said, "Cloud Water Palace's water manipulation is the best in the world." Bai Shanshui's face shone with a strange light. She turned to look at Yi Xileng and said, "Cloud Water Palace's water manipulation is the best in the world, but its killing intent is not as good as Bureau Chief Yi's One Sky Water." Yi Xileng looked into her eyes and said, "Maybe we can learn from each other?" Bai Shanshui laughed. "This originally existed in my imagination, but I always felt it was impossible." In the next breath, Bai Shanshui's smile faded. She nodded seriously and said, "I wish for it. Maybe we can comprehend some other things together, like the lonely mountain sword horde." After Yi Zhengnan finished sweeping the streets around Ink Garden, he helped the neighbors with chores, repairing houses, carrying water and chopping wood. The people of Falling Parasol were simple to begin with. Seeing Yi Zhengnan so capable, and hearing that Yi Zhengnan had no home to return to, without Ding Ning's arrangements, the neighbors arranged a room for Yi Zhengnan, and he had no worries about his meals. When he picked up the crude bowl the neighbors were most used to using in Falling Parasol and started to eat dinner, he saw a figure that looked lonely, not proud, but wild and hard to tame walk towards him. He put down the bowl and looked at the figure that came closer. He looked at the other's clearly thick clothing on a summer day. He looked up slightly and said softly, "I know you, you are Li Shixing." The youth who slowly walked in front of him under the setting sun was Li Shixing. "I am Li Shixing." He walked to Yi Zhengnan's side and sat down on the steps next to Yi Zhengnan. Not good at conversing with people, he sank into silence. Yi Zhengnan looked curiously at him. "You came to find Ding Ning?" "I originally wanted to tell him I am leaving." Li Shixing glanced at the depths of Ink Garden and said. "You came to bid farewell?" Yi Zhengnan was shocked. "You are in the top 10 of the Minute Mountain Sword trials, and have entered Minute Mountain Sword sect to cultivate. Why are you leaving?" Li Shixing did not immediately respond. Yi Zhengnan reacted but still said in puzzlement, "You are now a disciple of Minute Mountain Sword sect. Even if the family is dissatisfied with what you did in the Minute Mountain Sword trials, they should not take their anger out on you. With Minute Mountain Sword sect's way of doing things, they will definitely protect you." "Of course I am not afraid." Li Shixing shook his head and said, "But no matter how I disobey my father's orders, my father is still my father. I do not fear what others do to me, but I must consider what others do to my father." Yi Zhengnan was stunned. He started to understand Li Shixing's meaning. "You want to take responsibility for this? Then where are you going?" He could not help but ask Li Shixing after a moment of shock. "I will return to outside the pass. Since they do not like me staying in Changling and want to exile me outside the pass, then I will return." Li Shixing stood up and said to Yi Zhengnan, "I originally wanted to bid farewell to him in person, but now that I am here, I think there is no meaning. You can tell him when the time comes." "Wait." Looking at Li Shixing's back as he walked back the way he came, Yi Zhengnan took a deep breath and said, "You think of him as a friend, he naturally thinks of you as a friend." Li Shixing nodded and did not say anything else. His figure lengthened under the setting sun and disappeared from Yi Zhengnan's sight. A middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance and attire watched Li Shixing leave from the gates of Ink Garden. Even Yi Zhengnan had not noticed when he had arrived, and had not even noticed his existence up until now. This middle-aged man who looked so ordinary that people would forget him nodded in greeting to Xiao Sharin, who was still sitting on the mat under the tree. Then he passed through the gates and walked towards the inner courtyard of Ink Garden. Ding Ning walked out of the innermost courtyard and bowed to this seemingly ordinary man. "Sect Uncle Gang Ren." Chapter 340. Gang Ren returned the greeting and then looked at Ding Ning. He said, "Li Shixing just came. He originally wanted to bid farewell to you, but he has left." Ding Ning was silent for a moment and said, "He is a friend worth treasuring." After a pause, he asked, "Where did he go?" Gang Ren said simply, "Outside the pass." "All right." Ding Ning thought for a moment and then looked up at Gang Ren. He said, "Sect Uncle Gang Ren, have you thought of a way for me to help Minute Mountain Sword sect?" Gang Ren looked at Ding Ning and did not immediately answer. He said, "Your eldest sect brother Zhong Yi is heading to the Yang dynasty." Ding Ning frowned. This does not seem to be her arrangement. Gang Ren nodded and said, "Yi Xiao met with Zhong Yi after he left Minute Mountain Sword sect. Yi Xiao is one of the leaders of Changling's old nobility, so this should be their arrangement." Ding Ning thought for a moment and then asked, "So what Minute Mountain Sword sect wants me to do is related to the Yang?" Gang Ren looked at him and did not answer directly. He said, "You and Wang Taishu have an extraordinary relationship. We want to borrow Wang Taishu's power." Ding Ning looked at Gang Ren and said seriously, "What do you want Wang Taishu to do?" Gang Ren said, "We want him to go to the Yang, so that he will no longer be a gangster in Changling, but the leader of the Yang capital. After saying this, he felt that Ding Ning would be shocked. It was very unlikely for a gangster who had established himself in Changling to cross mountains and rivers to rule in an unfamiliar capital, much less the capital of an enemy dynasty. But to his surprise, Ding Ning's expression was calm from beginning to end. "Why do we need to do this?" Ding Ning asked calmly. "Why does Minute Mountain Sword Sect have such an idea?" Geng Ren slowly said, "The Yuanwu Emperor flattened the Deer Mountain Conference with one blow and suppressed the three dynasties. But looking at the overall situation of the Deer Mountain Conference, we still have many doubts. Chu and Qi had done their best, but Yang's Celestial Seal Sect was not limited to this. Ordinary cultivators may think that Celestial Seal Sect is slightly weaker than Minute Mountain Sword Sect and Lingshu Sword Gate, but we know this is not the case." Ding Ning listened attentively and unconsciously frowned. "So you think that Zheng Xiu might have other arrangements in Yang?" Geng Ren nodded and said in a calm tone, "In the Qin dynasty, there is no power that can stop Minute Mountain Sword Sect from gaining a foothold. But if the Empress has a powerful hidden pawn, the result will be different. I will persuade Wang Taishu to go to the Yang's Shangju," Ding Ning said. "He will listen to my suggestion." Hearing Ding Ning's direct and certain answer, Geng Ren was not used to it and stilled slightly. Ding Ning continued. "In the conflict with that general last year, most of his brothers died. While he reached his present position because Xue showed Realm 7, Changling's waters are too clear and not suitable for people like them to survive. I also heard that the Yang's Shangju is more chaotic than the Chu. The more chaotic, the easier it is to gain a foothold." Geng Ren nodded and said, "The Yang Emperor saw the strong foundation of the Qin dynasty and wanted to learn from the Qin reform. But he did not have the people of the Qin dynasty who could suppress a group of serpents. So the present Shangju is more chaotic than Changling during the reform." After a pause, he looked at Ding Ning and said, "We are not skilled in the ways and rules of the marketplace. You have a close friend like Wang Taishu, and it is suitable for you to go to Shangju. Minute Mountain Sword Sect cannot interfere in a matter like this on the surface. So all the Minute Mountain Sword Sect cultivators in Zheng Xiu's site will not go to the Yang. But this does not mean that Minute Mountain Sword Sect does not have swords to go to the Yang. I understand this." Ding Ning glanced at him and said, "Everyone will have a few swords hidden." Geng Ren's eyes flashed with a rare light. This was true fondness and praise for Ding Ning, and joy that the matter could be completed. "If Wang Taishu leaves for the Yang, you can enter the Sword Tower to study the heaven-replenishing divine art. Other people are leaving their homes, but you are learning the supreme method of Minute Mountain Sword Sect. Your business is really good." When Geng Ren left, Zhongsun Qianshue's cool voice sounded behind Ding Ning. "While the Yang and Changling are far, if Zheng Xiu's hand has reached here, it will not be so simple. Do not say you do not know the danger. While it is dangerous, for our situation, this is his best path of retreat." Ding Ning turned to look at her exquisite face and said, "You should understand this. Some things, once the first step is started, cannot be stopped." Looking at Zhongsun Qianshue who was silent, Ding Ning said, "Theoretically, if you win the bet, and Yi Xileng guesses who you are, she will quickly come to see you. The more she does not appear, the more unusual and dangerous it is. Those who can leave without being caught up in this should leave." Zhongsun Qianshue looked at him, and a scornful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She wanted to mock him coldly, but for some reason, she did not want to say anything today. She turned around and took a deep breath. Her gaze landed on a corner of the wall. There was a bunch of dark-colored flowers with an ordinary yellow butterfly resting on top of it. The yellow butterfly gently flapped its wings. There was no sound of wind, but in her mind, a great storm formed. The medicine was poured into the ditch by Ding Ning, that wine shop youth who won the Minute Mountain Sword trials. Zheng Xiu sent palace attendant Rong to see him. He poured all the spirit medicines she brought into the ditch in front of Ink Garden. Yi Xileng held a small scroll between his fingers and described the contents to Bai Shanshui. Then a strange expression appeared on his face. "During the storm last year, I came back to see the seventh disciple of the Jiao Sword Furnace, Jiao Zhon. Starting from then, Changling, which had been peaceful for a long time, seemed to be in constant turmoil. I remember that I saw this wine shop youth once that day. The paper scroll became inexplicably moist in her hand, and then it slowly became soft as if it had been soaked in water for a long time. In the end, it turned into pulp and dripped down between her fingers. She looked at Bai Shanshui with a strange expression and smiled inexplicably. Now that I think about it, the origin of all of this commotion seems to have come from the day I saw this wine shop youth. Bai Shanshui did not speak. Looking at her strange smile, she knew she did not need to explain. She was close to the truth. Because of that person, her country was destroyed and her family was lost. Because of that person's disciple, Zhongsun Qianxue, caused her senior sect brother, Fan Zhuo, to die. Because of that person's disciple, she met Li Yunrui. Even though she was seriously injured, because that person's disciple poured many spirit medicines into the ditch, and she and Yi Xileng studied each other's techniques, she gained many benefits. Even the hidden injuries that had not healed for a long time could be healed, and her cultivation could advance greatly. In this life, she seemed to have fallen into this fate. Your Changling's buildings and roads are so square. Are your Qin tombs also square? Bai Shanshui smiled inexplicably and asked Yi Xileng. Yi Xileng looked at her smile, and then at the distant eaves of Changling. She laughed again. You mean that all of Changling is like a tomb? Such a large tomb. I do not know how many heroes were buried here. Those people who were invincible for a time turned to withered earth in the end. Bai Shanshui laughed without any ladylike demeanor. She created something out of nothing in front of her, and once again created many glowing water droplets. But this time, the water droplets flashed with countless sword lights, as though they were hiding even smaller transparent swords. A light flashed through Yi Xileng's eyes. She said sincerely, Bai Shanshui, your sword cultivation is very strong. Bai Shanshui glanced at her and said sincerely, my strongest skill is still luck. Yi Xileng looked down at her hands. Originally, she could not have been slower than Bai Shanshui in comprehending sword moves and cultivation methods. She had become a cultivator later than many people in Changling, but she had reached Realm 7 faster than most people. But ever since Bai Shanshui came, and guessed that the woman in the wine shop who was so beautiful that even Li Lingjun was moved was Zhongsun Qianxue who had a great relationship with that person, she was not as calm as she appeared. Especially when she was certain that person's heir might appear, her emotions fluctuated even more. At this time, her hands were no longer trembling, but the energy around her palms rippled like water. She had thought that she had experienced countless storms, and could even endure the bloody storms of the years before Yuanwu's ascension without batting an eyelid. But when the result came after many years of waiting, she found that she could not calm down. She was very urgent. How long will it take for you to recover? She asked Bai Shanshui when she looked up again. Be patient. Bai Shanshui looked at her and said, just a few more days, and I can kill Shen Xian. Chapter 341. To be able to win and to be able to kill were two completely different concepts in the world of cultivators. Ever since the battle on the Wei River last year, Bai Shanshui had suffered repeated defeats as though Changling was a city of misfortune to her. But today, her misfortune had turned to joy, and her cultivation level had risen. Congratulations. Yi Xileng softly congratulated and then shook his head. He said, the great floating water prison is not as simple as you imagine. It is not enough to just kill Shen Xian. I cannot act. After a pause, Yi Xileng looked at Bai Shanshui and said, I am not like you. I must ensure that I can stay in Changling. I understand. Bai Shanshui smiled slightly and said, if I act, no one will even detect your one sky water. I know that I alone am not enough, so I will find the eldest miss of the Gongsun family. For now, I will call her Zhongsun Qianxue. She owes me a life, my senior sect brother's life. Bai Shanshui took a breath and said, she cannot refuse me. Yi Xileng calmly turned his head and said, I hope you can succeed. How many people are left who can stand against Yuanwu and Zheng Xiu? Bai Shanshui smiled self-deprecatingly and said, if I cannot succeed even like this, then I can only treat Changling as a grave and bury myself here. The hot summer had arrived, and only the morning was slightly cool. Because of the presence of Minute Mountain Sword Sect's carriage outside Ink Garden, few cultivators passed by. Only the part of the courtyard where the residents of Falling Parasol lived grew more lively and slowly turned into a market. Wang Taishu came down from the carriage and looked at the bustling market. He could not help but shake his head. Only the youth in the garden would be able to make such a cold and aloof place like Ink Garden so approachable. He had entered Ink Garden many times. Many of the people in charge of daily life were his trusted subordinates. But this time, Wang Taishu's expression was especially grave. He quickly passed through the courtyard where he could see everything and walked into the deepest part of Ink Garden where Ding Ning and Zhongsun Qianxue lived. When he saw Ding Ning waiting for him, he frowned and said, "Even the letter is not safe, what is it?" Another day has passed. Ding Ning looked at Wang Taishu's slightly white hair, then raised his head slightly and looked at the rising sun with emotion. Then he said slowly, "I want you to go to the capital of the Yang dynasty." Wang Taishu raised his eyebrows slightly and didn't say anything. He just looked at Ding Ning. Ding Ning slowly recounted the contents of his conversation with Geng Ren, including the fact that he didn't ask for Wang Taishu's permission before making the decision for Wang Taishu. After Ding Ning finished speaking, he looked at Wang Taishu and said, "This sounds like a transaction. I am using you to exchange for my benefits, but you know this is not the case. I will prepare." Wang Taishu's expression was unreadable. He looked calmly at Ding Ning and said, "Since the letter is not safe, I will try to leave someone in Changling. While it will take months to travel to and from the Yang, it may be useful." Ding Ning looked calmly at him and said, "After this farewell, I do not know what will happen in the future." On the distant streets of Changling, a procession was leaving Changling. There were many carriages and horses. Along the way, many people were sending them off. All kinds of pastries and fresh fruits were shoved onto the chariots as though they were free. Drums and horns sounded, accompanied by faint cheers that passed into Ink Garden and into the ears of Wang Taishu and Ding Ning. Ding Ning frowned slightly and said, "What is this sound?" Wang Taishu carefully identified the direction and said, "It is Song Ren, the general of the Tiger and Wolf Army. He has received a reward and is to lead the army to guard the pass. He was previously famed for his bravery, and is skilled in night attacks. People call him General Night Flying Leopard. Now, he should be officially leaving the city, and the entire city is sending him off." Ding Ning thought for a moment. "He is Liang Lian's confidant." Wang Taishu nodded. It appears that she is completely disappointed in him. Ding Ning smiled faintly. He should be leaving Changling soon. Wang Taishu's eyes flashed with a cold flame he did not usually see. He said, "He should have been seriously wounded in the battle against Bai Shanshui. Do not think about taking care of this matter before leaving Changling. Since Zheng Xiu does not want him to die, and only wants to send him elsewhere, even if he is seriously wounded, it will not be easier to kill him than at other times." Ding Ning saw his meaning and shook his head. He said, "Also, your thoughts are his thoughts. He will also want to take care of some things that displease him before leaving Changling. You and I are not the same. I am a direct disciple that Minute Mountain Sword Sect has sent people to protect. You are just a gangster. Killing you will not make Zheng Xiu more disappointed in him, and will not change the fact that he is leaving Changling. So you must leave early. If you leave now, people will feel that you are avoiding a disaster, and will not think that you are going to the Yang capital. You have never missed what you said before, so I will leave quickly. The person I left behind is called Bai Nanshi. His shoes are different from others. Other people cannot see it, but I believe you can." After speaking to Ding Ning, Wang Taishu did not linger, and quickly left. A person like him also needed a lot of time to leave Changling. Liang Lian is the person you spoke of who betrayed Li Guanlan back then? Zhongsun Qianxue was like Ding Ning's shadow. But when Wang Taishu's figure disappeared from Ding Ning's sight, she appeared behind Ding Ning. Ding Ning was used to this. He did not turn to look at Zhongsun Qianxue and just nodded. Zhongsun Qianxue looked at his back and seemed to see through his body. She said coldly, "You want to kill him before he leaves Changling?" Ding Ning did not deny it and said, If he goes to a remote place, I do not know how long it will take to kill him. Zhongsun Qianxue heard his slightly bleak voice and said, "But you just said that he is harder to kill than usual." Ding Ning sighed softly and said, "So we can only wait. If a chance appears." He turned around and looked at Zhongsun Qianxue, who did not want to speak. He said seriously, "I will first kill that palace attendant surnamed Rong because she is easier to kill." Zhongsun Qianxue was too familiar with Ding Ning. She saw some flashing light in his eyes and knew that some plans were brewing in his mind. Then continue to wait. Wait to be killed, or kill. In any case, I do not want to wait for long. She said 3 sentences in a completely different manner than usual. Then she pressed her lips together and turned to walk back to her bedroom. Who wants to wait for long? Ding Ning sat down on the steps and looked silently in the direction of the voice. He said to himself, "Speaking of waiting, no one will wait as long as me, and will not have such a painful wait." He could not understand why Yi Xileng still had not appeared in front of him. While he was waiting in Changling, Zhong Yi was hurrying along the Qinchu border. For some reason, that old nobleman who liked to wear black robes promised Celestial Seal sect would take him as a disciple but did not make arrangements for his journey. Without official documents, cultivators of the Qin dynasty like him could not pass through the many capitals of the Chu dynasty and then travel to the Yang dynasty's heartland bordering the Chu dynasty. When he took a detour around the Qinchu border and slept for several days, he finally encountered a caravan. Strictly speaking, this caravan was doing legitimate business, but it was not a large business. So it could not compete with the other businesses in the Chu and could not make a living. They could only use manpower and time to exchange for some meager profits. Through the Qinchu border, they transported some tea leaves and satin produced by the Qin to the Yang dynasty. At the same time, they took some rewards and brought back some Yang people who wanted to return to the Yang dynasty from the Qin. Because this caravan was too small, the Yang people they brought back along the way were not likely to be escaped criminals or other important people. They were usually old soldiers, workers, and craftsmen who had been stranded in the Qin during the past battles. There were no powerful people in this caravan, only some martial artists skilled in using blades and arrows. So when they discovered Zhong Yi's identity as a cultivator, even though they did not know what kind of cultivator Zhong Yi was, this caravan easily accepted Zhong Yi. When traveling along the desolate border, the possibility of encountering bandits was small. But they might encounter bandits pretending to be bandits, and even some legendary beasts. Traveling in the scorching heat was a very uncomfortable thing, especially for some of the old people who were already very weak. So on this morning, an old man who had paid some rewards for the caravan to bring him back to the Yang border started to vomit. While the leader of this caravan had arranged for him to ride on the most docile horse, this old man still vomited. In the summer, the foul-smelling vomit covered the old man's clothes and dirted the saddle of the horse under him. Seeing this scene, other than the leader who frowned and threw him a wet cloth, the people around the old man could not help but cover their noses and mouths and tried to stay away. But Zhong Yi walked over and comforted the old man's back. He started to wipe the old man and feed him warm water. Chapter 342. Sympathy and pity were emotions that normal people would have. However, the long journey was full of danger. Even some cultivators would often pay attention to their own stamina and mental state. No one wanted to create side issues and add more burdens to themselves. Seeing Zhong Yi walk up to take care of the old man, most people in the caravan did not feel admiration or shame. Instead, they had disapproving or disdainful expressions. They could all see that this old man was not vomiting because of heat stroke or eating dirty food, but because the old man's body was too weak to begin with. If the body was too weak, this would happen again and again in the long journey. He might even die along the way. If he started to take care of the old man now, he would not leave him alone in the future. Taking care of this old man would become his own matter. Even more importantly, this old man had a strange temper. He was likely a soldier of the Yang dynasty who had been captured in the war against the Qin dynasty and forced to do hard labor for many years. He was extremely disrespectful to the caravan members in his words, and often took advantage of his seniority. He was very dislikable. Zhongyi, on the other hand, did not have any superfluous thoughts. If there was an old person who was unwell and needed to be taken care of, he would naturally extend his hand to help if he could. To him, this was as simple as eating when he was hungry or drinking when he was thirsty. He didn't show any displeasure because of the unpleasant smell, and very carefully wiped away the vomit on the old man's chest. After drinking several mouthfuls of warm water, this old man dressed in grey robes, with a withered face and hair so dry it looked like dry grass would grow on his head at any time, could finally breathe normally. But as the water churned in his stomach, he felt stifled in his chest. He did not care that Zhongyi was wiping him away and started to vomit again. With Zhongyi's present cultivation, even if the old man was a cultivator of the same level as him, if he stabbed at this time, even if the two were so close, he would be able to react in time. However, his hand was supporting the old man's back. Because he feared that his movements would cause the old man to fall from the horse, he only pulled back his hand and turned his body slightly. As a result, his sleeves and the robes on the side of his body were splashed with the old man's vomit. Even so, Zhongyi did not feel any disgust in his heart. However, what he did not expect was that the old man became angry. Looking at the water bag in his hand, he angrily said with an obvious Yang accent, "My stomach is so uncomfortable, and you still feed me water. Do you think I haven't vomited enough?" Hearing the old man's angry voice, the caravan members who had been unable to avoid him frowned. They thought, this old man was completely ignorant. Zhongyi was also startled, but he wasn't angry at all. Instead, he bowed slightly and apologized, explaining softly, "If you vomit too much, it's easy to lose water. In this kind of stuffy summer heat, it's even easier for your body to not be able to bear it." The old man retched a few more times, and the sounds coming from his stomach and throat made the people around him, who were walking silently with their heads down, feel a little uncomfortable. But the old man sneered and said in unclear words, "Since this is the case, you should find me herbal water or light salt water, not this kind of water that is neither hot nor cold." The old man's tone caused many people in the surroundings to become angry, but Zhongyi was not angry. He stilled and said, "Sir is right. I will first clean you up, and then I will help you flush the salt water," he said apologetically, and then helped the old man wipe his robes and saddle. Seeing Zhongyi's respectful attitude, the old man's expression froze slightly. But the discomfort of his body did not put him in a good mood. He made an indescribable sound from his throat and turned his head away, not looking at Zhongyi. The Qin, especially the Qin in Guangzhong and Changling, were amenable to persuasion but not coercion. They did not have much tolerance for people they did not like. Seeing the old man's reaction, the caravan leader, Luo Zhongjing, a man in his 40s, with short hair and a clear scar on his left cheek, narrowed his eyes and sneered. He said, "You can't tell good from bad. Why care about him? Have the Qin not killed enough Yang people in these decades?" Hearing this, the old man, whose eyelids were heavy due to his weakness, was furious again. He said shrilly, "You took my money. Are all Qin people untrustworthy?" Luo Zhongjing looked directly at the old man and said disdainfully, "Do you need me to return the money to you and leave you here?" The old man's face paled, and he was momentarily speechless. Zhongyi grimaced at Luo Zhongjing and said softly, "The old are respected." Luo Zhongjing sneered, "I think the old are disrespectful." Zhongyi opened his mouth and wanted to say something. The caravan leader turned his head and said in a cold voice, "We have only met by chance. Mr. is not an ordinary person. We naturally respect and want to rely on Mr.'s power. But this person has insulted the Qin dynasty. Now, he cannot tell good from bad. We cannot work with him. If Mr. wants to take care of him because he is old, then his matters will have nothing to do with us." Zhongyi felt slightly bitter inside. Looking at the old man's ashen face, he could not bear it. He hesitated and then nodded. Luo Zhongjing's expression did not change. But intentionally or otherwise, the distance between him and the other members of the caravan and this old man grew. Seeing the other members of the caravan cut him off, the old man from Yang's anger lessened greatly and he appeared even more dispirited. But as his gaze moved, he looked at Zhongyi who had been following him from beginning to end. His eyes were still cold and displeased. The dusk grew and vision was blocked. Under the leadership of the experienced caravan leader, the caravan set up camp on a slope to rest and cook. Knowing that the caravan members greatly disliked this old man, Zhongyi set up a tent dozens of feet away from the outermost tent of the caravan. He took some herbs that repelled mosquitoes and scattered them outside the tent. Seeing Zhongyi take care of this old man from Yang so carefully, most of the caravan members could not understand. But out of respect for a cultivator, after the food was cooked, someone still brought 2 portions to Zhongyi's tent. The caravan's food along the way was very simple. The staple was boiled dried sweet potatoes, and the pickles were minced meat soup made from dried meat and wild vegetables. I want to drink minced meat soup, not potato soup. Looking at the food delivered to him, the old man from Yang, who had rested for a long time, showed his domineering and unreasonable side. He pulled over a food box filled with minced meat soup, and then poured the other bowl of minced meat soup into the food box in his hand. Then he started to drink. For the first time, Zhongyi frowned slightly. He was not angry and said worriedly, "Your stomach is very weak. You can only eat less to nourish your body. Eating meat like this is not good." This old Yang man did not seem to hear Zhongyi's words. After drinking all the minced meat soup in the food box, he turned around and said coldly, "You are Qin, I am Yang, why are you helping me like this? Who knows what you are thinking, but no matter what you are thinking, I advise you to rest. I don't even have extra money on me. I just want to die in my homeland. That is why I am suffering with your Qin caravan. Sir, you may have misunderstood." Zhongyi looked at the old man with cold eyes and said sincerely, "Respecting the elderly is your duty. There is no free meal in the world." The old man sneered and said, "Since you say respecting the elderly is your duty, then my body is very uncomfortable right now. I want hot water to bathe. I see that they are slightly afraid of you. You must be a rare cultivator. It is not impossible for you to get some hot water for me to bathe. You should know that with my body's condition, if I do not have hot water to bathe, I fear that I will get poisonous sores and die along the way." Zhongyi glanced at the old man. He was not angry but felt that the old man was speaking the truth. He looked around and nodded. "If so, please wait for a moment, mister. What is he going to do?" The caravan members looked in puzzlement at Zhongyi, who was starting to get busy. They saw Zhongyi borrow the iron pot from the caravan to boil water. Then he walked to a hard rock on the slope and started to move his sword. As the sword flashed, large pieces of stone flew up. After the water in the iron pot boiled, Zhongyi first poured filtered cold water into the hole he had dug, and then hot water. After testing that the water temperature was just right, he walked towards the old man. At this time, all the caravan members finally reacted. They had spent so much effort, and even used vital energy that was precious to cultivators, just to serve this old man in his bath. Is there something wrong with his head? The caravan leader Luo Zhongjing could not help but curse. Chapter 343. Even powerful cultivators could quickly enter a meditative state to cultivate, but the process of the 5 energies and primal energies of the universe turning into vital energy would take a lot of time. Especially in a place like this where they could be attacked by bandits, or beasts at any time, ordinary cultivators would not waste vital energy and would maintain their vital energy at an abundant state. The caravan leader, Luo Zhongjing, was not a cultivator, but he had seen many cultivators fight. So based on the scene of Zhongyi using his sword to take the stone, he was certain that Zhongyi was not someone strong enough to wantonly waste vital energy. So Zhongyi's actions were very stupid in his view. But for Zhongyi, it was different. Just like in the Minute Mountain sword trials, what many people thought was meaningless was more important than Zhongyi's life. Because of this, he was himself, and Zhongyi. Before the old man took off his clothes and bathed, he carefully tested the temperature of the water. He even picked some medicinal herbs that had some effect on rheumatism, skin rashes, and sores and put them in the water. He even started to wash the old man's clothes. After washing them, he used precious vital energy to shake off all the moisture in the clothes so that the old man's grey robes were as clean as new. Looking at his proper and gentle posture, the old man's clean robes, and the unpleasant smell no longer entering their noses, for some reason, even Luo Zhongjing, who had cursed Zhongyi angrily before, fell silent and felt a different emotion. After soaking for a long time like bathing in a hot spring, the old man, who had changed into clean clothes, gave a satisfied groan. But he still did not thank Zhongyi, burrowed into the tent and quickly fell asleep. Zhongyi inspected the tent and confirmed that the cool mountain wind was not blowing directly at the old man's face. Then he started a fire next to the stone pit where the old man had bathed. When the wood turned to red charcoal, and there was no longer the pungent smell of smoke, Zhongyi solemnly and carefully took out the sword manual that Bailey Sushua had personally written from his chest and started to study it seriously. The sword intent in this sword manual was extremely aloof, like the icicles in the wind at the highest peak of Minute Mountain. He could not help but feel a stinging pain in his eyes when he looked at it, and a chill like ice needles piercing through his skin. This kind of sword essence did not match his gentle and scholarly personality. But for him, this sword manual represented Minute Mountain sword sect's recognition and praise of him. This was a great honor and also a great weight. So he would do his best to learn this sword manual. With true respect and gratefulness, and not fighting against this sword essence, he assimilated even faster. Like he was following in Bailey Sushua's footsteps, his mind immersed in each sharp stroke. If the Minute Mountain sword sect cultivator who had been ordered to pass him the sword manual could clearly know his cultivation state, he would be deeply shocked by his cultivation progress. Zhongyi's mind wandered along with the strokes on the sword manual. Unknowingly, he forgot the passage of time, even the environment he was in, and the original meaning of the words on the sword manual. His mind was empty as the tip of the brush flew quickly, like the mountain wind shuttling between valleys, like a meteor streaking across the sky, like a fish suddenly jumping out of the water, splashing up waves and then disappearing. The tips of these brushes were like swords that jumped up and down, turning into countless mysterious traces in his perception. Everything flowed so smoothly as though it was natural. In reality, the sword essence that this sword manual gave off was as proud as the icicles in the wind at the peak of Minute Mountain. It only represented Bailey Sushua's personal state and personality, just the appearance of this sword manual, and not the true meaning of this sword manual. The true meaning of this sword manual was that the sword heart was brightly lit. This was natural. The truths that many people told you were not true truths. Only the truths you took for granted after hearing them were your true truths. A true gentleman would not be affected by external things, and would not go against their own path. When he did things and used the sword, he would understand the truths of this sword manual, and use the sword essence that was natural. If Zhongyi was just like some hypocritical gentleman in Changling, and did things differently from what they thought, then even if he had a sword manual like this, he could not comprehend the true meaning within. So Bailey Sushua chose the correct sword manual, and the correct person. When his consciousness followed the flowing strokes until the last stroke soared into the sky, Zhongyi felt his body become lighter. It was as if his soul had leaped out of his head and rushed into the sky to look down at his body. This feeling was wondrous and novel, but also terrifying. Zhongyi woke up with a start. He found that his clothes were soaked in dew, and the distant sky was bright. A night had passed silently. All of those sharp brush strokes disappeared from his consciousness like a tide, but when he retreated towards one place, they seemed to leave a mark on the beach. A clear sword path appeared in his mind. He comprehended one sword. He started to comprehend the first sword of this sword manual. He woke up with a hiss. There seemed to be a passageway in the depths of his heart. Yet, what caused him to widen his eyes in confusion was that he clearly felt some quick energy vibrations in front of him, but he did not feel any energy coming out of his body. His vital energy did not even consume a bit of his body's vital energy. An extremely smooth and comfortable feeling immediately spread throughout his body. At this time, the young old man in the tent turned over and woke up. His turbid eyes immediately became crystal clear. Just now, all the energy vibrating in front of Zhongyi had gathered in his eyes. But in the next moment, his eyes became turbid again. "I want to drink water." Then he shouted at Zhongyi in an unfriendly tone. Hearing the old man's shout, Zhongyi did not think much. He put away the small sheepskin scroll and came to the old man's tent. "I want to drink hot water, not warm water." The old man seemed to think he had not come fast enough and said angrily, "All right." Zhongyi did not say anything. He turned and walked faster towards the caravan camp. When Yi Zhengnan woke up and walked out of his little room, he found a handsome man with sharp brows standing next to the Minute Mountain Sword Sect carriage at the gates of Ink Garden. Yi Zhengnan was a youth who did not fear strong enemies, or even death. But when he saw this handsome man, he still felt nervous and restrained, and still felt awe. Because this handsome man was Tantai Guanjian. For a long time, Tantai Guanjian had been thought of as the strongest in Minute Mountain Sword Sect other than Bailey Sushue. Many Realm 7 cultivators did not understand how Tantai Guanjian could be so fast, and how his sword and person could break through common sense and be multiple times faster than the flying swords of ordinary cultivators. Tantai Guanjian did not converse with Xiao Sharin, who was sitting cross-legged on the mat. But he was not in a hurry to enter the garden, and seemed to be silently waiting for the sunrise. Yi Zhengnan had seen Tantai Guanjian at the sword trials, but for some reason, even then, he had not felt Tantai Guanjian was as serious as he was today. While there were no complicated ceremonies or procedures, and Tantai Guanjian was just standing there silently waiting for the sunrise, Yi Zhengnan clearly sensed that something major was happening. The sun rose in the east, and shone down golden light. The sky was completely bright. Yi Zhengnan looked dazedly. He saw Tantai Guanjian's body was covered in a layer of gold. Then Tantai Guanjian nodded warmly at him from a distance, and then bowed slightly to Xiao Sharin. Then a gentle presence flooded out of his body, and caused his body to become exceptionally clean. Even the finest dust on his indigo robes was blown away. Then Tantai Guanjian walked into Ink Garden. Chapter 344. Yi Zhengnan did not know why Tantai Guanjian had arrived at Ink Garden early, but had to enter Ink Garden after sunrise. Yet Ding Ning knew. When he learned of Tantai Guanjian's arrival, he had bathed and changed into clean new robes, and then waited silently for the sunrise. The reason he was so solemn was because this matter was more important to him than any other person. This meant his new life. From the first day he started to cultivate in Changling, he had to obtain Minute Mountain Sword Sect's heaven-replenishing divine art. Otherwise, everything was meaningless, and only death awaited him. The heaven-replenishing divine art was the highest skill of Minute Mountain Sword Sect. It was a symbol of the entire sect and carried a kind of sacred feeling. If such a method was given to a disciple to learn, how could he sneak around like a rat in the dark when he was about to learn it? "You know why I have come." Tantai Guanjian, who slowly walked into the garden, looked at Ding Ning, who was waiting for him in clean robes. He first returned the greeting Ding Ning and then asked gently. Ding Ning nodded and asked in a melancholy voice, "Wang Taishu has left." Tantai Guanjian looked at him, his eyes showing undisguised admiration. He said, "He has left for the Yang." Ding Ning immediately recovered his calm. He looked up at him and said softly, "Did he not say he was going to Minute Mountain Sword Sect Sword Tower? Why did you bring him here? Minute Mountain Sword Sect only cares about rules, and not trifles. We are all shocked at your abilities to make a great leader of Changling listen to you." Tantai Guanjian looked at him and said, "I originally thought a difficult matter would be so easily solved in your hands. But thinking that you do not have much time, the sect master decided to have me bring this book here." Ding Ning did not speak. He stood respectfully with his head bowed. While he did not have any extra etiquette, he waited with the most solemn appearance for Tantai Guanjian's teaching. Inner respect was more important than ceremony. Yangtai Guanjian was even more satisfied with Ding Ning. He didn't say anything else. With a solemn expression, he took out a green jade box from his sleeve. Holding it with both hands, he handed it to Ding Ning. Ding Ning caught it with both hands. Even though the jade box was very small, just like the rectangular boxes used to hold expensive folding fans in Changling, and did not have much weight, his hands still uncontrollably trembled. "If you're done reading it, hand it over to Marshal Uncle Xiao outside the door." Yangtai Guanjian looked at Ding Ning's trembling hands and thought this was a normal reaction from excitement. He patted Ding Ning's shoulder and then said gently, "This method is really hard to comprehend, so you have to hurry." After a pause, Yang Tai Guanjian looked into Ding Ning's eyes and said, "If you have something difficult to do, you can tell me. I will help you." Ding Ning showed an indescribable grimace. He thought and said, "Ensure the safety of Wang Taishu and my sect uncle Li Daoji. Also, ensure the old man has a grand funeral." Hearing Ding Ning's request, Yang Tai Guanjian nodded and said harmoniously, "Do not worry about these things. You only need to focus on cultivation." Ding Ning bowed to salute. Yang Tai Guanjian looked at Ding Ning with anticipation in his eyes. He and Jing Liuli had the same thoughts. He had great confidence that Ding Ning could comprehend the heaven-replenishing divine art. Unlike usual, when Yang Tai Guanjian was here, Zhongsun Qianxue did not appear behind him like an omnipresent shadow. Ding Ning knew this was because Zhongsun Qianxue was too proud and stubborn. Many years ago, that person could not get a chance to enter Minute Mountain Sword Sect, and could not make up for some of the flaws in his cultivation. Zhongsun Qianxue had never expressed any intentions in this area to Ding Ning, but Ding Ning knew that in her heart, she could not forgive Bailey Suxue. In her view, that person's inability to get the heaven-replenishing divine art was one of the reasons his cultivation was restrained and he died in battle in Changling. Even though she could not forgive that person. But this was her love and hate. So she would not look at Minute Mountain Sword Sect's heaven-replenishing divine art, even if it was one of the best methods in the world. Ding Ning walked into his bedroom in the deepest part of the courtyard. Outside the window, the leaves of a loquat tree scattered the morning sunlight into many tiny light spots. This loquat tree had been moved here from the garden outside the small courtyard several days ago. Although it was not the right time to move it, it lived very well and was full of vitality. It made this small courtyard, which had been full of gloomy coldness, come alive. Ding Ning looked at the indigo jade box on the magenta table and was silent for a long time. Indeed, if that person had gotten this method many years ago, maybe many things would not have happened. Maybe he would have reached the peak of Realm 8 early on, or even Realm 9. The power of transcendence would cause Yuanwu and many people to give up on their later thoughts. Yuanwu would still become the emperor of the strongest empire in the world, but like before, he would listen to some of that person's opinions. The Basin Kendo ground would not disappear, and would become stronger. Zheng Xiu would not show her cold and emotionless side. She would become that person's gentle wife. Many people would not die. Above the Wei River, between the Ba Mountains and the Shu Rivers, when it rained on a banana night, the little buildings in the bamboo forest would be filled with laughter and singing. Some people would stand at the head of the little boats going down the river, drunk, and try to scoop up the bright moon in the river. Maybe all of this would be different. But was this really perfect? That person would never be able to see through many people. That person would never understand many things. The indigo jade box lay silently under the sparse spots of light. It had not been opened, but Ding Ning seemed to see two different lives. Ding Ning's emotions gradually calmed down. He reached out and opened the indigo jade box without much effort. His sleeves flapped despite the absence of wind. There was a thin, rolled-up book in the indigo jade box. Each page seemed to be woven from threads made from indigo jade. But indigo jade was clearly hard and fragile. How could it be made into threads, and appear so soft, but people could see that this was indigo jade? This was extraordinary. Ding Ning took a deep breath, and even his hair danced in the wind. This thin green book was emitting vigorous primal chi of heaven and earth on its own, like an endless fountain. His cultivation habit was to start from the big picture, to understand the general idea, and then the details would not be hard to figure out. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to sense where the primal chi of heaven and earth came from, or how many different strands of primal chi were flowing in the air along with the invisible seal scripts. Instead, he took out the thin book and flipped it open. There were many transparent lights on the green page. They were like drops of sparkling water droplets. However, the shape of each transparent light was in the shape of a sword. It was not deliberate. Ding Ning's perception was completely immersed in the indigo page and these transparent lights. He seemed to be standing in a world of indigo jade. There were many transparent long swords floating around him, pointing in different directions. Each sword was taller than his body. He started to look at each transparent long sword, and slowly walked in the world of perception. He passed through these motionless transparent long swords. These transparent long swords were motionless, but they started to grow and extend in the direction they pointed. Most of the transparent long swords stabbed towards the sky, giving off an indescribably proud presence. As they extended, these transparent long swords seemed to pierce through the sky, and break through the boundary between day and night. The transparent long swords started to shine, like starlight falling down through the pierced space, or like these transparent long swords themselves had become starlight. Each of the transparent swords was a star in itself. Ding Ning's presence did not change at all. Even Zhongsun Qianxue, who was in the same courtyard as him, did not sense any changes in his body. However, many silver specks of light were seeping out of his skin. Ding Ning looked up in the world of perception. He murmured to himself with a tinge of sadness and disappointment. So that's how it is. Chapter 345. The truth of cultivation was the exploration of the mysteries of the body and the surrounding world. When one reached a certain level, many truths were connected. For some cultivators who had unimaginable cultivation experience, they only needed to know the method for many things. Just like the countless primal energies of the universe around them. They already knew the existence of those paths, unlike ordinary cultivators who did not even know where those paths were. They only needed to know the method, which paths were useful, and how to touch those paths. Or to use the most appropriate words to describe it, in the many years of the past, countless outstanding cultivators had continuously tried to use different orders and different strengths to stir these lines, testing the reactions produced. The vast majority of them did not succeed, because this kind of probing process was also related to luck. However, there were a small number of people who finally tested out a powerful cultivation method, which was why there were so many world-shocking chapters that were left behind in the future. For cultivators who had the same cultivation experience as those people, or even more, obtaining such astounding chapters just skipped the process of blind testing. In the eyes of anyone in Minute Mountain Sword Sect, Ding Ning was just a cultivator who had just started. He needed to understand those simple seal scripts, and some of the things this book had to express, as well as the primal energies of the universe and the paths. It would take a long time. Many of Minute Mountain Sword Sect's Realm 7 geniuses spent half their lives and did not comprehend the true meaning of the heaven-replenishing divine art. But no one would have thought that the heaven-replenishing divine art was just a door for Ding Ning. He seemed to have just pushed lightly, and easily pushed open this door in this morning. He had only used a moment to push open this door, but to see the heaven-replenishing divine art and this door, he had spent many years. What made him most emotional was that the noble mistress of the imperial palace, Zhang Xiu, could not have seen this ultimate manual of Minute Mountain Sword Sect. Otherwise, she would have detected some similarities and differences between this method and the one she cultivated. She would have paid any price to obtain or destroy this method. If that person had not been on bad terms with Bailey Sushua back then, he would never have been able to enter Minute Mountain Sword Sect. If that person could enter Minute Mountain Sword Sect, and Zheng Xiu could follow him into Minute Mountain Sword Sect, and see this method, what would happen? So this was fate. The most unpredictable thing was fate. Ding Ning took a deep breath. His gaze changed from sadness to tranquility. He slowly put the green jade scripture away and placed it back into the box. The moment he closed the green jade box, energy stopped coming out of the heaven-replenishing divine art. His fluttering hair started to fall down. But at this time, the last flower remnant sword at his waist started to tremble. The true essence in his body began to flow. The countless sword threads at the tip of the last flower remnant sword started to light up slightly. The moment countless small white flowers bloomed like usual, the tips of the sword threads started to light up like starlight. The 5 qis in Ding Ning's body were already surging violently. The 5 energies within his 5 viscera were like a boiling steamer, constantly emitting out, while his 5 viscera were like water in a steamer, constantly drying up. When the water dries up, the pot will crack, and the 5 internal organs will deteriorate. At this time, the 5 energies in Ding Ning's energy sea started to burn fiercely. The burning produced a higher temperature, and caused the 5 energies to spread even more fiercely. The water in the pot was about to quickly dry up. However, when these burning energies instantly collided and compressed in the narrow space, under the extremely high temperature, there were countless specks of silver light produced, as if countless small stars were formed from the explosion and combustion. The star energy floating in the vast world around him started to sway. As those small silver stars continued to compress in Ding Ning's body, like magnets, they became more attractive to these thin star energies. In countless invisible paths, the star energies that were of the same nature as these silver stars were naturally attracted over, and seeped into his body like rain. The 5 qi was still constantly being forced out from his 5 inner organs, burning unceasingly. However, the amount of astral yuan qi gushing in from all directions was even greater than the amount of 5 qi that was being burned. So the water in the pot in his body did not dry up, and slowly increased. The dried meridians, flesh, and blood in his body were being nourished. They slowly became plump and radiated with vitality. This was the true feeling of escaping death and obtaining a new life. The countless little silkworms hidden in the deepest parts of his body were nourished by the rain, and suddenly rejoiced. Within the human sovereign jade annulus in his bosom, a ball of flickering yellowish light seemed to have sensed something as well, surging with unprecedented ferocity. Ding Ning's eyes were closed, but his eyelashes could not help but tremble. He felt shock. This was a cultivation speed that even he could not imagine. The 9-death silkworm and the heaven-replenishing divine art had shown astounding results. At this time, the effects of the human monarch jade annulus were stronger than usual. With the passage of time, the true essence flowing through his body, which was originally like a trickle, became more and more vigorous, and gradually began to surge like a small river. His 5 viscera, which had originally dried up, began to move like a spring that had accumulated a lot of clear water. Even though he had intentionally suppressed it, he had just broken through to Realm 4 during the Minute Mountain Sword trials. Then he had been seriously injured and had not had much time to cultivate. But to his shock, he felt that Realm 4 second class was not far away. Many destinies have gathered in Changling. In the quiet imperial palace, in the Empress study, Empress Zhang Xiu stood in front of the spirit lotus pool. She looked at the spirit energy that spread over the pure white spirit lotus. She said to palace attendant Rong, who was standing respectfully with her head bowed, "Long ago, when the Qin dynasty destroyed the Han, there was such a saying in the world. Because the brightest stars in the sky were always right above Changling. In the past many years, the right time and right place had always proved this saying. The Qin dynasty, 800 miles of fertile land in Guangzhou, had good weather for many years, and had never encountered any natural disasters. In the past, I was most worried about the Zhao. When the Zhao dynasty was destroyed, I did not worry about the Chu, Yang, and Qi. I only had to worry about Changling's own matters. You must have power so that others will fear you. But just like the rules of Minute Mountain Sword Sect, you must make people feel that you have rules. You must let people see that as long as they are talents of the Qin dynasty, you will yield and tolerate them. This way, everyone will naturally prioritize the Qin dynasty. Everything is in the open. At most, people will feel that I am domineering, but will not have many other thoughts." After saying this, the Empress finally looked up at palace attendant Rong and said, "As for you, you fear Ding Ning's talent, and fear that he will cultivate even faster after obtaining the heaven-replenishing divine art. One day, he will challenge and kill you. I can only tell you, since you are doing these things for me, I will not give him the chance to challenge you. I will not let such a thing happen. As to the heaven-replenishing divine art, if it is in his hands, it will be easier to obtain it from him than in the sword tower of Minute Mountain Sword Sect." Palace attendant Rong was not as fearful as other people facing the Empress. She nodded calmly and said, "I understand. In these years, the only one who can truly make you feel fear is this wine shop youth." Looking at palace attendant Rong, who had respectfully bowed and left, the Empress smiled slightly and said coolly, "I am growing more interested in this youth." Palace attendant Rong bowed her head even lower. She thought, It was better to admit terror than to truly face death. Many destinies are gathered in Changling. But it is not certain who will truly receive the destiny. Palace attendant Rong's figure disappeared from the cold hall. The faint smile on the Empress' face disappeared, and her eyes recovered their absolute coldness. She muttered to herself coldly. Suddenly, her body trembled slightly. She frowned and raised her head to look at the sky well above. When her gaze touched the blue sky, her perception had already landed on an even more distant starry sky. In the past many years, those cold stars were like her playthings. The star Yuan Qi that she couldn't touch was also something that no one else could touch. Yet at this time, she clearly sensed a slight change in the star energies in the world. But where this change came from, and why, she could not grasp. At that moment, she even thought that she was hallucinating. Chapter 346. The carriage moved further and further away from Changling. Gradually, they could not see the majestic outline of Changling. Wang Taishu lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked back at Changling. There was not much emotion in his eyes. He did not even bid farewell to Ding Ning. For him, what was important was not farewell, but whether they could meet again. The caravan stopped at a ferry. One of the carriage drivers helping Wang Taishu drive the carriage started to walk towards a carriage at the very end of the caravan in preparation to rest. But what puzzled most people in the caravan was that no one took over for the carriage driver when they were about to board the ship. At this moment, a man dressed in black walked down from a large ship that was docked on the shore. He walked straight to Wang Taishu's carriage. A pair of exceptionally steady hands gripped the reins at the front of Wang Taishu's carriage. He was very familiar with this because he had been Wang Taishu's carriage driver to begin with. Two men dressed as porters had been staying in the shadows of a storehouse by the docks, sitting with their backs against the wall. They looked tired and sleepy. The bamboo poles and ropes used to carry things were casually leaning against the wall, but they had been observing the caravan Wang Taishu was in. Seeing the black-robed man walk down from the ship, the two men dressed as porters unconsciously narrowed their eyes. At this moment, the two men who were dressed like porters suddenly sensed something and raised their heads abruptly. Wang Taishu's caravan had started to board the ship. This was an ironclad merchant ship that sailed overseas. At this moment, a very young man was standing on the deck at the bow of the ship. Youth was just a feeling. They felt that person was full of vitality. But that person was blind. While his eyes were open, they did not blink. He did not react to the surrounding light or anything. But this was likely the most terrifying blind person in the world. This was because in the perception of the two men dressed like porters, the young blind man was like a huge furnace. The raging fire seemed to want to completely burn through the bow of the iron-armored ship he was standing on and melt it. A man who looked like a porter was the first to lower his head. The other man beside him also lowered his head after a breath and said softly, "General Kui, what should we do?" The man who was addressed as General Kui said coldly, "Of course, we shouldn't do anything. Otherwise, we'll just be courting death." "Someone from the Jiao sword furnace?" The man beside him was unwilling and said softly, "Should we inform the astrology bureau? This is just General Liang's personal grudge. Do not forget how we were expelled from Changling." The man called General Kui sneered. "Since it is impossible to defeat them, the people of the Jiao sword furnace will always be Zheng Xiu's enemy. The stronger the enemy, the better. Also, the other has already left Changling. What is the meaning in informing the astrology bureau?" The man beside him didn't seem to agree with his words. After a moment of silence, he said, "What are they going to do overseas? Boarding a ship overseas doesn't mean that you have to go overseas." The man called General Kui mocked, "They can disembark anywhere they want. After bypassing many checkpoints, it will be impossible to track them down. As to what they are going to do after leaving Changling, what does that have to do with us? We are about to go to a barbaric place like the Nanyu border. I fear we need to consider our own problems. Should be 2 soldiers." When he steadily controlled Wang Taishu's carriage to board the ship, Jing Mozong, who had disappeared from Changling for a long time, said to Wang Taishu in the carriage, "Do you want to kill them?" His voice was still respectful to Wang Taishu, but compared to before, it was filled with an indescribable determination and power. No one had to doubt his abilities. They should be General Liang Lian's people. I fear that most people in Changling, including the Empress, underestimate him. Wang Taishu stilled slightly and then shook his head. He said, "There is no need to complicate matters." Jing Mozong bowed his head and did not speak, as though nothing had happened. The young blind man on the deck didn't pay the two cultivators who were disguised as porters any attention. His eyes were empty as he looked towards an unknown place, instead walking towards a middle-aged cook dressed in ordinary cloth clothes, calmly washing vegetables and killing fish in a corner of the ship. "Can we live in peace?" He walked past this middle-aged cook who seemed to be in charge of the ship's kitchen and said softly, "Including not revealing my relationship with Wang Taishu to Minute Mountain Sword Sect. Otherwise, when the ship leaves, I will kill you with my sword." The middle-aged cook did not pause in her movements. She skillfully killed the fish, took out the innards, and prepared to throw them to a black cat lying in the shadows nearby. At the same time, she said simply, "Yes." The young blind man did not seem to sense her existence and walked towards the cabin without stopping. But his voice still reached the middle-aged cook's ears. His voice turned from absolute murderousness to a gentle request. "Can you leave the fish bladders? I like to eat them." The middle-aged cook did not respond and simply took out the white fish bladders from the innards she was going to throw away. The surface of the river connected to the Weiyi River rippled. The water in the deepest part of Changling's great floating water prison was also rippling with white bubbles. Hearing the suppressed groans from the prison ahead, Lin Zhujiu struggled to look up. His seaweed-like hair dripped with water. He smiled unconcernedly and said, "My hope for survival comes from knowing that the 9-death silkworm has appeared in Changling. The existence of the 9-death silkworm means that my enemies will be terrified. Thinking that no matter how strong my enemies are, they will still be terrified, I am very happy. But you, where does your hope come from?" After a long time, the groans from the prison disappeared. A muffled voice sounded. "My previous life was to die. Since I was saved, I naturally have to live well." Lin Zhujiu smiled. "This seems to be insincere." The voice from the prison disappeared for a long time before he remembered. "She will appear in front of me. Even if she cannot save me, she will die in front of me. I am waiting for her." An interesting reason. Lin Zhujiu smiled happily and said seriously, "I will wait with you." On the cold stone steps not far from the two prison cells, Shen Xian, like a shadow, silently listened to the two's conversation. In the past many years, he had only been unable to pry open Lin Zhujiu's mouth. But now, there was this nameless young person. Yi Xileng was quiet. The water in the ditch in the corner of the courtyard rippled. There was no longer white mist rising in front of Bai Shanshui. A glowing water droplet flickered in front of her as she breathed, and then gave people a feeling of increasing heaviness. Seeing this scene, Yi Xileng knew that Bai Shanshui had recovered her cultivation, and had taken a great step forward in cultivation. She was more terrifying than at her peak. She could sense Bai Shanshui's thoughts. Yet she still shook her head and said, "There is a cultivator from Minute Mountain Sword Sect outside Ink Garden. He will not be weaker than Yangtai Guanjian. He will guard outside Ink Garden like a gatekeeper." Bai Shanshui knew what it meant to not be weaker than Yangtai Guanjian. If she was already in Ink Garden, she might be confident she could hide her presence and not be discovered by this cultivator. But when this cultivator stood outside Ink Garden like a gatekeeper, anyone who wanted to enter Ink Garden could not escape his eyes and ears. Her brow furrowed slightly. After thinking for a moment, she looked seriously at Yi Xileng and asked, "Has he seen you before?" Yi Xileng glanced at her and said, "You want to pretend to be me and go in?" Bai Shanshui nodded and said, "If you help me, I can go in." "Do you feel this is cruel?" Yi Xileng turned her head away and did not look at her. "If you go, I naturally have to hide here. But have you ever thought that after waiting here for so long, if I go and see, it is you who can go and I cannot?" Bai Shanshui naturally knew how much emotion and danger was contained in this. Her expression grew solemn, and then she bowed deeply to Yi Xileng and said, Bureau Chief Yi, please help. Help me act out this play. Go at noon, and return at dusk. Yi Xileng said coldly, I happen to be going to kill someone. Chapter 347. The summer afternoon was the most drowsy time of the day. A guard general walked down from the turret and slowly walked along the wide and straight alley. He did not have any attendants following him. Some of the soldiers and low-ranking officials around the turret followed his shadow, but no one felt anything different than usual. This corner tower general was Mu Fengyu. Just like the other corner tower generals, he was the highest-ranking official around this corner tower. However, compared to the other corner tower generals with illustrious achievements, his cultivation and past were extremely mediocre. Most of the soldiers didn't even know how he was able to become a corner tower general. Mu Fengyu's daily life was extremely monotonous. His residence was not far from this turret. During the day of rest, he would return to his residence to rest for an hour and then return to the turret as though it had formed a natural pattern. Mu Fengyu was used to leaving under the gazes of these soldiers and low-ranking officials. Thinking of the puzzlement of these soldiers and low-ranking officials, a hint of self-mockery appeared at the corners of his mouth. Of course, he knew why he had become the guard general of this turret. Among the dozens of turrets in Changling, the turret he guarded was located at the center of Changling. It appeared to be the center, but it was not near the outer perimeter or the imperial palace. It was one of the most unimportant areas. When this turret detected any disturbance, the other turrets would have detected it long ago. So this was where he had the least to do. The least to do meant safety and not having to bear any responsibility. It also meant boredom. So like many of the noble women in Changling, he even raised a dog. The dog was an ordinary black dog, but it was quite intelligent. It was very obedient and lovable. One of the important reasons he returned to his residence at this time every day was to prepare some food and water for the black dog, and to play with the black dog for a while. Just like usual, when he pushed open the bamboo gate and walked into the courtyard, this grass dog with black fur that seemed to flow oil happily came out to greet him. It circled around him and jumped happily as it followed him into the backyard. However, the moment he entered the backyard, the black dog's head fell off. No blood was spilled. The black dog even maintained its standing posture. The wound on its neck seemed to be sealed by a thin layer of light film. Countless blood vessels, white bones, and flesh could even be seen. It was a disgusting sight. Mu Fengyu's body immediately froze, but his expression turned cold. He did not move and only sneered. I do not know who you are, but you should know that if the primal energies of the universe here are strong, at least 3 turrets will notice. No one responded to him. Only the sound of soft footsteps could be heard. When Mu Fengyu saw the flash of white, his cold face suddenly changed color. He exclaimed in disbelief, "Bureau Chief Yi?" Yi Xileng held a cup of cold tea in his hand and stood in the shadows under the eaves. He looked at him quietly, still not making a sound. Mu Fengyu's body was instantly drenched in sweat. He forced a smile and said, "Bureau Chief Yi, what do you mean? In the 3rd year of Yuanwu, I found out about you. Starting from that time, I wanted to see you." Yi Xileng stopped looking at him and started to look down at the green tea in his hand. There was only a green tea leaf floating in the tea. I had not thought that I would wait until today. Mu Fengyu sweated even more. His throat grew stiff and he said, "This lowly official does not understand Bureau Chief Yi's meaning." Yi Xileng said in a calm tone, "If you had not sent false information and changed military orders, at least the Changmen army would have rushed to him. Even if he died in battle, he would not have died so easily. Who would have thought that a mere messenger would dare to open and forge a military order and kill at least 7 cultivators above Realm 7? Mu Fengyu's body trembled. He finally understood that the matter of the past had not been hidden from everyone. Even more importantly, you left me out of the forged military orders. A hint of self-mocking coldness appeared at the corners of Yi Xileng's mouth. Her eyelashes trembled. When I found out, everything was over, and almost everyone thought that I should have known. They thought that I was purposely leading the army to not move. Even Zhang Xiu and Yuanwu thought that I stood on their side in the end. The pale Mu Fengyu knew that any evasion was useless. He laughed with a hint of madness and said coldly, "Since this is the case, Bureau Chief Yi, you should thank me even more. Since nothing can be changed, and because of my mistake, you survived and became the bureau chief of the Qin dynasty, then you should make the best of it. Not everyone can climb to your position just because they want to. Changing and forging military orders was not something that you could have done alone. There were more important people above." Yi Xileng did not look at his mad laughter. She looked calmly at the tea in her hand and said, "Tell me that person's name. If you are determined to kill me, what is the difference if I tell you or not?" Mu Fengyu's eyes narrowed and he said, "I just do not understand, since you have endured for so many years, why can't you endure now?" Yi Xileng looked up at Mu Fengyu. She did not speak, but Mu Fengyu suddenly thought of something. His voice grew strange. You are sure that person's heir?" Yi Xileng did not answer his question and said, "There is a great difference between dying comfortably and not. I know that you are one of the strongest cultivators in Changling right now, but you cannot kill me silently without the 3 turrets noticing." Mu Fengyu forced himself to look calmly at Yi Xileng. "Also, I am just a minor person. I cannot understand why you would take such a risk to kill a minor person like me. You do not have any talent in cultivation, and have just passed Realm 5. But you are a very smart person. Since you are smart enough, you will understand." Yi Xileng smiled and showed 2 faint dimples. "Because I know you should have a yellow rhinoceros horn." The yellow rhinoceros horn was not the horn of a rhinoceros, but a yellow spirit medicine that looked like a rhinoceros horn in the deep sea. This kind of spirit medicine only had one effect, to greatly increase the cultivation of cultivators below Realm 6. Yi Xileng had passed Realm 7 long ago, and this kind of spirit medicine was useless to her. Mu Fengyu's breathing stopped completely. He did not dare to believe that person had left behind an heir. "Since you are determined to have me die, then we will die together." Mu Fengyu naturally could not sit and wait for death. He opened his mouth, wanting to speak. At the same time, his vital energy started to flow violently through his body. But before he could speak, the tea in Yi Xileng's teacup was dry. The green tea in her hand disappeared without warning. Even the water in the tea leaf disappeared, turning into dry tea at the bottom of the teacup like a dry tea leaf that had never been steeped. With the disappearance of the tea, Mu Fengyu felt his skin become heavy all of a sudden. His body was extremely stiff, and there was only fear left in his crazed eyes. The sweat on his body was pulled by a powerful force and formed a water membrane around him. It absorbed the water essence of the primal energies of the universe in the surroundings and gradually turned into a transparent ball of water. He could not breathe, move, and even his vital energy and primal energies of the universe could not come out of his body. Yi Xileng glanced coolly at him. He was unable to move. There were no powerful primal energies of the universe vibrations. This little courtyard was very calm as though nothing had happened. The ball of water silently swelled. Small cracks appeared in some of the water droplets. Small bubbles slowly seeped in and pressed into Mu Fengyu's lungs along with the water droplets. He was like a drowning person. His lungs were filled with water, and it was extremely uncomfortable. But his body received some oxygen to maintain life, and he would not die immediately. Because of the unbearable pain, his face twisted and convulsed. "I said before that there is a great difference between dying uncomfortably and dying comfortably. You have no children, and do not fear the revenge of some people. I do not understand why you persist. If you say that person's name, I will let you die easily, just like your dog." Yi Xileng said these 3 sentences, and then looked at him and waited. Mu Fengyu's lips started to move. He could not make a sound, but Yi Xileng could clearly see what he was saying from the shape of his mouth. "Even if you kill me, people will see that you killed me." Yi Xileng laughed again, so hard his chest shook. "I did not kill you, Bai Shanshui killed you. I am in the Zhu family ink garden right now." Mu Fengyu was a smart person, just as she had said. He thought of a possibility, and the last thread of hope in his eyes disappeared, leaving only terror. Chapter 348. The One Sky Water and Cloud Water Palaces method were the strongest water manipulation methods in the world. The One Sky Water was too hard, and Cloud Water Palaces method was more soft. When the two met, it was easy to create a scene. With Mu Fengyu's cultivation, he could not even make a sound in front of Yi Xileng. This was a person that Yi Xileng had wanted to kill since the third year of Yuanwu. But when he saw the terror in the other's eyes, Yi Xileng did not feel much joy. The pain he was in now was not bearable, but Mu Fengyu did not speak that person's name. In the coup of Changling back then, other than the present Yuanwu Emperor and Empress Zheng Xiu, there was another important person who had played an important role in the shadows. This person should have had a high status back then, possessed great power, and was not one of the present two ministers or marquises. This important person hidden in the darkness had gathered much of Yi Xileng's hatred, and was always a great threat to Yi Xileng. If entering Minute Mountain Sword Sect and obtaining the heaven-replenishing divine art was the first step of Ding Ning's revenge, then Yi Xileng's first step was to find who this person was. What are you afraid of? Looking at Mu Fengyu, who was in incomparable pain but still unable to speak, her expression grew colder and colder. The smile on her face did not fade, but her two little dimples seemed to have formed ice. What else can that person threaten you? Is his threat more terrifying than death and pain? Mu Fengyu was in extreme pain. His body started to convulse, and he even started to lose control of his bowels. His lips started to move furiously, but Yi Xileng could see that he was only swearing the most vicious words. Yi Xileng's figure disappeared from the courtyard. The transparent water ball wrapped around Mu Fengyu did not dissipate. This hour had been Mu Fengyu's most leisurely and relaxing time of the day, but now, it became the longest torture of his life. On this drowsy summer afternoon, Mu Fengyu slowly died in endless pain. Ink Garden was very quiet in the afternoon, but the alley outside the courtyard was very lively. Some shop owners gathered together to gamble. Occasionally, the screams and curses of some old women could be heard. Yi Jiangnan was practicing his sword in the shadows of his little room. His sword was very unique. Its entire body was golden, and the runes on the sword seemed to be folded in a strange way. But if one looked closely, the sword was abnormally smooth and straight. The folded runes seemed to be naturally reflected on the sword. His sword technique was also very strange. With every slash of the sword seemed to fold in the air, forming a series of golden ripples. He was so focused on practicing that he even forgot about the scorching heat. His clothes were completely soaked, but he suddenly had a strange feeling. He stopped and couldn't help but look to the side. He knew the source of the abnormality. That was where Xiao Sharin was sitting. Just now, Xiao Sharin glanced at him. Yi Jiangnan stopped. He thought for a moment, put away his sword, and walked back to his residence. Then, he took a bamboo mat and walked towards Xiao Sharin. Then, he laid down the bamboo mat not far from Xiao Sharin and sat down. I will not teach you swordsmanship. The moment Yi Jiangnan sat down, Xiao Sharin, who was usually as silent as a mute, spoke. The rejection of a person like him was usually colder and more hurtful than most people. Yi Jiangnan glanced at Xiao Sharin, but his expression did not change. He shook his head and said, Elder is interested in me. Otherwise, you would not have watched me use the sword. Xiao Sharin shook his head and said, being interested in watching and being interested in teaching are not the same. After a slight pause, Xiao Sharin continued, also, I am a member of Minute Mountain Sword Sect. If you want to be taught by me, you have to pass the Minute Mountain Sword trials. You have not passed the trials. These words were more hurtful than his previous words. But Yi Jiangnan still did not feel dejected or angry. After a moment of silence, he said, I heard that Elder is a cultivator skilled in killing people. I do not need Minute Mountain swordsmanship, I only need Elder to teach me how to kill people. You like to kill people? Xiao Sharin seemed to hear an interesting joke and gave a rare laugh. Then he said self-mockingly, who likes to kill people? Killing people is better than being killed. Yi Jiangnan was silent for a moment and said, my parents were killed by a group of bandits when they were taking me back to my hometown. I hid in the forest where the bandits lived for more than 2 months and killed 7 bandits. If I was stronger at the time, I could have killed all the bandits long ago and not been detected and captured. Maybe because he was reminded of similar memories, Xiao Sharin did not directly refuse this time and maintained his silence. Yi Zhangnan did not speak and just sat silently on the mat next to him. Xiao Sharin's eyebrows rose slightly and he said, "Why do you have so many shadows when you attack?" Yi Zhangnan stilled slightly. "My sword is the shadow-switching sword. The sword manual I cultivate is the fleeting shadow sword manual. The two are compatible." Xiao Sharin shook his head and said expressionlessly, "A sword with many sword shadows needs a sword manual that makes the shadows even richer and more unpredictable. That is what ordinary cultivators do. But to kill, one has to be different from others." Yi Zhengnan stilled. Xiao Sharin did not care if he understood and said, "It is easy to make a sword that can produce many sword shadows to produce more sword shadows, but it is very difficult to make a sword that can produce many sword shadows to not produce sword shadows. When other people feel that you have to be round, you choose to be straight, and you can do it." Xiao Sharin continued, "This is a good way to kill." Yi Zhengnan's eyes lit up with a strange light. He did not say anything and just bowed deeply to Xiao Sharin. At this time, Xiao Sharin turned his head. A black carriage appeared in the path he was looking at. The roof of the carriage was very round, like an enormous umbrella. Sensing the presence coming from the black carriage, Xiao Sharin's expression turned cold. But he did not show any intentions of stopping, and just watched coldly as the carriage drove into Ink Garden. Ink Garden was silent. Ding Ning had been quietly closing his eyes, but when the carriage approached the inner garden, his body uncontrollably trembled. He opened his eyes. Yi Xileng had finally arrived. The black carriage stopped at the gates to the inner garden. The astrology bureau official driving the carriage patrolled the surroundings. After making sure no one was near the inner garden, he bowed respectfully to the black carriage and then retreated. Ding Ning slowly passed through the courtyard and walked towards the black carriage. "In reality, I like to be straightforward. I am not the person you are waiting for. But my arrival should be enough to say something." Hearing the soft voice from the carriage, Ding Ning suddenly stopped in his steps. "Bai Shanshui?" A cold voice sounded. Zhongsun Qianxue appeared not far behind Ding Ning with a frosty expression. "Eldest Miss Gongsun, we meet again. But this time, if you want to kill me, it will not be so easy." Mocking laughter rang out. The black carriage curtains were pushed open by a gust of moist wind. Bai Shanshui, dressed in the robes of the astrology bureau, smiled faintly as she looked at Ding Ning and Zhongsun Qianxue. Zhongsun Qianxue did not like jokes like this. Her beautiful eyes started to show anger. Cloudwater Palace has always been strict with their methods in the past. "I had not thought that there would be a day when they would meet Sky One Shengshui," Ding Ning said coldly as he recovered his calmness and looked at Bai Shanshui in the black carriage. As expected of Wang Jingmeng's heir, Bai Shanshui looked emotionally at Ding Ning and said sincerely, "If there is one person in the world that I truly admire, it must be Wang Jingmeng. Even the heir he found is unparalleled in the world." Hearing that person's name, and not just once, Zhongsun Qianxue's anger and coldness surged in her eyes like a storm was about to erupt. Ding Ning turned to look at her and then at Bai Shanshui. He said seriously, "If you want us to do something with you, at least pay attention to other people's feelings." "I apologize," Bai Shanshui said to Zhongsun Qianxue and then looked seriously at Ding Ning. She bowed slightly. "Mister, please help me save that person in the Great Floating Water Prison." Bai Shanshui was much older than Ding Ning and had been famous for a long time. To the present Ding Ning, she was undoubtedly a senior. Yet, she called Ding Ning Mister because she thought of Ding Ning as someone of the same generation and was extremely respectful. "That person comes from Chu." Before Ding Ning answered, she looked at Ding Ning and added, "He and you have met before. If he cannot endure in the Great Floating Water Prison, Yi Xileng and I will not be the only ones who know your true identity. So Yi Xileng is one of us." Before Ding Ning could speak, Zhongsun Qianxue looked at Ding Ning and asked coldly. Ding Ning glanced at her. Zhongsun Qianxue did not say anything else and turned to walk towards the room behind her. For her, since the result was already decided, What happened next was not something she needed to consider. I came here. She went to kill someone. While I do not know who she killed, it must be for the matter of the past. Bai Shanshui did not look at Zhongsun Qianxue and looked at Ding Ning. She said, I did not gamble wrong from the start. She is a righteous person. Palace Master Bai is also a righteous person, not mentioning the Lonely Mountain Sword Horde and saving people in the Great Floating Water Prison. Ding Ning looked up, took a deep breath and said slowly. Bai Shanshui smiled and said without hesitation, as long as there is a way to save people, we can study the Lonely Mountain Sword Horde together. Chapter 349. For the entire world, the Lonely Mountain Sword Horde was of great significance. Bai Shanshui was especially famous among the cultivators who were enemies of the Qin dynasty because she had the Lonely Mountain Sword Horde, and not because of her identity as the master of Cloudwater Palace. Hearing Bai Shanshui's words, Ding Ning frowned slightly. He seemed to be thinking of something and did not immediately respond. Bai Shanshui looked at this young but exceptionally calm youth. Her eyebrows rose slightly and she said, Do not worry, I, Bai Shanshui, always mean what I say. Ding Ning shook his head. Looking at her proud face, he said, Palace Master Bai is also a person of emotions. I am not worried about Palace Master Bai, but the Great Floating Water Prison is not as simple as Palace Master Bai thinks. Bai Shanshui laughed and said, It is because I feel it is not simple that I have come to Mr. and eldest Miss Gongsun for help. The more cautious Mr. is, the more I feel this matter is possible. Ding Ning took a deep breath. Ever since Bai Shanshui entered the garden with Yi Xileng's unique presence, his mind had been in turmoil. He finally could not disguise his calmness, and his hands started to tremble slightly. I originally wanted to save people from the Great Floating Water Prison. He looked up into Bai Shanshui's eyes and said, But if I want to save people from the Great Floating Water Prison, I need at least 5 Realm 7 cultivators. Bai Shanshui did not ask who Ding Ning wanted to save from the Great Floating Water Prison. She frowned and said, Yi Xileng will not act. Ding Ning shook his head with difficulty and said, Even if he does not act, he can be of some use. But even counting her, we lack 2 Realm 7 cultivators. Bai Shanshui grew silent. She knew that when Ding Ning said they lacked 2, he was including Zhongsun Qianxue. While they lacked 2, there were very few Realm 7 cultivators. Also, this was Changling. How could they find 2 Realm 7 experts who dared to rescue people from the Great Floating Water Prison? Must there be 5? After a moment of silence, she raised her head and asked Ding Ning. Ding Ning looked at her and said seriously, 5 Realm 7s is the most conservative estimate. Bai Shanshui laughed. Her smile had always been proud, but at this moment, it was indescribably bleak. It was like a sunflower that had lost its golden color and was pale under the sunlight. Sir, please think of a way. She didn't leave the carriage. Instead, she bowed deeply and said. Ding Ning was silent for a moment and said, Unless we can find another one. Bai Shanshui looked at Ding Ning and said, Just one more place, and we have a higher chance of success. Ding Ning nodded and said, I'll think of something. Bai Shanshui smiled self-deprecatingly and turned her head slightly to look at the scenery of Ink Garden. She said, There is something I must thank you for. If you had not poured all the spirit medicines Zheng Xiu gave into the ditch, I would not have come to see you so quickly. Maybe this is the will of the heavens. Ding Ning also smiled self-deprecatingly and said, The will of the heavens is best at playing people. It seems you do not believe in the will of the heavens. Bai Shanshui laughed wantonly and then her smile faded. She said, Other than the Lonely Mountain Sword Horde and waiting, what else can I do? Ding Ning thought and said seriously and directly, Help me kill Liang Lian. It seems that General Liang is not likable. Bai Shanshui's expression was cold and she said, Do not worry, I hate him as much as you. Ding Ning bowed and said, Thank you, Palace Master Bai. Right now, I live in Bureau Chief Yi's capital. If you want to find me, find Bureau Chief Yi. Today, I will return early to avoid inconveniencing Bureau Chief Yi. Bai Shanshui smiled faintly and said this. She flicked her hand and a dark gold light landed in Ding Ning's hand. The curtains of the carriage in front of her fell down and concealed her figure. The sound of clapping hands sounded from the carriage. The official of the astrology bureau who had been waiting patiently in the outer yard quickly walked in front of the carriage and nodded respectfully. Then he drove the carriage out of Ink Garden without stopping. What is this? Zhongsun Qianxue appeared behind Ding Ning. She frowned slightly and her gaze landed on Ding Ning's palm. At this time, lying quietly in Ding Ning's palm was a dark gold jade seal. This jade seal was not complete and was missing several corners. There were many lines that seemed to have been randomly carved on the surface. Ding Ning's gaze had been focused on these lines. When Zhongsun Qianxue's voice sounded, Ding Ning slowly turned around and glanced at Zhongsun Qianxue without speaking. Zhongsun Qianxue understood something from his gaze. Her frown deepened and she said in disbelief, "The Lonely Mountain Sword Hoard?" Ding Ning looked in the direction the carriage had left and said sincerely, "The Lonely Mountain Sword Hoard represents the greatest sincerity. But to put the Lonely Mountain Sword Hoard in our hands before the matter is done, the legendary Bai Shanxue is very magnanimous." Zhongsun Qianxue was silent. From the moment she saw Bai Shanxue, she didn't like Bai Shanxue. She always felt that Bai Shanxue was too arrogant. But now, thinking of Bai Shanxue in the black palanquin, she clearly felt Bai Shanxue's loneliness. Silence but not turning to leave meant the two's conversation had not ended. Ding Ning knew this, so he was silent and waited for Zhongsun Qianxue to speak. "You've already gotten everything you wanted." After a long silence, Zhongsun Qianxue looked at Ding Ning and said. Ding Ning was silent for a moment. He looked up at her and said, "In Changling, some things are more important than these two." Zhongsun Qianxue looked away from Ding Ning and said coldly, "What is in the Lonely Mountain Sword Hoard?" "Very strange." Ding Ning's gaze focused back on the jade seal in his hand. He shook his head gravely. "Completely different from what I imagined." Zhongsun Qianxue said, "What do you mean?" "Because a fragment of the Lonely Mountain Sword Hoard appeared before, you should know that there have always been two different guesses about the Lonely Mountain Sword Hoard. One is that this jade seal is the Lonely Mountain Sword Hoard itself, and the seal scripts on it are the best methods of the Lonely Mountain Sword sect. The other guess is that this jade seal is the treasure map of the Lonely Mountain Sword sect, and can be used to find the secret storehouse of the Lonely Mountain Sword Hoard." Ding Ning paused and looked up at Zhongsun Qianxue. He said, "Now, the Lonely Mountain Sword Hoard is almost complete. From this, it seems to be a powerful method to use primal energies of the universe, and hides a supreme sword path. But the feeling it gives me is not so. In the records, the sword skills of the Lonely Mountain Sword sect are peerless, but the method on this jade seal gives me a feeling of insufficient killing intent, or rather, the killing intent is scattered. There is an indescribable feeling of great emptiness." "Great emptiness?" Zhongsun Qianxue frowned and could not help but repeat. "If the killing intent is not condensed, then it will flow everywhere. Unless this is a method to deal with an army. But facing an army is not a battle of one cultivator. There are so many powerful cultivators in the army, and they can be divided and stopped." Ding Ning looked at her beautiful and cold face and shook his head. "This method does not have much meaning." Zhongsun Qianxue thought seriously. She could not understand, so she was not willing to think more. She said, "Won't we know if we try?" Ding Ning looked at her with a grimace and said, "Realm 7 is not enough." "Realm 7 is not enough." Zhongsun Qianxue had been preparing to turn. Hearing his words, she stopped in her tracks and suddenly turned to look at him. She said in a cold voice, "You mean, even if a Realm 7 cultivator can comprehend the method on this, they cannot use it completely?" Ding Ning nodded seriously and said, "I am very sure." Zhongsun Qianxue's gaze landed on the Lonely Mountain Sword Hoard jade seal in Ding Ning's hand again. She sneered. "Then isn't this item only useful to Yuanwu?" Ding Ning sensed her meaning and quickly put the jade seal into his chest. He said, "Do not have thoughts of destroying it. This is useful to us. In Changling, where can you find two more Realm 7s who dare to oppose Jing Xiu and rob the great floating water prison?" Zhongsun Qianxue did not linger on this topic and asked coldly. Ding Ning grew silent. Zhongsun Qianxue sneered again. Fish market. Ding Ning took a deep breath and did not answer. Zhongsun Qianxue turned around and said with a cold smile, "You have already caused her to be like a homeless ghost. She finally has a place to live, but in the end, she is not at peace." Watching her leave, Ding Ning's expression grew determined again. He said, "Fish market will be the last choice. Even though I never believed that fish market could be at peace for a long time in Changling," he added after a pause. Zhongsun Qianxue did not say anything else to mock Ding Ning. She knew that Ding Ning was in great pain inside. At this moment, her heart was filled with pain. Chapter 350. Bai Shanxue was silent in the black carriage. Realm 7, she thought for a moment and then slowly looked up. She said softly to herself, "In the battle at the Wei River in Fish Market, the 4 orphaned girls have been reunited. Now, even Miss Gongsun has appeared. Zhao Miao, where are you?" Zhao Miao was 4th Mr. Zhao. After the battle at Fish Market, 4th Mr. Zhao's life bond sword had been destroyed and was missing. But Bai Shanxue felt that 4th Mr. Zhao was like her, and would not be satisfied when he saw this majestic city of grey walls and black tiles. They had been opponents in a life and death battle, but when she thought of Zhao Miao now, she felt emotional, warm, and expectant. The caravan moving along the Chu border finally came close to the Yang. Because they had accumulated too much exhaustion, most people in the caravan were even more irritable. But perhaps because they were close to their homeland, the old man Zhongyi had been taken care of seemed to be in a better mood. He did not make many demands of Zhongyi and speak ill of him like before. He was mostly silent, narrowing his dim yellow eyes as though he was recalling something. When they could faintly see some villages on the Yang border, the old man seemed to become more spirited. After he finished the dinner Zhongyi had brought for him at sunset, he gave Zhongyi a rare smile. He seemed to see through Zhongyi and said with slight disdain, "A young cultivator like you should not follow a caravan like this. You must have committed a great crime in Changling, so you are using this method to escape Changling." Zhongyi stilled slightly and said awkwardly, "Mister, you misunderstand. If I did not commit a great crime, then why?" The disdain at the corners of the old man's mouth grew. Zhongyi stilled. He did not know how to answer this question. The old man laughed again. "And you say you did not commit a great crime?" Zhongyi thought and said, "I offended an important person." The old man looked disdainfully at him and said, "You are a cultivator. You just offended an important person and you do not dare to stay in Changling. You are too weak. I'm not afraid of that big shot." Thinking of what he and his little sect brother had done in the Minute Mountain sword trials, Zhongyi's face flashed with rare pride. "But my choice can make the people I care about live better. Sacrificing yourself to help others sounds great." The old man looked meaningfully at Zhongyi and said, "Then have you thought about yourself?" Zhongyi nodded seriously and looked into the depths of the Yang. "I need to become stronger. Only by becoming strong enough can I protect others." The old man smiled. Zhongyi was looking into the distance and did not see that his face was very gentle, completely different from usual. "I'm sleepy, help me get some warm water to wash my feet." As usual, he spoke to Zhongyi as if ordering him around. Zhongyi stood up and went to get some warm water without thinking. When he returned with a basin of hot water, he was stunned. There was no trace of the old man in his sight. Only the place where the old man just now was sitting had traces of burned charcoal, and 3 words were written crookedly. "I'm leaving." When Zhongyi's urgent shout sounded, the old man, wrapped in the darkness, lightly moved through the wilderness. His body seemed to be wrapped in a ball of unique energy that caused his body to float over the long grass like a gust of wind. The wrinkles on his face were still there, but the feeling of weakness and age was slowly repelled by a powerful presence and disappeared from his body. Under a withered old tree, there was a ball of red burning like a flame. As it got closer, it could be seen clearly that it was a fiery red crane. When the old man came close to the red crane, the crane spread its wings and flew up. The old man seemed to just sit forward and then sat on the back of the crane. Then, the crane silently flew up, disappearing into the clouds in the night sky. I can see that you are a good person. But in the present world, good people may not be rewarded well. The caravan leader, Luo Zhongjing, walked in front of Zhongyi, who had searched for a long time but found nothing. Looking at the other's disappointed and worried expression, he said seriously. Zhongyi understood the caravan leader's meaning and knew the other had good intentions. But he still shook his head and said softly, "If everyone thinks like this, there will only be evil and no good." Luo Zhongjing sighed and did not say anything else. From the initial confusion to the present helplessness, this humble young cultivator's actions along the way, and his meticulous care for the young old man like he was repaying evil with good, made them feel what a true gentleman was. But could a true gentleman really survive in this world where the strong preyed on the weak? At this time, while Zhongyi was worried about the lost old man, he was worried about the fate of this young cultivator who had won them over with his character. Ding Ning frowned as he sat in front of the table. The jade seal that represented the lonely mountain sword hoard lay silently on the table in front of him. Some lines circling in his mind perfectly filled in the largest corner of the jade talisman, and perfectly connected with the lines on the jade talisman. Bai Shanshui's lonely mountain sword hoard was not as complete as his. But when his mind moved through these almost complete lines, the clearer he felt, the more Ding Ning felt that his speculation about Zhongsun Qianxue was correct. When the power above Realm 8 spread out along these lines, and the powerful primal energies of the universe flowed through Changling, what would the result be? Ding Ning felt he seemed to have grasped the line that could lead to the true answer, but there seemed to be a last layer of gauze that he could not touch. It was a bit chaotic. There were sounds of bamboo instruments in the distance. Hearing the faint sounds of singing and laughter coming from the restaurant in the distance, Ding Ning knew that his heart was in a mess. "You cannot do this." He frowned and scolded himself in a low voice. Then his expression started to recover its usual calmness. Since he could not think of a solution due to the chaos, he could only follow the prescribed order. Palace attendant Rong had always been Zheng Xiu's subordinate, and had many new and old debts to settle. The former carriage driver, General Liang Lian, was about to leave Changling. Since that was the case, then he would kill palace attendant Rong first. Actually, following the prescribed order was often the easiest way for people to calm down. He put away the jade seal on the table and walked out of the inner courtyard. Then he walked out of the gates of Ink Garden until he came in front of Xiao Sharin, who was sitting cross-legged on the mat under the tree. He bowed seriously and said, "I want to kill palace attendant Rong." Hearing the words, Xiao Sharin's expression did not change. He looked up slightly at Ding Ning and said coldly, "The Empress will not give you a chance to kill her publicly, but you can kill her in secret. Then everyone will think that Minute Mountain Sword Sect helped me kill her." Ding Ning shook his head and said, "I want to kill her publicly as a disciple of White Goat Cave." Xiao Sharin was the cultivator best at killing in Minute Mountain Sword Sect. His ability to kill contained many layers of meaning. His previous words had clearly expressed a certain meaning, but he did not directly refute Ding Ning. He thought for a moment and said, "The Empress will not give you a chance to publicly challenge her and kill her, but you can force her to the point she cannot help herself. I want to know what she cannot tolerate." Ding Ning bowed to Xiao Sharin again. He knew that Xiao Sharin might not know, but Minute Mountain Sword Sect would definitely find a way. Chapter 351. Since I say you can force her to the point she cannot resist, then you can find a way. Xiao Sharin looked at Ding Ning and said coolly, "But she is Realm 6, and you just passed Realm 4. How can I believe you are not acting on impulse? If I force her to accept your duel with great difficulty, but you are killed, then I will not just lose some strength." Facing Xiao Sharin's doubts, Ding Ning simply looked up and met his gaze. He said, "I have comprehended the heaven-replenishing divine art." Xiao Sharin's body shook slightly and he suddenly looked up. Ding Ning calmly met his disbelieving gaze and nodded. Xiao Sharin frowned slightly and then suddenly laughed. "Such an interesting matter. I will first kill that palace attendant, and then try to kill Liang Lian and break into the great floating water prison. If everything goes well, we can leave Changling. This is my plan. Returning to the little courtyard in the deepest part of Ink Garden, unlike usual, Ding Ning did not wait for Zhongsun Qianxue to find him. He walked directly to Zhongsun Qianxue's bedroom and said, "Is it really important to kill that palace attendant?" Zhongsun Qianxue did not come out and said coldly, "With the attention of Minute Mountain Sword Sect, what I need to do will be more difficult. If I want to do something to escape the eyes and ears of Minute Mountain Sword Sect, I must make Minute Mountain Sword Sect feel I am strong enough. I do not feel you can kill that palace attendant before Liang Lian leaves Changling. If I cannot think of it, I cannot do it. If I raise such an idea, Minute Mountain Sword Sect will definitely do something for me because I am a disciple of Minute Mountain Sword Sect who has comprehended the heaven-replenishing divine art." Ding Ning looked down at the ground and said, "Since you bet Yi Xileng and won, Yi Xileng will start to do something. Since she has operated in Changling for so long, what she does at the beginning will not be ordinary." There was no sound from the room. "Other than Yi Xileng, we also have the Xie family. Xie Changsheng and Xie Ru will also help me." Ding Ning continued, "So if we think clearly, our revenge will be faster and more hopeful." After saying all this, Ding Ning heard no sound coming from the room. He turned around and left. These were basically useless words in his usual conversations with Zhongsun Qianxue. However, today, he deliberately looked for Zhongsun Qianxue to say these words because he felt that Zhongsun Qianxue seemed to be in low spirits. No matter what, he hoped that Zhongsun Qianxue would be happier. But at this time, he, who understood Zhongsun Qianxue very well, did not know why Zhongsun Qianxue was unhappy. The moment he turned and prepared to return to his room, Zhongsun Qianxue's cool voice sounded. "This is a matter of routine. Previously, you had planned everything, but because you were too worried about Lin Zhujiu in the water prison, your mind was in chaos." He lost back then because his mind was in chaos, because he cared too much about the people around him. If you want to succeed in your revenge, do not repeat his mistakes. Ding Ning's body stiffened slightly. Zhongsun Qianxue's voice reached his ears. "You must be cruel when it comes to revenge. If he did not care about the lives of those people in the past, and planned before acting, he would have gotten revenge long ago. If you do not want me to die, do not care about my life and death, now and in the future." Ding Ning slowly bowed his head. He did not respond and silently walked towards his bedroom. The Black Astrology Bureau carriage slowly passed through the streets of Changling under many respectful and complicated gazes. In the end, it stopped in front of Yi Xileng's courtyard. When Bai Shanshui passed through the quiet courtyard and sensed the movements inside, a hint of a smile appeared on her clean face. She did not walk towards the bedroom, but slowly walked towards the kitchen at the side. The door to the kitchen was open. Yi Xileng, dressed in white robes, was sitting quietly in front of the stove. "You seem to be in a good mood." Yi Xileng did not look back and said coolly. Bai Shanshui smiled slightly and said, "While the great rebel is famous, I have always been alone and have no support. Now, I am not struggling alone. I suddenly have so many friends who oppose Yuanwu and Zhang Xiu. Of course, I am in a good mood." Yi Xileng also smiled. From the side, it was possible to see the dimples on her cheeks. "It seems that you are in a good mood." Bai Shanshui pulled out a bamboo chair and sat down next to Yi Xileng. She suddenly smelled a thread of medicinal energy coming from the medicine cauldron on the stove in front of her. Her expression suddenly changed and she lost her voice. "Yellow rhinoceros horn, ocean glass, turtle dragon pill, sea subduing grass, how do you have so much?" Yi Xileng turned his head. Seeing Bai Shanshui pale, he felt proud. Then he looked at Bai Shanshui's trembling chest. He thought of what he had said when he entered Zhao Zhon's courtyard that day. He could not help but tease, "Overseas women have large chests. I have been overseas for many years, but I cannot compare to Palace Master Bai." These words did not seem to match, but Bai Shanshui suddenly understood. Her eyes narrowed slightly. "You have cultivated overseas for many years, fought beasts, killed serpents, and searched for medicine in the sea. You obtained so many spirit medicines, but you did not use them yourself." Yi Xileng smiled proudly. He still did not directly respond to Bai Shanshui's words. He said, "If I cultivate too quickly, how can Zheng Xiu not worry about me?" Bai Shanshui's expression immediately turned solemn. Previously, everyone said that Bureau Chief Yi was a rare cultivation genius in Changling. I did not think so. I thought that if you received the personal teachings of that person, your cultivation was just so. Just now, I understand that Bureau Chief Yi deliberately controlled your cultivation speed. Seeing Bai Shanshui's seriousness, Bureau Chief Yi shook her head disapprovingly. Other than Yuan Wu and Zheng Xiu, the true geniuses of the past have all died. This time, Bai Shanshui did not respond to her words. She frowned slightly and said emotionally, "You obtained so many spirit medicines in the overseas storm, but you did not use them. Previously, there was no news of the 9-death silkworm. That person seemed to have disappeared in the stories of your Qin dynasty, but you were able to endure. I rarely admire people in my life. Everyone says that Bureau Chief Yi has a small chest and a small mind, but today, I truly admire Bureau Chief Yi. Like rain after a long drought, once you receive the news, you are afraid that you are a part of the situation, and will be affected by your emotions and cause problems in your actions. That wine shop youth is his heir, and everything he did before was strategizing, so I naturally bet everything on him." Yi Xileng looked at the boiling medicine cauldron as his smile faded. He said slowly, "Since you have seen him today, and you are not as obsessed as me, you must see more clearly than me. Why don't you tell me directly, is there a problem with my actions?" Bai Shanshui smiled and said, "I gave the Lonely Mountain sword hoard to him. Do you think there is a problem?" Yi Xileng stilled. "You feel that he has been cautious enough in the past, so you bet everything on him." Bai Shanshui looked at Yi Xileng and said proudly, "I bet everything on him because of other reasons. I feel that he has a true personality. When he received the Lonely Mountain sword hoard, he was not especially happy. He was always deeply worried, and this worry came from his concern for the safety of others." Yi Xileng was silent for a moment and said, "The reason he failed was because he was not cruel enough. I had not expected his heir to be the same." Bai Shanshui glanced at her. "That is good." Yi Xileng shook his head, but his gaze could not help but land on her chest. He couldn't help but think, this woman did not just have a large chest, but also a large heart. Bai Shanshui seemed to understand the meaning in her gaze. She glared at her and said, "Boil your medicine. If it burns, you will have wasted all these years of effort." Chapter 352. Minute Mountain had snow because it was very high. In a green hall near the snow line, Xie Changsheng, wrapped in a thick green blanket, leaned against the window. As he craned his neck to look at the green hall and valley below, he muttered in dissatisfaction, "Such a cold place, don't you feel you can set up a brazier and cook some lamb slices?" A middle-aged Minute Mountain sword sect cultivator stood behind him. His expression had been unfriendly to start with. Hearing Qin Lai's words, his expression darkened. He said coldly, "If you want to be comfortable and refreshed, why are you staying here and not leaving? There are so many young geniuses attending the trials. Those more difficult to heal than you have left, but you are the only one who does not leave." Xie Changsheng turned to look at him and said naturally, "My wounds have not healed. What else can I do here?" Using the pretext of not recovering to stay in Minute Mountain sword sect, you spend your days looking around to see if you can steal anything. This middle-aged Minute Mountain sword sect cultivator sneered. "You were not able to enter the top 10 of the Minute Mountain sword trials. Do you not feel ashamed to stay in Minute Mountain sword sect like this?" "What am I ashamed of? Does anyone feel that my performance in the Minute Mountain sword trials is shameful?" Xie Changsheng turned to look at this Minute Mountain sword sect cultivator. "Since you feel this place is useful, then it is skill to think of a way to stay for one more day." The middle-aged Minute Mountain sword sect cultivator frowned slightly, his eyes filled with anger. But before he could speak, Xie Changsheng said disdainfully, "Do not meddle. Gang Ren and the others know my situation. If they wanted to drive me out, I would not be here long ago. How can I stay here like this?" This Minute Mountain sword sect cultivator was stunned and felt that Xie Changsheng's words were reasonable. While Xie Changsheng seemed to be too shameless, Minute Mountain Sword Sect had not given him a chance to formally learn. This did not seem to violate Minute Mountain Sword Sect's rules. Thinking of this middle-aged Minute Mountain Sword Sect cultivator felt that Sect Master Bailey Sushue had deeper intentions for allowing Xie Changsheng to stay here. His darkness and anger quickly faded. His expression became gentle. He took out a letter from his sleeve and handed it to Xie Changsheng. Whose letter? It's Ding Ning's. Ding Ning. Xie Changsheng's eyes suddenly lit up. He took the letter as fast as he could and opened it. After a quick glance, he couldn't help but laugh. I was only worried that you wouldn't want it. Since you've already mentioned it, isn't it easy? Pen, paper. Then he waved the letter and shouted heroically at the middle-aged Minute Mountain Sword Sect cultivator. The middle-aged Minute Mountain Sword Sect cultivator, who had a slightly gentler expression, immediately had an ugly expression. This Xie Changsheng was a junior and ordered him around like a servant. For this Minute Mountain Sword Sect cultivator who was somewhat pedantic, this was disgraceful. What are you staring at? You're not doing anything for me. Xie Changsheng looked at his expression and shouted in discontent. I am helping your Minute Mountain Sword Sect's genius disciple, Ding Ning. Do you not want the Guanzhong Xie family to do all we can to help him? The middle-aged Minute Mountain Sword Sect cultivator stilled. Then his expression grew serious. He nodded and said respectfully, yes, I will immediately prepare pen and paper. Regardless of what the outside world says about this Xie family youth, it appears that this Xie family youth will not lose against anyone. I wonder if this is formed or if it is a natural inheritance of the Guanzhong Xie family. Yang Tai Guanjian stood by the window of a green hall opposite Xie Changsheng and could not help but shake his head. The two green halls were very far apart, even separated by a white cloud, but Yang Tai Guanjian was able to clearly hear the conversation between Xie Changsheng and this middle-aged Minute Mountain Sword Sect cultivator. But this Xie family youth's comprehension is only average. I fear that he will not be able to catch up to those people in the future. Yang Tai Guanjian was an extremely noble cultivator, but inexplicably, he had a good impression of this almost rogue youth. He could not help but sigh softly. There was a young woman in green robes standing next to him. Naturally, it was Jing Liuli. Hearing his sigh, Jing Liuli glanced at him and said calmly, Changling has all kinds of people. Cultivators who know how to use the sword are not the only ones who have accomplishments. Yang Tai Guanjian could not help but laugh. He said, this idea is different. In the future, you are suited to take over the position of Sect Master. Take over the position of Sect Master. Jing Liuli frowned slightly and glanced at Yang Tai Guanjian. He said, in reality, I do not understand why Master always had the thought of giving up the position of Sect Master when he was at his peak. I do not know what he means. Yang Tai Guanjian stilled and was lost in thought. A moment later, he grimaced. I fear that no one knows what he means. I am going to Ink Garden. Jing Liuli looked away from the green hall, turned around and said slowly. Yang Tai Guanjian looked strangely at her. What are you going to Ink Garden for? Since he proposed to force that palace attendant into a duel, and wrote a letter to Xie Changsheng, this means that he is confident in killing palace attendant Rong, and has already started to plan. Jing Liuli's glassy face reflected the icy light of the cliffs. With some indescribable emotion, she said, even I do not have the confidence to win an expert like palace attendant Rong in a battle of life and death. A cultivator who just reached Realm 4 has the confidence to quickly kill her. The process of such a leap in strength is a valuable cultivation experience for me. Also, I cannot have someone like him who constantly gives me great pressure. I have to ensure that before successfully forcing palace attendant Rong into a duel with him, he has the ability to kill her. Yang Tai Guanjian thought carefully. He felt that Jing Liuli's words were correct. The depths of Ink Garden were cold, especially in the small courtyard where Ding Ning and Zhongsun Qianxue resided. Ding Ning's previous conversation with Zhongsun Qianxue did not seem to have changed anything. The air in this silent courtyard was especially heavy. Even in the hot summer, there was a hint of coldness. There was only a faint coldness in the courtyard, But in Jongsun Chenchue's bedroom, it was like winter. The curtains, the insides of the doors and windows, and even the walls were covered in a thick layer of deep blue frost. A blue-black long sword of extremely deep color that did not seem to belong to the mortal world floated in front of Jongsun Chenchue. This sword was extremely cold. The black frost energy that seeped outwards burned in the air like blue-black flames. Each wisp of blue-black energy seemed to contain many icy worlds in the perception of cultivators. The black frost energy on the blue-black long sword floated towards Jongsun Chenchue's body. When it came close to Jongsun Chenchue's body, it condensed into threads of black lines. Below these black lines, the deep red-black ice worm kept its mouth open and greedily breathed. Its body was covered in a thick layer of ice. Its body was constantly trembling. It gave people the feeling that it could not withstand this kind of cold and was about to be completely frozen. But just as it was about to be frozen, as it was tainted by the thick aura of the ice, its body was changing slightly. Its smooth and soft deep red skin started to be tainted with blue-black color and grew rough. 2 small bumps appeared on its round head. Ordinary people could not see these small bumps with the naked eye, but in the perception of cultivators like Jongsun Chenchue, they were very clear. Sensing this change, Jongsun Chenchue's usually cold mind felt a hint of joy. The 9 Hell King sword was forged from the nether jade of the abyss, and the nether jade was formed from the nether core of a kind of nether fish from the abyss. Even a cultivator of her level could not withstand it when she obtained a suitable method to forge this sword. She needed the help of Ding Ning's dual cultivation. Ordinary creatures, even powerful beasts from other cold realms, would not be able to withstand the energy of the 9 Hell King sword, unless they originally had the bloodline of the abyss and belonged to that kind of abyss creature. Just as she had guessed, the black ice worms of Minute Mountain sword sect came from a similar abyss. There was a nether abyss in Minute Mountain? Minute Mountain or Nether Mountain? Did the coldness of Minute Mountain come from the height, or from the cold energy of the nether abyss? As Jongsun Chenchue felt joy at the black ice worm's change and strength, she thought of many possibilities. Outside Changling, on the banks of the Wei River, there were several huts of fishermen next to a wild crossing. This place was located on the river and was very high up. One could clearly see the borders of Changling and the grand outline of Changling, but it was outside of Changling. In one of the huts near the water, a thin woman dressed in ordinary cloth robes was cooking fish soup. There were not many pieces of firewood in the brazier under the pot, but the flames were exceptionally fierce. Each cluster of flames was exceptionally sharp, like small swords. Ordinary but contained powerful swordsmanship. She was Jiao Sai, the strongest heir of the Jiao sword furnace, famous in the world. After the battle on the Wei River, she had disappeared, and the world paid less attention to her. Because she had lost her life bond sword. The life bond sword gathered the life bond energy of a cultivator. After countless years of nourishment, it was more important than the arms of a cultivator. Once it was lost, its power would decrease greatly. Yet in this moment, Jiao Sai, who was silently cooking fish, suddenly shook and looked up into the sky. The flames in the brazier in front of her burned fiercely, lifting the entire cauldron into the air. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,